The House will come to order. I am very excited to welcome the Young Squad. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be said by Talon Hansberger, Zuri Campbell, Slade Yan, Maverick Miller, Cole Caviello, from Kylie's Kiddos Daycare, Aurora, Colorado, guests of Representative Carter.
I praise you, raisins, 2 and 1 5 of the United States of America. And to the higher,
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon, AML Bacon, is excused. Barone, Bird, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, DeGraff, Duran, English, Espinoza, Foray, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Representative Gilchrist is excused. Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, Leader, Lindsay,
Here.
Linstead, Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Pascal, Phillips, Puglisi, Richardson, Ricks,
Present.
Routenell, Ryden, Sirota, Representative Sirota, excused. Smith,
Here.
Soper, Stewart K, Stewart R, Story, Sukla, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Representative Valdez is excused. Velasco, Weinberg, Wilford, Winter, Woodrow, Representative Woodrow is excused. Woog, Zokai, and Madam Speaker.
With 61 present for excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Jackson. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Journal of Friday, March 21st, 2025 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Woo. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, we are going to do announcements and introductions at this time before we get started on today's work. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I made this announcement last Friday, but wanted to make sure that nobody missed it. The State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs is having spring break, so we're not meeting this week.
Thank you. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to come down and remind people that we have the legislator Bible study tomorrow morning, starting at 7:15 with breakfast. And I would love to see you there. Room 109, down in the down on the garden level. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I have some people from Colorado Springs who had come in to visit me this morning, and they will be here watching the proceedings, so I just want to welcome them to the People's House. Thank you.
Welcome. Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow we will host the American Red Cross Day here at the Capitol, and there will also be a blood drive on Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Finance will be meeting today at 1:30 to hear House Bill 1299, Senate Bill 6, Senate Bill 147, and we are moving House Bill 1260 1 week, so we will not hear House Bill 1260 today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Representatives Joseph and McCormick. Representative Joseph. Members, your attention, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Boulder County delegation would like to request a moment of silence. Back 4 years ago, on March 22nd, 2021, we had the King Super shooting in Boulder County. And to honor these lives, we would like to request a moment of silence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So granted. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to acknowledge that Representative Smith was planning on being here today. The King Supers that we reference is in her district, but she woke up quite sick this morning, and I just wanted to acknowledge that she had some very personal connections to some of the victims in that event, and really feels the weight of this anniversary quite deeply, and I wanted to share that with you all, that she's sorry she can't be here today.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 3.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 3. Members, before we begin, I do want to invite you all to remember the deep emotion that members from both sides of the aisle feel about this issue and this piece of legislation. I invite you to speak to the policy, not to individuals, to remember our commitment to decorum, civility, and respect through this debate, and to honor the words of one another as they are spoken at the well. Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 3.
Senate Bill 3 by Senators Sullivan and Gonzalez, also Representatives Basenecker and Froelich, concerning prohibited activity involving semi-automatic firearms and in connection therewith, prohibiting the manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, and purchase of specified semi-automatic firearms, classifying a device that increases the rate of fire of a semi-automatic firearm as a dangerous weapon, and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 3 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Senate Bill 25003 back to second reading. I move to refer, Senate Bill 3 back to second reading.
That is a proper motion. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before this debate begins, in earnest, I do want to echo what the speaker just said. A lot of times when members of the minority come down to speak on a bill, especially one as passionate as this for our particular constituents, there is this sense that we are obstructionists, filibustering, wasting time. And I just ask for the members of the majority to put yourself, as we present our final day's plea, in our shoes. If we were in the majority and instead of this bill being a bill to limit access to firearms, it was a bill on Second Amendment preservation, such that it undid all of the gun control that has been put into place in Colorado since 2013, what would you do? What would you and your constituents expect in terms of advocating and defending, debating, and otherwise imploring our side to see it from a different perspective? I genuinely believe that the hearts of the people in this room desire to preserve life. And those who are supporting this bill believe that this bill will be a means by which to provide greater protections for our communities. I genuinely believe that that is what's in the heart. But I also know that our side believes that the passage of this bill will put more people at risk, and that lives, especially those of the most vulnerable in our communities, will be harmed by this policy. Both of us come to this conversation, I genuinely believe, from a place of what is best to preserve life. What actions can best move us in that direction? And sometimes we get lost in the stats or in the specifics of a policy, and sometimes we both think of people who either will be harmed without it or harmed with it. And we keep those pictures of those people in our minds and the emotion of their particular story in our hearts. And so, yes, I do make this motion to refer it back to seconds. Now, some folks would say, hey, we had a robust conversation on Friday. And I don't dispute that. We did. We had a substantive debate on Friday, specifically as relates to the 3 committee reports and the things that were done there. We didn't, however, have much of a substantive debate related to the underlying bill, the overarching context. You know, it's curious, in the bill, it talks about how a class, one of the classes, needs to have 12 hours split over 2 days. presumably because there's a thought that after a certain number of hours in any given day, people check out. They get weary, they otherwise don't retain or embrace information. So there was really no sense in continuing to discuss things on Friday night because many had checked out and were weary and otherwise weren't receiving information. And so going back and having another opportunity to get into the overarching policy, not just what was done in appropriations, not just what was done in finance, not just what was done in judiciary, but having an overarching conversation is really important. For instance, we didn't really get to flesh out what enforcement is going to look like for this bill. This bill is a follow-on to a bill and an act that became law in 2013 that many in this chamber year over year, or many people who have sat in your same seats year over year have bemoaned because it hasn't been enforced, i.e. the high-capacity magazine ban. This is in addition to that, as if to say, we've failed to enforce on this side, but nope, we've got the solution now, and this will be enforced. But how will it be enforced? It doesn't cover possession. So presumably, a law enforcement officer is going to have to be present at the transaction. Because a background check doesn't tell you what weapon you're purchasing, it just tells the government that you are purchasing a weapon. So if we don't have the support of our sheriffs, in fact, some communities have already come out and said that if this bill passes, they're not enforcing it. They're deeming their oath to the Constitution, both at the state level and the national level, to be restrictive or restraining of them from being able to implement this. So does that then mean that the state of Colorado is going to have to bolster more police at the state level in CBI and in DOR? Or maybe even create a special task force of just police? Is that really what we want, a greater police state? We didn't have a chance to flush that out, to understand where the bill sponsors were coming from and how they see this policy genuinely being implemented. Is it just going to be a law in the books, such that we actually encourage people, by the lack of enforcement, to just disregard all of the things that this building does? Similarly, we didn't really get an understanding of what a standard rate of fire means. There's no definition for that. For those who have any engagement with weaponry, you know that every one of us taking the exact same weapon and firing it will have a different rate of fire because of the trigger weight. Those with strong hands are going to be able to have a more rapid fire than those without. So what does it mean? What is the standard rate of fire? Are we leading our people into an arbitrary place, a vague place in law, such that they don't know whether their firearm is legal or not? These are all things that we didn't get an opportunity to consider on Friday, and so I'm asking this body to allow us to go back. This is genuinely a life or death issue. And we should take the time to really weigh what is being considered. Not just in committees, but here in this room. To weigh it and to look at all of the impacts. I'd also encourage us to have open ears to the policy that could be in place for years. Not to the speakers up here that we may or may not like. Not to anyone out in the lobby that we may or may not like. But the substance of what is being spoken. The policy. Is it a good policy? Will it lead to life? Will it lead to safety? Will it lead to something that is more whole here? Or will it not? Will our communities be more broken or less? These are genuine things we must wrestle with. We must. And so I encourage not only us going back to second reading, I encourage all of us engaging in the debate and putting out the thoughts and the passions and the rationales so we can all wrestle with those things.
Representative Luck, you have 55 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and become better positioned to really make genuinely good policy for this state. Not just policies we adopt from other states, but ones that genuinely work for Colorado. A state full of very independent, Wild West kind of folks who love the idea of freedom and desire so desperately to be able to walk it out. Please, I encourage you, vote yes on this motion.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I definitely agree with my colleague on the idea of sending this back to second readings. I said that same thing during second reading, to have this sent back to judiciary, where I think, just from my perspective, the policy and the procedure went off the rails in a way that couldn't be tracked, couldn't be guided. I think people were voting on suspicion, or people were voting on assumption versus knowing what exactly we were voting on. How do I know that? Because of amendments that came in last second that weren't even open for debate during Judiciary Committee, weren't open for debate during Finance Committee, weren't open for debate during Appropriations Committee. The last second amendments, and just the constant morphing that this bill did through every level of reading, through every level that it was heard. This bill has been changed and morphed into something completely different. Looking back, everyone should have known what this bill started out as. It's completely nothing like what it was. Does it mean that it's a clean bill that needs to be put into law? Absolutely not. It's probably worse, if anything. It creates an elite club of gun owners. You are now part of an elite club that you get to pay into before you can purchase a firearm. It's something that I think needs that hearty debate, but everyone at the table needs to get involved. I think the people behind this, I'm not talking about the bill sponsors, I'm talking about outside of this building. There's no partisanship. If we were talking about an office that had a partisan role in playing in something, this would have been a bipartisan bill. It would have been supported by both sides of the aisle here in both chambers, but it's not. We have had bipartisan legislation. In my mind, that's common sense. You're getting both sides of the argument on a piece of legislation that can't counter what one side or the other, doesn't completely go against the values, because you're not just offending a certain portion of people in this room. It's our constituents. It's the people outside of this building that saturate every district. I don't care where you're at in this state. Those constituents saturate every district. And in a lot of cases, especially during those hearings, they feel like they've been slighted. How do I know that? Because I've heard from constituents. They didn't get to debate what the bill was as it was being heard, and then what it turned into right before it got voted on. There's been no clarity, no transparency on this bill, and I think a lot of people outside this building are suspicious of that, and it even makes me suspicious. It's something that we as a legislature, when we're doing presumptively suspicious activity with relating around policy and procedure, that's how bills die in this building. I saw that last year. We had a bill die that just didn't go to the norm of policy and procedure. When policy and procedure are violated, I think that's when we have to all come together and realize this is something that isn't the right thing to put through at the right time. This is still not the right thing, and definitely not the right time. And if we can't create what this needs to be before it leaves this chamber or this building, we have to send it back. We have to put it back where it can get that debate, where it can get bipartisan acknowledgement of what this is doing to our state, what it's doing to our constituents, and what it's doing to what we swore to uphold to protect. So, looking at policy, the policy is nowhere near what it was when it was started. but it's still getting voted on as it goes through. Looking at procedure, the way procedurally this bill has become what it's become, procedurally, this bill is flawed all the way through. That's what creates the lack of trust in government. That's what creates the lack of support from our constituents, because we're in here doing these things without just going completely against what our constituents are saying. And in most cases, obviously, the majority of cases of every vote that I've seen it, in every chamber it's been heard, every committee that it's been heard, this has to go back. This has to get more time to where it can be deliberated more. It can be that civil discourse, which on bills like this, it's very hard to come to civil discourse. It is very offensive for a lot of people when extremely partisan legislation like this comes forward that goes completely against what the majority of the people I represent are for. And the most, obviously, my caucus is the same in their constituency as well. I think a lot of you can acknowledge that for your constituents, for your districts. I think the fact of the matter is there has to be an opportunity to acknowledge that. If you aren't seeing the thousands of emails that we get and the phone calls that we get, everything that we get from our constituents to tell you, vote no on this. It shouldn't just be a mass delete, a mass dump of emails. It should be going through and actually seeing why. I know we hear a lot in the debates that we have on bills like this, where it might sound like people are beating the same drum, but when that same drum is constantly being violated, it's constantly being disrupted, silenced, of course that same drum is going to be beaten. When it comes to the Second Amendment, when it comes to simple things that people appreciate, the ability to protect themselves, the ability to have the freedom and liberty to do as they please within a law-abiding citizen's duties, their rights. We treat our law-abiding citizens like criminals. And this bill, the way it's been pushed through, every single amendment that's come through has still suppressed that. It has still pushed those voices to the side and said, no, this is on a path. We can't disrupt the path with this noise. We have to keep it going. We need to stop, and we need to listen to the people that are making the appropriate amount of noise to be heard. It's not noise when it's actual valid points and people are screaming. People are upset, and the fact that they are losing their right to be able to protect themselves and their families. They're losing their right to simply purchase a firearm. There are people that talk about the affordability of this. There are people that talk about the disability side of having to go through and take a course and a written test and all these shooting tests, all these other things that they may or may not be able to do based on affordability and based on their disability. This is something that I think we needed to come together better to get through. I know for those of you that were involved in or are involved in the penalty for theft bill of a firearm, that's something that has had bipartisan conversations. Many of you in this room know that on both sides of the aisle. That's bipartisan. That's having the communication. That's having people with a seat at the table, not just people in many opinions making noise in committee through hours and hours of testimony. We've spent, I can calculate now, over 100 hours just on this bill alone, working hours on this bill alone through both chambers. There's so many things in legislation we could have done rather than this bill, or bills like this. There's so much time wasted in this legislature on bills like this. Does sending it back make that better? No. But sending it back at least gives it that opportunity to be debated, to get that debate from both sides rather than just one side of the argument shutting down and the other side standing up here and talking about it for hours and hours and hours on end. So should it go back to second readings? Absolutely. Should we stop this today? Sure. But if we can't stop it, this at least needs to go back to second reading where it can get the valid debate and breakdown that it needs to show the concerns and flaws in the policy and the procedure to be able to get this in the right place. I think that we, as a whole, should be listening to each other. This is a perfect example of that not happening. But if we're not doing that, then we need to push it to a place where we can start that But moving forward, we need to stop doing this. We need to stop having opportunities of wasting hundreds of hours on one piece of legislation over sometimes 600 or 700 bills that come through this building.
Representative Armagost, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have to address things on a more appropriate level for the trust of our constituency, for the trust of our citizens in Colorado, and the trust of each other. This is a place where I think some strong business occurs on many platforms, many pieces of legislation. But this is where we absolutely show our weaknesses on every side of this argument. There's no reason for this to move forward. We need to send it back to second reading, and we need to actually have some good civil discourse and debate on this bill to show what's wrong and what's right. I think we both agree certain things need to be addressed. This is absolutely not the way to do it, and we need to fix it. And if we can't do it by second reading, we need to stop this bill today. So I encourage a yes vote on this motion.
Thank you, Representative, for your words. Just to note, folks, that I want you to be cautious about characterizing how people show up with their votes or their words so we don't impugn one another's motives. Just a note of caution. Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also stand support to move this bill back to second reading. I believe this is an issue that needs to be well discussed, just like my fellow colleagues that came up here before me. This is an issue that's worth discussing further between all of us. I'm sure you have many of constituents in your own districts that also disagree with this, according to all the hundreds and hundreds of emails. This weekend I got some really good time to spend with my family, and yesterday I spent some time with some friends up in Wiggins. We went shooting, target practice. It was fun. It was fun. It was great. The reason I went to do that because of the conversations we had this Friday. I don't get very much time to go out shooting anymore besides my hunting trips, but yesterday was one of those times that I truly had fun with my 11-year-old son and my 9-year-old daughter. They both went out shooting with me. They shot their .22. I shot my .300 Blackout. Target practice is great. It's a great stress reliever. I almost forgot about what was happening here yesterday. Those are the kinds of activities that a lot of our constituents really enjoy, and it really is a stress reliever. It takes your mind off of things and focuses it on the gun safety, the gun aspect of what you're doing. And that gun safety never leaves your mind. You grow up with it. I grew up with it. You're taught this with your family members, your friends. And this is one of those things that we truly need to talk about on a more detailed aspect. And we need to be able to see all sides of this issue and how this bill is going to affect the people of this state. Not just financially, not just mentally, but in their freedoms of being able to go out and do these activities that keep your mind off of these of what life is, what you're going through in life. A lot of people have issues in life, and we're stressed out about work. We're stressed out about all types of issues, and a lot of these people, this is their stress relief. This is. Another one of my stress relief is golf. I hope we never pass legislation to limit that, but this is one of my main stress relievers, and for my brother as well, is a stress reliever for sure. He's a truck driver. He has so much stress going on the road with people cutting in front of him, and driving these 2-ton trucks with so much weight behind them, and going out and shooting is one of those stress relievers. Just hearing that ding of that metal plate that you hit, way 200, by the way, it was 290 yards that I was shooting, and I zeroed in my scope perfectly. It was awesome.
Representative Barone,
yes.
I do appreciate this story, and we'll just invite you back to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just trying to give an example of what this bill and this motion means to us. It means to me, means to my constituents, my family. I'm just trying to broaden it out a little bit more so you don't just see the main picture of just one bill. This bill does have a broader picture, a broader issue, a broader effect on all the people that we are representing. And that's what I'm trying to portray here. This motion will help out to be able to have that broader discussion, that broader picture that you can actually see. You can actually see what these issues are that we are facing with this bill. I really do hope you find it in your mind and in the way you legislate the need for going back and having these discussions. This needs more detail. This needs more focused discussion on this broader issue. So for that reason, I urge and I vote on this motion. Thank you.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I support this motion to refer it back to seconds. And I have a few very kind of specific reasons why. And number one is something that I've struggled with throughout the debate, and I sat on Judiciary Committee, and then obviously was here on Friday, is the intentions of the bill are still unclear to me after all of this debate. So I heard time and time again arguments that this bill is about preventing gun violence or addressing the issue of gun violence. But in order to do that, what we're doing is requiring the law-abiding citizens to go through a more stringent legal process to obtain firearms the legal way. And the issue I have with that is I don't see the nexus between gun violence and gun safety training. Now, I've taken my hunter safety course. I've had my CCW. At no time in any of those trainings, the hours and hours of those trainings, is the word gun or the phrase gun violence ever even mentioned. These are two separate issues. The people committing gun violence aren't doing so because they don't know how to properly handle a firearm. These are two completely different issues, and that's something we need to hash out by re-referring this back to seconds. The other big thing is that this does affect the entire state. Just like, we're state lawmakers, everything we do affects the entire state. And I'm getting literally thousands of emails, not just from House District 20, but from people all over the state. And it's a great reminder that the majority of our constituents, they live outside this local area here. They live outside the area of the Capitol. And for millions and millions of people, this is a way of life for them. Firearms are what they were raised with. It's what they teach their kids. It's how they support their families. It's what they use to hunt. It's what they use to defend their families. This affects every single person in the state. And they deserve us to bring this back to seconds and to continue hashing out these disconnects that I believe we still have on this bill. I went through last night and I looked at the amendments on this bill. This bill has been, by my count, amended 35 times since it was introduced. That is not a sign of good legislation. Amended 35 times. As a member of Judiciary, we sat through 12 hours of testimony, and at the end of the 12 hours of testimony, we had 7 full pages of amendments. That's not counting any amendments that may have been added to finance and amendments that were added in appropriations, plus the amendments that we had here on Friday. This is being rushed through too quickly. We need to have more debate on second readings, which is why I support this. The other issue that I still have with this bill is the unclear process. Now, we had the sheriffs come here and testify in Judiciary Committee based on facts that they had at the time, and they were in opposition to this. And then at the end of the 12 hours debate, at the end of the sheriffs testifying, then we had an amendment added that includes the sheriffs back into the process that I don't believe that they had the knowledge of going into their testimony. And so I think that is, I think it's unfair to them. We also need to hash out on seconds the actual role of CPW and get a more clear answer of that. You know, I asked CPW in Judiciary Committee about what is their what is their wait right now for hunter safety training, which is an option if this bill were to pass. They said their wait right now is 120 days to get somebody in through hunter safety training. So, you know, when we talk about, I think it was referred to in committee as a speed bump. And I thought that was the same phrase we used when we talked about the 3-day waiting period that was passed here a couple years ago. I believe it was in 2023. It was a speed bump. 120 days is one heck of a speed bump, if you ask me. Not to mention how many tens, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people are now going to go sign up for hunter safety training. If it's already 120 days backed up, how much longer is it going to be backed up? So we need to re-refer this back to seconds so we can have more debate about that. And as far as the unclear process that I still have, I'm not embarrassed to admit this. I took this bill and I ran it through a couple different AI systems. And I said, explain this process to me the way you understand it. And I ran it through these 2 different AI systems to explain the process to me. And I got 2 very different answers. That should be telling to people that even algorithms that are much smarter than I think I am are confused and give you 2 different results. So if we bring it back to seconds, we can hash out and get a little bit better picture of the process. There's still unanswered questions about the process as far as fees. We don't know what the sheriffs are gonna, the fees that they're gonna have to charge. If they are gonna have to take on more people to try to handle processing these eligibility cards. I also take issue that we need to hash out on seconds about these specific firearms. So one of the arguments that I made is a lot of these firearms that are included, it's arbitrary. And I know certain people associated with this bill do not like the word arbitrary. They feel it's not arbitrary. And as I've explained a few different times, one of the firearms in this bill is the M1A Springfield Armory rifle. That is the civilian version of the, I believe it's M14 that was issued to the military. Just like the AR-15 is the civilian version of the M4. And both of these weapons both take detachable magazines. They are both gas operated. They are both the civilian versions of the military version. And actually, it's even more arbitrary than that, because the M1A that's included in this bill as an exemption shoots a .308 caliber bullet, which is much larger and much more lethal than what a AR-15's .223 is. So when I call it arbitrary, I'm not using that word in jest. I honestly do not understand why some guns are exempted and others aren't. And this list of 40 firearms, I think a lot of my caucus members here will agree. Most of us know firearms pretty well, and I own a lot of firearms personally. I don't own a single firearm on that list of 40 that are supposedly the most popular rifles. I don't own a single one. What's the number 41 most popular gun? What's the number 42? Why aren't those included in this if they match the characteristics of the other 40? To me, that's arbitrary. Something that I probably know the least about, but am extremely concerned with, is the funding aspect. And I think my colleague from Grand Junction, who is significantly smarter than me on the issue of funding, really laid out some serious concerns, and you may hear more about that later in this debate. But I'm still unclear on some of the funding gaps here and how this is going to be funded. And so, again, I want us to refer this back to seconds so we can take a little bit more time and we can hash out the details with our constituents, with citizens of the state, with the bill sponsors, and with some of the stakeholders like the sheriffs who are involved in this process and oppose this bill, and they have serious concerns. So for those reasons, it makes sense that we have more debate on this bill and we send it back to seconds. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too agree we need to move this back to seconds. Friday was a long day, and I'll admit, from the moment I heard about this bill, I was predisposed to fight against it. That's how I'm wired. That's kind of the way my district receives it. Did have a lot of time to think about the discussion on Friday. Had the opportunity over the weekend to chat about this bill. It's kind of top of mind with a lot of my constituents. And one thing that kind of kept coming up as I spoke with people is, the question of why are they doing this? And that really did kind of resonate. And Sunday, after I had a chance to rest my mind a little bit and go back through the bill, which has certainly changed a lot since it was first introduced, even on into the House committee process, tried to really look through it from the point of view of the sponsors. I mean, I absolutely know why I dislike it. I absolutely know why the people in my district do not want to see it passed in the form it's in, but having listened to the sponsors speak and really just tried to rule through this from the point of view of what do I think the sponsors are trying to achieve, and are there ways to achieve this in a way that's perhaps less restrictive to everybody? And are there still flaws left that we didn't really have a chance to flesh out during the second reading debate? And I think there are some of those and some things that we should be looking at to make sure that this is at least coming out of this chamber correctly. Now, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm of a different generation than my colleague from northern El Paso County, so I have to use my eyeballs and my brain, and AI is interesting, but don't really say I'm comfortable with it yet. But having looked through it and with sticky notes and little markings, I do have a few areas that I wish we had had the time on seconds to explore. There's a section that on page 7 of, I guess my copy is the pre-amended bill, and I know there's a lot of copies floating around, but it talks to the carve-outs, and one of them was for entities that operate an armored vehicle business. That's not really defined anywhere in the bill or anywhere else I could find in law. I think what the authors intend to carve out here are folks that run armored transport businesses, folks like Brinks and Loomis that take money to and from banks, ATMs, retailers. But the way it's written, it could also apply to those that provide VIP or executive protection with up-armored limousines, SUVs, that sort of thing. And if it could be looked at as both, well, I think it may be entirely appropriate from their point of view to carve out those that are employed by the Brinkses, the Loomises, the armored transport vehicles that move money around. If it could apply to executive and VIP protection, we're potentially setting up, another class system where the rich that can afford protection can hire folks that can then go out and buy these weapons without having to jump through all these hoops. And I don't think that's the intent, but I think the way the language is currently written, and at this point could not be amended to be clarified, that we're inadvertently again setting up a class where the rich can get more protection than the poor. And I don't think that's at all the intent of the sponsors, but again, without going back to seconds, that's not something we can fully discuss or look at amending. Another area that popped into mind with a fresh mind looking at it is on middle of page 9, it talks about what happens to the firearms of somebody who has passed away. And this bill starts talking about executors. It put me in mind of a bill that was brought by the good representative from Loveland a few weeks ago that we discussed and amended on the floor after agreement that the term executor is not one that is used in Colorado. It's not defined in our law, we use personal representatives. And on this floor, we did amend that bill in seconds to refer to personal representatives, not executors. We made it right. It's not a substantial change, but it's a change we have made before and we have agreed as a body to make before on another bill on another subject. And why we would fix it once and then 2 weeks later let it go by would certainly be inconsistent, if nothing else. There's probably other pieces. Thirdly, as I kind of look through, and again, from the sponsor's point of view, and trying to address concerns in the least restrictive way, especially when we're talking about things that do impact folks' rights and their rights to self-defense. It's incredibly important that we do so in the least restrictive manner. And I would have liked to have had some discussion regarding the process, as the previous representative spoke to, but specifically around the 3-day waiting period. If you've spent your money to get your card, to go through testing, to pass your test, hopefully on the first time, but if not, the second time, or third, or how many times it takes if somebody wants to get that permission to exercise their rights, is it really appropriate at that point to impose a 3-day waiting period to pick up this firearm? Certainly if somebody wanted to pursue this path and they were hot-headed and they had something they were just viscerally wanting to address with a firearm, by the time they got through all of this, that emotion should have been long past. And if that emotion still exists, obviously there's parts in the bill that we've left where a sheriff may not issue that card, kind of the, another type of red flag, I suppose, that could have been identified. But there are a lot of issues like this that, with a fresh mind and from a different perspective, I mean, yeah, I don't like the bill at all, but I think getting back to amend some of these things that are procedural, that potentially set up a class system that allow this bill to move forward with language that isn't even used in our state statutorily, I think would be wrong. I mean, we put a whole lot of time into this bill as a body through committees. The Senate did whatever the Senate does with such things. But to put this much time into this bill and then let it go with known flaws just to come back potentially next year and do this all over again, I don't think is a good use of our time. It's certainly not a good use of the time of our citizens, and there's so many other things that we should be working on. So I would recommend highly that we approve this motion and get this as right as we can before we take it up for third. So thank you.
Representative Garcia Sender.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support referring this back to second readings for a couple of reasons. So as a teacher and a principal, I always used to tell my students there's not a lot that we can't fix with glue or duct tape or a really good conversation. I do believe the best answer is always in the room when we have a really good conversation and we really listen to each other, listen with the intent to understand. We are obviously passionate on both sides about a lot of issues, but especially this. And we're especially passionate about this for our districts. This is what our district sent us here to do, to fight for and argue for what they believe in. But I guess I keep asking, who's most important? Whose district is most important? Is it the Front Range? Is it rural Colorado? Are there any districts that are more important than another? My reasons for sending this back really have to do with a few things. I think one is transparency to the public. When I look at the bill as introduced, it was 9 pages, and then when it came to us, it was 18 pages, and then after Friday, it looks like it's morphed to 24 pages. And so there's a lot that's happened, and the public's trying to keep up, and they're asking, they're emailing, thousands of emails. Again, I still have yet to receive one email that says, please vote for this. All the emails I've received have said, please don't vote for this, or please vote no. So it's gone from 9 pages to 24 pages, and I don't know if most people in this House should be ready to vote on something that's morphed that much and changed that much over the last few weeks. The fiscal notes are really of a concern, and after Friday, when we discussed the committee reports, hearing comments from one of the members of JBC really caused me to go back and look, and we have 7 iterations of fiscal notes here, and it started out with a $0 fiscal note. The high point that I see went to $3.4 million and 18.5 FTEs, and then it came back down to $1.3 million and 3 FTEs for the appropriation. And number one, I'm still your thrifty state legislator, and I still think that that's a large amount of money. However, I don't know that to the comments of one of the members of JBC, creating an entire new program is going to cost less than $1.5 million and only 3 FTEs. So I have a lot of questions about that, and I do think that that's worth going back and discussing more and fleshing out. I also just heard the comment from one of my colleagues about least restrictive environments, and that kind of triggered my teacher ear around least restrictive environments, and I thought, wow, yes. In school world, we talk a lot about least restrictive environments and keeping kids in safe places and in their least restrictive environments. And as a state, I think we should be thinking about that. I do think that rushed legislation is not the best legislation. And I'll just use that tagline again. Today's solution is tomorrow's problem. If we rush this through, what are we going to have to come back and address and fix next year? So I do encourage us to go back to second reading so we can flesh out some of these things that are questions in my mind, and I hope in yours. So I do hope that you support sending it back to second readings. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I strongly urge we send this back to seconds for further debate, further conversations, and further answers. I spent this whole weekend traveling around my district, talking with constituents, and I hate when I have to say I don't know to them. They asked me, last year we just passed the concealed carry for extra regulation. Now that doesn't go into effect till June, and you're already rushing more legislation through that's not only going to maybe put that one out of date while sheriffs across the state are trying to implement that, but we're also putting other regulation that we are trying to catch up with. Most of my constituents are law-abiding gun owners. They want to be law-abiding. They want to make sure they're doing things legally per the black and white paper. But when we are doing extra regulation year after year that hasn't had time to even be implemented, it makes it burdensome. It makes it costly. It makes it hard for them to continue being law-abiding citizens. We heard this many times Friday. It's not the law-abiding citizens we have to worry about. They're going to jump through the hoops we give them. They're going to pay the excess fees if they can. They're going to do everything they can to get educated to continue to be law-abiding. It's the criminals that don't care. The reason they're criminals is because they're going to break every single law that we send out there. So we are on day 76 of this legislative body, and if you remember back in January or February, and I know it's hard to count days in this building anymore because we're rushing so many things through, how many bills did we have to push through saying we messed this up last year? We need to fix this. We need to come back an amendment so it's to the intent and it's going to benefit the people. This, I am fearful, is going to be another one of those that we come back and have to keep adding Band-Aids, amendments, fixing, because we are rushing this through. Why are we rushing this through without full, diligent, prudent debate so we can answer all the what-ifs? On the last amended version of Friday the 21st, it says there's $100,000 that need to be appropriated to the government at the state level to figure out how to implement this. That's page 23 if you want to check into that. and yet we still can't answer how much is this going to cost. This is why we need to go back to second reading, to figure out where are the costs, not just to us at the state level, but where are the costs on the local levels and to the people. How do we tell them they're not gonna, what it's going to cost? What loops do they have to go through? What hoops do they have to jump in? How many things do they have to pay to continue to be law-abiding? Is the purpose of this body to push all of the law-abiding citizens to become non-law-abiding, to be criminals? Because they cannot keep up with, nor can they understand. We've heard from many of my colleagues, all of our colleagues, all of us are colleagues. We've heard from many of us that we're trying to keep up with this version because the versions keep changing. It went from 8 pages, it's now up to 24 pages, and when is enough so we can understand what actually is happening? We need to go back to second so we can fully vet this out. When I was talking with constituents this weekend, they asked, well, what about? I have a hunter's education. Why am I having to do extra fees, costs, training to do what we already approved in the state as hunter's education? I've talked with a lot of trainers. Why are they having to do exactly what they're training everyone else to do? Costs. We are having an affordability crisis in the state, and we're driving up costs with this bill. Can we please debate this, have conversations, let's all be at the table, please. I go back to my constituents. House District 63 has 7 counties to make up the 80,800 population that all of our districts have. Now, I recognize some of the districts barely fit a whole county. There are sometimes 2, 3 House districts in one county. In rural Colorado, it takes multiple counties to get to that population. But every one of those voices are just as valid as those here in the city metro area. All of those voices have reached out. Now, be it a lot of them have reached out by calls, texts, emails, because the reason we're sent here to represent is they are so busy doing what they do best. Business owners, parents, teachers, law enforcement, nursing, that they don't have time to jump through the crazy time frame we have here when we're pushing through many committees, and those committees get delayed late into the night, and they have family, they have businesses they have to attend to. That's why they elected us to come here and be their voice. So when we say that not all of them showed up to testify, that's why we're here. They are trying to keep up with what's happening. They are sending letters, they are sending emails, they're sending pleas, they're sending calls. Just because they can't show up to testimony because we push that time frame, and that's what we're sent to do, we have all of the time in the day. That is what we're doing. Our constituents don't. And they're asking to please slow down, fully vet this out, bring us all back to the table. If you're not at the table, you don't get fed. You're not at the table, you don't get a voice. Please vote yes for this motion to send it back to second so we can make sure all districts across the state, not just the metro highly populated, but those rural areas as well that take multi-counties to make one district, voices are at the table as we're catching up on what just happened Friday. Well, we're catching up what just happened in appropriations, catching up just what happened in finance, catching up what happened in judiciary. You know, a lot of folks think if they read the bill when it was in the Senate, they'll be good to go in the House. That's not how this body operates. We know this. Let's give them time. Let's do this right. Let's have the conversations, and let's value all of the voices across Colorado and answer all of the questions. What's it going to cost? Why do we have extra regulations to get our right? Why do we have to pay to play? What about the what ifs? If it's a daily operation, the Western way of life for livestock, how are they going to continue operations in the state? Let's make sure we can answer those and not just look at them and say, I don't know. Because that is not an answer that I feel comfortable giving to my constituents, and I hope no one in this building feels comfortable giving to their constituents. Please move the motion so we can go back to seconds and fully give this the time that is due to it and to our people.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, fellow colleagues. General Assembly 75. 35 amendments. Take that in for a minute. 35 amendments. How can anybody tell me that we're doing the right thing? I rise in support to refer Senate Bill 3 back to second reading for further consideration and clarification, specifically regarding the language related to semi-automatic handguns. Throughout this process, we have heard the bill sponsors and proponents repeatedly state on the record and in public that this bill does not apply to handguns. But the text of the bill tells a different story. The definition of a specified semi-automatic firearm in section 1812.116 explicitly includes gas-operated semi-automatic handguns with detachable magazines. Then in the list of exemptions in 1812.116, it carves out certain types of handguns like recoil-operated single and double action models. However, there is no general exemption for all handguns, only specific operating systems or historical models. Now, while this doesn't apply to me, since my tragic boating accident while my guns went down into the water, that's a story for another time, this creates serious legal ambiguity in my opinion. Is a Glock 17 banned or exempt? What about a SIG P320, a Smith & Wesson M&P, or other common personal defense handguns that use gas-assisted cycling? Are we criminalizing the sale of the most popular handguns in the state? If the intent is truly not to restrict handguns, then the bill language must reflect that, clearly, explicitly, and without legal confusion. We cannot move forward on a bill with felony consequences, a statewide enforcement mechanism, and an unprecedented ban on firearm types without total clarity on what is and is not prohibited. Whether you support the policy or not, this is about responsible lawmaking. We owe it to the people of Colorado not to guess, not to interpret, not to rely on post-passage intent statements, but to be precise and transparent in the law we put on the books. I respectfully move that we refer Senate Bill back to second reading, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nice to be back in person with you all. Good rep from Loveland. I think I was in that same accident. Thank you. 9 pages to 18 pages to 24 pages. Amended 35 times. I, too, am in favor of sending this back 2 seconds. People who testified in judiciary, heck, people who testified in the Senate, y'all got a different bill in the House completely. If you testify in judiciary, it changed so much to finance, you got pretty much a different bill. We don't still, I think, know who's funding this. Appropriations was a different bill. I don't think the people got a fair representation to have their voices heard. They clearly weren't stakeholded. 80% in finance, where I reluctantly subbed in and will never do again. No offense, Rep. Lindstedt. I heard 80%, I think we had one panel in favor of this bill. The rest of the people talked about, and so I wanted to come up here and talk about the policy of the bill. Because there's so much, I wrote it down, there's so much that is unsolved in this bill that I think the people of Colorado need to understand. So to own a new firearm per this bill, this is the criteria. 1, you have to complete a firearm-related course that meet the criteria established by CPW. But before you can even do that, you must obtain a course eligibility card by applying to a sheriff on a form approved by CPW. Now that might work for the urban areas, but for rural Colorado, for our farmers and ranchers who have to take time off from work and go all the way into the sheriff's department, hour and a half, 2 hours. I'm sure some people from rural Colorado can testify to that. Again, what a disservice to those guys that work all day long to now have to do that to own a new firearm. Certain information must be on this form, including the results of a name-based criminal history background check conducted by a private vendor, another fee. Sheriffs are responsible for approving and issuing cards or denying. I can't imagine the bias that people are going to claim happens there. We had an IT guy who said a lot of big words that I didn't understand, and so I asked him, is this going to be doable in the next 170 days? And verbatim, he said that this new system, because this will be a new system, we're not using the old system, we have to establish a whole new system, that this will never happen and definitely will not happen in the next 170 days. It's not doable, safe, or sealable. He said each office it would cost 6 figures in a year's worth of time. That should scare everybody, especially with the insults to privacy that we've seen happen in this very own building on some of our systems here. Each sheriff may establish a processing fee. What is that fee? Do our constituents know what that fee is? That fee rural Colorado could be $30, and in my district it could be $1,000. So there's no fee, we're just a fee to cover the cost of issuing the cards. But no one knows what the fee is, there's no cap. It can vary wildly. Cards are valid for 5 years, and then you must repeat this crazy cycle again. Once a card is obtained, we're on number 6 now for anyone following along, just to own a constitutional right, a person must take courses from the instructors approved by the sheriff. And this is where the problem really lies. So the fee doesn't even include your license to hunt, go fishing. It used to be about $100 a class. Now it's going to be about $200 a class. You got to take time off from work. Farmers, ranchers, got to drive in, find a class. But the problems with the classes is there's a lack of instructors. El Paso came and testified, they're booked out until August. CPW came and testified, they're booked out for 120 days for hunter safety, and that's before all the nonsense. Commissioner Stone of Teller County said it would take 3 years to get your concealed carry class because they only have 2 firearm instructors. 3 years for your Second Amendment right. He spoke eloquently about this being an unfunded mandate for his constituents to buy back their rights, and his county will have to be forced to cut out funding to healthcare, roads, and hospitals. I don't know if you guys remember, but pretty sure 2,000 teachers just said no more funding cuts for K through 12 education. I saw a lot of people go out on that balcony. Unfunded mandates right here. People in Colorado are sick of it. The teachers are sick of it. Students are sick of it. Another unfunded mandate, because that's what we keep doing. And I'll make sure that my teachers in my district know that. Number 7, instructors must verify a person's eligibility through a course. So the 2 instructors in Teller County got to make sure person's eligibility through a course record maintained by CPW, who's already 120 days past due for their hunter safety. System must allow for an FFL to verify that a purchaser has completed required courses. So we've got FFLs, CPW, we got the sheriffs, we got no main system. We've got a system that's got to be built in every sheriff's department in 170 days. We've got IT guys saying that is no way, shape, or form going to happen. We had no proponents of the bill saying it would happen. And we've got a list of policy that is not going to happen. And what I think is the most unconstitutional bill to hit our House floor. The bill allows CPW to charge a fee. Here's another fee. Another fee for a course eligibility card, and the sheriffs to charge a fee to process card applications. So fee. No one knows how much it's going to actually cost to protect yourself in our state. No cap on this fee, and we know, what we do know, people of Colorado, is that CPW needs to recoup millions of dollars to pay for this bill. Millions. No cap on the fee, Coloradans. But we know they got to pay for it somehow. In 2023, approximately 9.3% of Colorado's population lived below the poverty line. It's 540,000 people. Can barely afford to live in our state, and now they have to pay to defend themselves. They have to pay for their constitutional rights.
Rep. Bradley, I'm giving you latitude. Please drop back to the motion. Thanks.
Okay. A lot of fees in this bill. A lot of fees for this procedure that we have no idea what they are going to be. We're taking from law-abiding citizens to pay millions annually for a constitutional right to defend themselves. I was at the ER this weekend with my son, and he was in pain like I've never seen before. I couldn't do anything for him. I felt vulnerable and completely out of control. I cannot imagine if I could not defend my children in my home. I cannot imagine if I was a victim of domestic violence or rape and I had to wait 5 years to purchase a gun because of all of these fees and the backlog of classes to defend my children. Because we as legislators think we have all the answers. This is an unfunded, unjustified burden, and it is not fiscally responsible, especially when we're $1 billion in debt, especially when teachers,
Representative Bradley, please bring it back to the motion.
80% of people are against this. We should send this back to second reading so we can talk about the lack of procedures and policies in this bill. We don't know what the fees are gonna be. CPW is backlogged in the classes. The sheriffs don't know how they're going to fund this mandate. They don't know how they're gonna build a system that will be safe and effective. There are too many unanswered questions in this bill, and at the very basis, it's unconstitutional. I vote to refer it back. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support this motion. There's a lot of stuff we need to talk about, tons of stuff that we need to talk about that we didn't get a chance to talk about, and I think we should talk about some of that stuff. So I'm going to talk about some of the stuff that we should talk about. All right. First of all, this bill has been replaced multiple times and now is 3 times the bill that it started as. The people showed up to testify, wait in line for hours and hours and hours. A fraction of them got to testify. And then after 12 hours of testifying on one bill, the rug was yanked out, the bill was replaced and doubled. And now we've added about 50% again. We already talked about last time how one word changed it, going from yearly funding to annually appropriated continuously, because there is nothing so permanent as a temporary government program. So let's talk a little bit about what the sponsor had to say. 1 in 15 people in our country have been present at the scene of a mass shooting. That means 22 million people in the United States have been present at a mass shooting. That's about 4 Colorados. That sounds a little duplicitous to me, but it's something that's thrown out there for the emotionally manipulable. All right, gun violence is the #1 cause of death of children.
Representative DeGraff, just be cautious about how you are referring to other members in the statements at the well, not to impugn their motives or their intentions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, feticide is the #1 death of children, nearly 3,000 per day in the United States, 200,000 per day in the world. That's approximately 1 million children.
Representative DeGraff, back to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But I'm talking about what the sponsors have said. The sponsors have said things that are clearly in error, and they were not checked. At least 8 out of 10, the highest mass casualty shootings involve semi-automatic weapons. And so here again, we get to the actual part of the bill. This bill is about semi-automatic weapons, not gas-powered semi-automatic weapons. Gas-powered semi-automatic weapons is just something that's in there to make it sound scary. It's a matter of the difference of operating with compressed gases via a gas siphon system versus a blowback system is a matter of type, not kind. This is going after. Now, what is the example of a typical gas operated? Well, of course, that's the AR-15. This is another assault weapons ban. It's going after something, and it's trying to classify it using the Bruin language to say this is uniquely dangerous, that a gas-powered firearm, which is all of them, because all of them, the bullets are expelled using the expansion of gases. They're all gas-powered. And if you look at it, of course, the bill allows for the expansion of that language. If you do not complete the permitting, what we're talking about is the permissive state again, the nanny state, the permitting and asking the state. Again, why do we have the Second Amendment? We have the Second Amendment for the 5th that in the Declaration of Independence that talks about if we become under a tyrannical government. This is to prevent a tyrannical government. And the Second Amendment works in the prevention of tyrannical governments. And I'll talk about that in a little bit because we should talk about it because we didn't.
Representative DeGraff, we should be talking about the bill at some point. Right now, we're talking about the motion to refer to seconds. I want to give you latitude here. Please draw your statements back to the motion before us.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just talking about some of the things that we should talk about in second readings, which is why we should be. So I'm talking about the things that we talked. we should talk about how in 2013 we passed a magazine limit of 15 rounds, and today we're here because that's never really enforced. Okay, so we took an unenforceable law that was unconstitutional, and instead of dealing with that law, now the sponsors want to expand it beyond anything that was ever intended. Again, the solution to bad legislation is worse legislation in this body. A semi-automatic gun with a detached magazine. It doesn't say a gas-powered gun. It doesn't say a gas-powered semi-automatic. It says a semi-automatic gun with a gas-powered magazine. The sponsors' Freudian slips are telling you what this bill is about. That allows for an unlimited amount of ammunition. Unlimited. I guess if you have magazines, you can take, so you are limited. And what you're limited mostly by is the human condition, and that would be something that we should probably get back to. Why do we have an increase in the rate of deaths? Does it have anything to do with the state and creating fatherlessness in the home? Does it? We don't know, because we're not talking about that sort of stuff. But let's talk about some of the things that we should talk about. All right. An unarmed man can only flee from evil, and evil is not overcome by fleeing from it. So let's talk about political violence. When the party of political violence tells me I don't need a gun, I think I need a gun. And we ought to look at things like lynching that was supported by FDR through all 4 terms. 17, let's see, what is it, 4,743 deaths? 3,446 deaths? Yes.
If the motion before us is to refer the bill back to seconds, I would prefer that I will ask that you keep your comments to the content of the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm talking about why the sponsor brought this bill forward in the first place and says it's due to safety. But let's talk about the safety. Let's talk about safety, and let's talk about political violence. We went out of 24 deaths, $1 billion to $2 billion worth of damage. That could have been protected possibly by people who have guns, but we're not going to talk about that. We need to talk about things like Murdoch versus Pennsylvania. A municipal ordinance that's construed to apply requires payments and license to pursue their constitutional rights. A state may not impose a charge for the enjoyment of a right granted by the federal Constitution. This is fees and taxes to enjoy a right. The flat license here restrains in advance the constitutional liberties. You are constrained in your exercise of your constitutional liberties 24 pages worth. Is that going to stand up? That the ordinance is non-discriminatory is immaterial. The liberties guaranteed in the Second Amendment are in the preferred position. So we need to talk about that as this constitutionality. Besides the $50 million, which is probably only a tenth of what it is of unfunded mandates, what are the lawsuits going to cost? What are the lawsuits going to cost the citizens of Colorado? SB 03 is an incredibly fiscally and functional, convoluted, and duplicitous bill. It's tripled. In its effort to bring it down a few faces on the totem pole of radicalism are just making it more complicated. So let's talk about what did the sponsor do? The sponsors linked it to that these types of firearms were uniquely dangerous because they need to use the wording of Bruin. The gas mechanism in both are different in type, not kind. So what makes it? So this is again an assault on the AR, the Armalite 15, the nemesis of the Democrat Party for some reason. This isn't.
Representative DeGraff.
Yes, ma'am.
Again. And my final ask.
Okay. When we look at the reason that the sponsor stated for this bill, we also can look at that, well, we could look at that about 95% of the people in Colorado do not want this bill. The stakeholding, the sheriffs don't want it, the municipalities don't want it. A handful of very partisan activist groups want it. And this is all why we need to talk about what's going on with this bill. We need to have it go back to second so we can talk about these things. This is not a bill that represents Coloradans. This is a bill that represents a handful of activist groups. That's it. So let's talk about, because the sponsor brought it up, that said these are things that we need to talk about. We should talk about these things in our conversation on seconds. The first mass shooting in the United States happened in a school, and that was back in 1764 when the Lenape Indians killed a schoolmaster and 10 children. But then we can go on and let's look at what these things have in common. Is it
Representative DeGraff,
gas-powered? Yes, ma'am.
you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Gun-free zone, 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 gun-free zone. Especially the Boulder had a no weapons policy. That was committed with a Ruger AR-556.
Representative DeGraff, your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Hartsook. Speaker Pro Tem. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So the motion is to refer back to seconds. And the reason that we are asking this is you've heard several of our members that have come up here and talked about the size, the scope, the change, and everything else on this bill. It has almost tripled in size since it was originally introduced, going through both chambers, numerous committees. The current fiscal note is 10 pages. There's been about 35 amendments. So we're looking at a total of 34 pages, including the fiscal note, countless changes that are in there. We just held the town hall on Saturday. And people were asking a lot of questions. That was probably the single most requested topic for discussions. They all had to submit questions in advance. And there was question after question on what is the impact of 03? What will this do to my business? What will this do to my ability to buy guns? What will this do to my ability to hunt? And the list went on. And we talked about all the changes that it went through. We talked about everything that was discussed. And I would like to thank the sponsors. As they pointed out, there's a very specific process, and we do have a very specific process. That process, when we go through the various chambers and the committees, is that we add the amendments. I would submit to you that with the addition of 35 amendments and numerous committees and discussions, the original discussion no longer applies. We need to go back, now that we've got a final bill and a somewhat final fiscal note, and have that discussion on this final product. Because the things that we discussed all along in committees and even on seconds and in committee reports is not what we will be voting on today. That's why we need to refer this back to seconds, to have that in-depth debate. This is our process and our procedures of requesting that. And I know that the sponsors have pointed out that we had that discussion, and they bring up some valid points. Our argument is that those points were on what was originally introduced, what it was amended to. There were so many amendments that went through, people can't catch up to it. That was evident at our town hall that we had on Saturday. What we are asking here is when it goes back to seconds, then we have a debate on what is sitting in front of us. What is this, quote, final product, this final bill that we will be voting on? Because to vote today on this issue is very different than what we started out, what I debated when we discussed it in finance. It's quite different. There are countless examples in here of where it's referred to different entities within the government, who has jurisdiction, where different funding is coming from. We have funding streams that are crossing all over the place that are tied back to prior bills. We have this budget shortfall coming up. We will, in this chamber, we'll probably see the long bill in a couple of weeks. This has a huge fiscal note to it. It has a fiscal note that is also tied to a prior bill that was put in. These are why we want to see it go back to seconds. These are why we want to have a further discussion. These are the issues that we need to dig into Is some of this even possible? Now, ultimately, when we vote on both this motion, and then at some point when we vote on the bill, that call will be made. But don't we owe it to ourselves and certainly to our constituents to debate and discuss the actual final product that is sitting in front of us today versus what we have seen over the last several weeks and months that have gone through both chambers and the various committees? I would say yes. I would say we need to go back to seconds to have that discussion and tear into it. Go through it in detail. Have those points hammered out. Because right now, with this nearly tripling of the original bill, the 35 amendments and the 10-page fiscal note, we are not looking at what we started with. We're not even looking at what we amended coming out of the last committee when it came from finance and went into appropriations. It is a very different bill. And that is why I would urge you to go back to seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I do urge a yes on this motion. We do need to take it back to seconds. We do need to take it back and talk about the parts of this bill, the bill being unconstitutional. We need to be reminded that under the Supremacy Clause, which is Article 6, this Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby, anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. The senators and representatives before mentioned, and the members of the several state legislatures, and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution. So we know that the Second Amendment is very clear, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, period. And we know there's no more. The next amendment, 3, no soldiers shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, comma, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. There's a comma there, and in addition. And we know that James Madison and the others would have added a comma to Amendment 2 if they wanted additions, exceptions. There's no comma. Shall not be infringed, period. Amendment 3, nor in time of war, comma, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. This is very clear, it's very simple. I don't think there's much interpretation on this, so we need to go back to second readings to talk about this, and I urge a yes vote on this motion. Thank you.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Colleagues, I'll keep it brief. This bill had 12+ hours in judiciary. I would like to point out that every person who signed up to testify online or showed up in person was granted that right to express their opinion on the bill. Not a single witness was left out. We spent 5+ hours in the Finance Committee, with the exception of some fictitious names. My understanding is every person who signed up to testify on the bill was granted the opportunity to do so, even if you showed up after the point which we weren't taking any more names to be submitted for in-person. We made those exceptions possible thanks to the committee chair. We also spent 12+ hours on this bill on Friday, if you remember. I would point out that debate was not limited on this bill. There was no time limit enforced on this bill. And my co-prime and myself were here, listening to the remarks that were shared. I want to touch briefly on the notion that we need to listen to understand. That is true, but that does not mean we need to agree. That is the responsibility of each of us representing our districts here in this space. I do listen. I do understand. I disagree. So do my constituents. And so, with all due respect, I do not believe that our process has somehow run afoul of what we are here to do, which is to run amendments on our bills to make them better. That's what I'll continue to do. If it's 30 amendments, if it's 50 amendments, whatever that is, that's what I'm here to do. That's doing our job, as I understand it. And so I would ask for a no vote on this motion.
Thank you. The question before us is a motion to send Senate Bill 3 back to second reading. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Lindsay votes no. Representative Smith, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Smith votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative Soper. Representative Soper is excused. Mr. Shebel, please close the machine. With 23 ayes, 40 no votes, and 2 excused, the motion has failed. Back to discussion on Senate Bill 3.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move SB 003 to a joint special committee. May I proceed?
Representative DeGraff, I'm going to check on that motion. Just one moment, please. The House will stand in recess. The House will come back to order. Thank you, Representative DeGraff. We did verify the motion 9C and D reference either a special committee or a special joint committee. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right, so the point of this motion is to demonstrate that this bill implicates a number of areas of law. It should therefore be considered. Some things that I'm thinking about, we talked a little bit about last week, are that you can only infringe, and this is now 24 pages of infringement. You can only infringe on such a right if it has some sort of law enforcement benefit. And now we're going to look at putting CPW in there. And I'm not sure CPW has the law enforcement, and do we want to put them in a law enforcement category? Now, so just some things, I don't know. Maybe they do have law enforcement and we should do that. But you also have things in here in our Constitution, quaint little document, that talks about fingerprints, that the fingerprints have to be returned to you. So now you're going to do fingerprints as part of this background check of law-abiding citizens for whom you don't have any reason to suspect anything other than the wanting to exercise their right to self-defense, and deprive that for some period of time whereby their fingerprints are probably taken and that biometric. So now what happens to those fingerprints? Because the state says, the Constitution says they have to be returned. But if you put those fingerprints into a database, how are they returned? So we need to talk about this in a joint special committee. We need to explore all of these things before we put more bad legislation into the works. We need to talk about what the overall implication is on the counties, the municipalities. We know at least it's going to be $50 million. Do they have that in their budget? Do they have that to work? And they're in their budget. I mean, that's something for which I think we should really sit down in a joint special committee and figure out how this is all going to work. Now, if I were somebody who owned a handgun or some sort of personal self-defense, then I'd probably be inclined to, I don't know, say, initiate a lawsuit. I could do that for $250 at the court for any time that I would go down to the sheriff's office, apply for my permit, to apply for a permit, to be permitted to permit a purchase under this bill. And then I would institute a lawsuit to say, I should have this determination to have the right, my Second Amendment rights, my right to self-defense, returned to me. Now that's going to clog up one more part. So do we have the judiciary that can handle this? What's their budget going to be when people decide that they want a timely trial when their rights, because you can't deprive someone of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. So I think we need a joint special committee to actually go through all the inner workings of this bill. Now, we could have asked the people of Colorado, 95% of them or so are opposed to this. We do have a handful of specialist disarmament groups that are opposed, well-funded. But what is the impact here on the policies and programs of CPW and Parks and Wildlife? Sure, apparently it sounds like they want in on this action. Is their budget going to increase? Or is this just part of the that the division may do the necessary things to make this work, or they may not do the things to make this work? What's their plan? Is their plan just to say, nah, we can't do it? I think we need to know that they have a reasonable, rational, workable plan. This bill, all it does is say, somebody come up with a plan. Somebody maybe come up with a plan. Law enforcement strains, both in process and on the citizenry. What is the implication going to be? We had a chat with the police officers right now. They're underfunded. Are we going to, in this defund the police movement that is ongoing, where we want to get rid of law enforcement, yet we keep adding laws and laws and laws and laws, and then we make laws to create criminals out of law-abiding citizens? What's that effect going to have? That's why we need a special committee. We need some people, now that we've got 24 pages, we need some people to actually sit down and work this out before we turn it into law. Otherwise, we're just turning it into law by turning it over to rulemaking agencies, executive agencies. We're asking the executive, once again, to make the laws on the people of Colorado. What are the economic considerations linked to harming and eliminating whole industries? We know that this is going to have a massive effect on industries. Is it going to have an impact on crime? No. The major impact on crime is called repatriation. That's going to be the major impact on crime. Judicial impact from increased crime, new crime, thought crime, future crime. More crimes than ever before, better, stronger, faster. Creating more crimes than ever before. The General Assembly. No. More fees, more crimes. What's that going to do to the judiciary? We just had to add millions of dollars to the judiciary to process this. Now we're going to turn more citizens of Colorado into criminals, which is why we need a joint committee. What are the educational impacts? What are the educational impacts? We have about 25% of our population that's graduating from high school because only 80% graduate. The last time I looked at it, the average is about 25% meet or exceed the standards to continue. Can they pass? Do they lose their right of self-defense because they can't pass a standardized test at 90%? A group of people that have said standardized tests are racists, we're going to put out a standardized test that has to be passed at 90%? And what happens when that test is not passed at 90%? Do they need to go back in the queue in the permissive state to ask more Mother May I of the nanny state to say, I would like to reapply because I didn't pass at 90% the first time? What are the implications of that? What are the implications of the fees? Do you get your fees back? If you don't pass with 90% the first time, well, the work was completed. At fees, taxes. What are the taxes? What are the poll taxes? I mean, what are the Second Amendment taxes? The Second Amendment, the poll tax, was used as a way to keep people from voting. And it was justified. They said, well, you're not really paying to vote, you're paying for the ballot, which is why we need a special committee. We need to talk about this. What's going to happen? What's going to happen when somebody is denied? And you say, you say, you know what, you're just too poor. You're too poor for self-defense. Wow. And then we say, oh, well, you're at a disadvantage because you went through the public school system and you can only read you can't read at 12th grade level and pass that. Then what? What are the implications? What are we going to do? What bills are we going to have to pass on top of this in order to make this workable? That's why we need a special committee. There's lots of things to consider in this, not just ramming through another bill to make some well-funded constituencies feel good about disarming the citizens of Colorado, which we know will statistically do nothing but form the basis of forming more laws to do next year or even this year. So we have an unworkable law. I mean, we feel it's an unworkable law. So a joint special committee should be able to, you say it's a workable law. So a joint special committee should be able to sit down in an afternoon and go, this is how it's going to work, this is how much it's going to cost. We don't know how, right now we're saying we don't know how much it's going to cost, we have no idea how much it's going to work, but this body wants to impose it on the municipalities and somehow say we're sort of something about home rule.
Representative DeGraff, you have 40 seconds remaining.
There's that 40 seconds again. So I think we need to send this back to a special committee because I think we need to know the workability of this law. We should not be passing laws. We should not be voting something, passing it to find out what's in it. That was a bad idea then. It remains a bad idea.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am actually very supportive of this amendment. I'm new to this chamber. I think this is day 75. Taken some time to look through the rule books. And I think this is the right thing to do. I sympathize, truly, I sympathize with the House sponsors. They shepherded this through 3 committees. I think there's been about 35 amendments hung on it, trying to perfect a tremendously half-baked bill that came out of the Senate. I think a joint special committee to draw them back in to the product that they sent over to us incomplete and ill-considered is necessary. We had some discussion a few weeks ago about whether we should just pass something over to the Senate to let them fix it. There were quite a few folks that felt that sending bills that needed correction out of this chamber over to the Senate to do our work for us was wrong. I agreed with that then, and this is a tremendous teaching point example of what happens when something comes from one chamber to another and it's not ready for prime time. This bill did go through several committees here in the House, and at each step there was a lot of testimony. I think everybody could be listened to, hopefully were listened to, and amendments were made. So there's been a huge effort, I think, on behalf of the House sponsors to try to fix this bill that was dropped on them with some apparently large flaws, at least 35 of them that were recognized during the process so far. And we talked earlier about others that could or should be fixed if it went back to seconds today, but I guess we decided not to do that, which is fine. That's how votes work. But the Senate, if you remember, are pretty proud that they stayed up late, long after midnight, considering this. After it came out of their Judiciary Committee on the Senate floor, they put one late night into it, and they amended it very heavily that night. They turned it into something it hadn't been when it arrived. And then they sent it to us. They didn't take the time to do what we've argued should have been done on Friday. They didn't take the time to realize what they had done to the bill that had come before them, probably because they were really tired, and I sympathize with that as well. I know several of the senators over there very well, worked together with them as commissioners long ago, and I know there's at least 3 over there that are really clued into how hard it is to actually implement poor legislation when it falls in your lap. So I'm sure they argued strenuously to do some other things with it, but they were 3 out of 35. But had they sent it back to their finance committees, they might have figured out something better. Had they sent it after that to appropriations in the Senate, they might have come up with something better. They might have sent something finally over to this chamber that was nearly complete, that we could have spent time asking specific questions about, the questions we really didn't get to on Friday. But I think that if we do move this back to a joint special committee, perhaps something made up of folks on our side from Judiciary, Appropriations, and Finance, those that actually took time in those other 2 committees to really dig into this bill and make some changes that made it different, made it workable, I don't know, and shared that knowledge with our Senate colleagues that sit on Finance and Appropriations and Judiciary, that together, that group, along with some other experts that may know something about firearms and what we're actually trying to regulate here, that we might come up with something that meets the intent of the original sponsors of providing some safety. Or maybe it was just to enforce a magazine ban. We really don't know anymore, I don't think. But I think if we got that group together to really think about how this impacts our citizens, how it impacts life, safety, some of the other items that were mentioned, how it impacts our ability to actually test people based on the education systems we have. What are the impacts on CPW? What are the impacts on this state as a whole as we go down this path? We might, at the end state, come out with a better product. I mean, we know it's going to go back heavily amended to the Senate to start with, and they're going to have to try to figure out themselves what happened with these 35 amendments that have been hung on it so far on our side. And maybe that was 35, including the ones that they put on in the Senate. But there's substantial changes since it left them. And if we're still sitting here trying to figure out what those changes mean, I'm not sure if the Senate's up to it. I think it would be best if we just sat down together with folks from both chambers and any outside experts that might be needed to actually figure out if this is the right bill at the right time to come forward. So I absolutely urge a yes vote on this amendment, and thank you very much for your attention.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this motion to send it back to a joint special committee, and for much of the same reasons that my colleagues before me laid out. This current bill that we're facing on thirds here is so significantly different than how it was originally introduced. And I'm gonna keep repeating this, amended 35 times. I have here in front of me 6 different fiscal notes, 3 from the Senate, 3 from the House. Now, I know we kind of jokingly give our colleagues a hard time when something comes back from the Senate and we have to agree on the amendments from the Senate. What I fear is that what we're sending over to the Senate, if we pass this on thirds today, is so significantly different that it's not gonna get the justice that it deserves, that a joint special committee would have if we all sat down together in a committee, Republicans, Democrats from the House, Republicans, Democrats from the Senate, and hash out these concerns and these issues we have. The appropriations, finance, judiciary that we had in the House alone was a significant portion of those amendments. And it is worth noting, because it hasn't been said, that the Judiciary Committee hearing, that was postponed like 3 different times. A couple of the times was last minute. And a lot of the voices that wanted to speak on this didn't. And so we need to continue hearing what their concerns are if they haven't reached out yet. But a joint special committee makes sense. Now, obviously, we don't do this for everything. I don't believe this may be the first motion that we've made this session to send something to the joint special committee while we're here on 3rd readings. But in that regard, it's proper in this circumstance because of how contentious this bill is for all sides of the aisle. So let's get this to a joint special committee. Let's sit down with our Senate colleagues. Let's talk out these different changes that it's made since it's come over to the House side. And let's make sure whatever bill goes forward from here is something that everyone can at least understand and be comfortable with, whether that brings you to a yes or a no or not. So I am definitely going to be an aye on this. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So if the motion is for a joint special committee. I would like to talk just for a moment about the fiscal note. There were six fiscal notes that have pertained to this bill so far. The first one came with the introduction on the 23rd of January. At that time, it was a 5-page fiscal note. We are now at a 10-page fiscal note. On the last page of the current fiscal note, I'd like to read the one paragraph. It says, technical note. Given the complexity involved in implementing this bill and the potential for delays in contracting or system development, implementation costs shown for fiscal year 25 and 26 may occur through 27 and 28. Based on this, Department of Natural Resources may require a roll-forward spending authority until the completion of the implementation or through fiscal year 27 or 28, whichever comes first. It starts out with, given the complexity involved. That's the first 4 words. Those did not exist in the prior fiscal notes. Those did not exist in the bill. So regardless of where you sit on your belief of the bill or the process, this last fiscal note states that this is a very complex issue. It didn't state that before. Therefore, it is only reasonable that it should go back to a joint special committee. Nowhere have we looked at something where it says, given the complexity involved. Nowhere before have we gone through and tied fiscal notes through a chain of other bills and other issues. We haven't done that. Sometimes things will be tied to different things. This is the 6th fiscal note. And on this 6th, and I hesitate to say final, but we'll say current fiscal note, when it talks about this complexity that did not exist in the prior fiscal notes, they are saying that this thing has gotten more and more complex, more and more detailed. How do we look at it? Well, the only way to look at it is through a joint special committee, where you sit down and you would hammer through the fiscal notes, the actual bill itself, the nearly tripling of the size of the bill. You need that committee of the experts. Let's talk about some of the things that this pertains to. Department of Natural Resources, Department of Revenue, Corrections, District Attorneys, Judicial, Public Safety, local governments, court system. All of these entities will be impacted by this legislation. All of these entities will be facing either a fiscal impact to them, a readjustment, and you go through the fiscal note, it talks about how different departments will incur different fiscal impacts. How is that going to be paid? Where is that going to come through? That special committee should delve into this and look at where do these things tie into. They should pull in and get the stakeholders from all those committees that will be impacted. Otherwise, this bill will land on people's desks, like the sheriffs, because it can go in here and it talks about what the sheriffs will incur. It talks about what local governments will incur, what natural resources will. On and on and on. The special committee could work through this and come to a resolution before all these various departments and entities get handed a piece of legislation and everyone's scrambling, how do I implement it? How do I pay for it? How do I adjust? What do I prioritize? That is not a good way to legislate. That is not a good way to do business or policy. And that certainly doesn't help the various agencies that will be impacted in governments, definitely in this time of a fiscal crunch. I urge an aye vote on this motion to refer back to a special committee. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I agree with my colleagues that we really need to take this back to a joint special committee. We've already established that this will have a huge, actually devastating impact financially on the sheriffs, counties, CPW, and as we've learned on Friday, it most likely will have a $27 million impact on Parks and Wildlife. In the military, you've heard from a few of my military colleagues, in the military, we never go into a conflict without a well-developed plan. If you do, your success of coming out of that, especially the lives of your people, is going to be pretty low. This is impacting people. This is going to impact lives. And I really believe that a joint special committee is going to allow us to actually further dig into what this bill is going to do and how we can plan for this, because you can't just slap this on someone's desk and expect them to just wing it. This is not a wing it kind of bill. We've got a lot of new information after the rewrites and 35 amendments and in 6 fiscal notes and millions of dollars that we've learned since the beginning of the bill, that we really need to go back to a committee, joint special committee, and figure things out before we just shove this on the people of Colorado. We need to make a plan. We need to get all the stakeholders involved. And we need to, if we're going to do something, it needs to be done wisely so it can execute correctly. And by just shoving this out there, it shows lack of thought, lack of planning. And that is not the type of legislation that I want to do. I want good legislation, not just something that's just slapped together and piecemealed like a puzzle. Let's make sense of things. And I urge everyone to please allow this to go back to Joint Special Committee and vote yes on this motion.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, too, urge an aye vote to refer this bill back to a joint special committee. I want to thank the bill sponsors because I do think it was great to let the citizens of Colorado speak for 12 hours in judiciary. I think that this is their house and they pay the taxes on this house and they should be heard. And I don't think we should ever limit their ability to speak, but I don't think the citizens of Colorado have been able to speak to this bill. I mean, we're speaking to this bill. They have not been allowed to speak to the current bill. In finance, they could only speak to the fiscal part of the bill, and then they passed out an amendment when we all sat down, and the people that came to testify didn't even know what the amendment said because we don't make the amendment public, and they thought they were testifying for the Wildlife Cash Fund, which then got struck at the very last minute, and so they were testifying about the Pittman-Robertson Act, and so they didn't know what they were doing. So that's the reason we need to bring this back to a joint special committee, because I don't think that anyone knows what this bill entails, and we need to bring it back so we can all sit down and talk about where the financial component is coming from. Does it impact the Pittman-Robertson Act? Does it not? It just seems like it's getting kind of passed around, and I think it would behoove us and the citizens of Colorado to know what's going on, for all of us to sit down and kind of understand that. I think the sheriffs are completely frustrated with the unfunded mandates, and again, they're going to cut funding. This is gonna cost a lot of their departments upwards of $750,000. Where are they getting that from? Where are they pulling that money from? They're going to pull it from roads, healthcare, hospitals. They've got to pull it from somewhere. So we need to refer this back. Hunting and fishermen are not going to buy licenses here. If they can't get their hunter safety classes because CPW is so far behind and they're up for renewal every 5 years, then they will go somewhere else to hunt. That is a big impact to CPW. So we would need to refer this back. We need to understand the fiscal implications to not only CPW, but to the Sheriff's Department. And the citizens need to know and understand. So I urge an aye vote on this motion to send it back. Thank you.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I spoke to this a little bit the last time I was up here and sending it back to second reading. The biggest thing that we all know about a special committee is we pick the committee, that the layout of the committee as far as the bipartisanship goes. Sending it to a special committee, joint committee even, would force us to have a bipartisan conversation about this and the outcome and the final product of this bill. So, of course, I definitely support the motion to send this to a special committee, refer this to a special committee, because it does. It forces that, even though it would be outnumbered like everything else around here, it would be something that we can at least discuss it on a bipartisan level. No matter what the number ratio is, we can have the conversations. Every side of this argument can be heard, can be hopefully appreciated, but that's what we need to do more of in this building. And with bills like this, where there's absolutely no bipartisanship, we have to, in some cases, force bipartisanship, force that conversation. When we have people showing up in 4-1 opposition to this bill, that should ring true to a lot of people. That should show people there is a heavily weighed opinion of this being a huge violation of their personal responsibility to protect themselves, their constitutional right to protect themselves, everything else. This motion, sending it to a special committee, would give us that opportunity just to have that conversation, nothing more, nothing less. But hopefully we can get something more out of it, because obviously every time this has been heard, that argument has been silenced. There's been no bipartisanship. It's been a completely partisan train running this through every committee and every time it's been heard. So of course, a special committee would be a huge benefit to creating something good out of what I see as something horrible. So what are the reasons not to send this back to a special committee? We want to get it through quickly. We want to get this as rammed through as quickly as possible, under the radar, without any more opposition than it's already getting. I don't know. Whatever the reasons are not to, I think should be put on the back burner when we're talking about the absolute reasons why this should go to a special committee, the obvious reasons why this should go to a special committee. We need to have these discussions. We need to have the appropriate people talking about something like this, people that work in this industry like myself, people that live in this industry, not just people that are getting information from a lobby or anything that is pushing this bill, as far as especially something that's being labeled as a public safety idea. So that's why we need to send this to a special committee, so that it can have a little bit more, not just bipartisan conversation, but some expertise in the room that can be included in the conversation. I don't like the fact that there's so much more opposition to everything that we're proposing in an aspect of this. I just encourage everyone to vote yes, send this to a special committee where we can have the bipartisan conversation, have legitimate, informed conversation on the subject matter and the constitutionality of the bill. So I encourage a yes vote.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the reasons previously articulated, 12 hours in judiciary, 5 hours in finance, 12 hours on the floor, bill amended because of further work done, which is our job, we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to refer Senate Bill 3 to a special joint committee. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Lindsay votes no. Representative Smith, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Smith votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye, 41 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to refer is lost. To the bill. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor, as always.
It is an honor, as always, to serve with you.
I move Senate Bill 25003 back to the Appropriations Committee.
That is a proper motion. Please proceed.
As I review Amendment 66, which then manifests itself in the revised bill that we'll talk about later on pages 18 through 20, I ask all of us this question. Do we really want to overrule the actions of the Appropriations Committee? And let me read you what we, in effect, have overruled by way of Amendment 66. Amend re-engross bill, page 15, lines 17 and 18. Strike. Subject to annual appropriation by the General Assembly. The division may expend money from the fund and substitute money of the fund is continuously appropriated to the division. I've been here now for several years. I've never seen us overrule the decisions of our Appropriations Committee. This is an exceptionally dangerous precedent in my mind that I worry is going to be repeated again on other controversial bills. In addition, we have 3 branches of government for a reason, that we balance one another out. As a legislative branch, we have the right to enact bills. But don't forget for a second, we also control the purse strings. Do we really want to give this right up to the executive branch, where these executive directors report? I, for one, say no. Continuous appropriations. We and my colleagues, or I should say my colleagues and I and the JBC, have looked at a number of these this year with a request for new spending with the clause of continuous appropriations. For the most part, we have denied all of these. Under no circumstances should the legislative branch ever give up our right to control our costs. This is extremely dangerous, and we should never, ever do this. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be quick. I just wanted to come up here and support the good representative who's on the Joint Budget Committee, who has spent years, or the years we've been in here, working through our budgetary constraints, and I think we need to support this motion. Thank you.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We debated this amendment on second reading at length on Friday. I respect my colleague deeply. I disagree with the analysis and the conclusions. However, we would ask for a no vote on this motion.
The motion before us is to refer Senate Bill 3 to the Committee on Appropriations. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Lindsay votes no. Representative Smith, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Smith votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative Tatone is excused. Please close the machine. With 25 aye, 38 no, and 2 excused, the motion to refer back to the Committee on Appropriations is lost. To the bill. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an egregious bill, so I guess this is our last chance to stop it. $50 million at least in unfunded mandates to the counties. 50 million. Why unfunded mandates? Because it's not a priority for the General Assembly to put in the general budget. It's foisted on the counties. At least $50 million. And that was for clearing a backlog potentially of I think at least 2 million voters. We don't know exactly who's going to need this, and especially given the way the bill is written, that it's going to be expanded easily, if not by interpretation, and interpretation given to executive agencies. So we're not only just taking the appropriations aspect and then giving it over to the executive branch, we're giving the legislative part of our duties over and then giving it to the executive branch. So this bill is once again, is saying that the General Assembly is essentially a rubber stamp for the executive. That's what this bill says. We are going to give all of the aspects of this new 24-page bill that the citizens have not had a chance to talk about. Yeah, we've had amendments and they supposedly would, but the citizens have not had a chance to talk about this bill. It should have gone back to the citizens. And so we have basically what looks like it's unworkable, definitions that are infinitely expandable, and that's not unintentional. There are no reasonable gun measures. There are no reasonable solutions. There are only step functions in this. $1 to $2 billion in damage was done in political violence by the party that wants to get rid of your means to self-defense. And I wanted to talk about it. I didn't get a chance to talk about it. But every death is a tragedy. And if you want to look at where these deaths occur, where these mass shootings occur, they occur in gun-free zones. Gas-operated, semi-automatic firearm, just a couple of them. Gun-free zones, most of them. That's where these occur. Gun-free zones, gun-free zones, gun-free zones. So let's look at the history, because one of the reasons that we come up here and we say that we should not go down this road is the fifth that of our Declaration of Independence for the people in this country who do not just want to be shoved into becoming tax-paying widgets for a totalitarian empire. Let's look at the Ottoman. In 1911, the Ottoman Empire under the Young Turks enforced a firearm registration. And then starting in 1915, the Ottoman Empire executed the Armenian genocide, killing approximately 1.5 million. That's bigger than 207. In 1929, Communist Soviet Union imposed a strict gun control, centralizing firearms under the state. From 1929 to 1953, an estimated 20 million people, not statistics, people, dissidents, kulaks, ethnic minorities, were exterminated via execution. Most of their crime was being property owners. In 1933, the Nazi regime began tightening the Weimar era gun laws. In 1938, the weapons law banned Jews from owning firearms, following the Kristallnacht while arming Nazi loyalists. We know the result of that: millions. Not statistics, people, family, friends, neighbors. Is a semi-automatic firearm dangerous? Yes. Where is a semi-automatic firearm dangerous? In the monopoly of power held by the state. In 1975, the Khmer Rouge imposed immediate disarmament, confiscating weapons from civilians as part of the radical communist restructuring of society. And between 1975 and 1979, approximately 1.7 to 2 million Cambodians, about a quarter, 25% of the population, died from execution, forced labor, or starvation. Not statistics, people, family, friends, neighbors. Pre-1994, Rwanda had a strict firearms regulation with few civilians legally armed. In 100 days, starting in April 1994, Hutu extremists killed around 800,000, primarily with machetes. None of them were saying, wow, good thing we don't have any guns. 800,000 citizens, family, friends, neighbors, killed by gun control. In 1935, the Chinese Communist Party, led by Mao, began considering Chinese communists, that word keeps coming up again, communist, began consolidating control in revolutionary base areas, enforcing strict firearm restrictions on civilians. And what is that communist thing? Oh yeah, that's the abolition of private property. From 1949 to 1950s and beyond, Mao's regime killed millions during campaigns like land reform. Some of you will be excited about this. 1 to 2 million landlords were executed. 1962, 15 to 45 million deaths via famine and purges. The Cultural Revolution caused 1 to 2 million more families, friends, neighbors, not statistics. In the 1960s, Guatemala military government tightened firearms restrictions, requiring registration and limiting civilian ownership. And during the 70s and 80s, the military killed or disappeared 200,000 family, friends, neighbors. After seizing power in 1971, Idi Amin's regime quickly disarmed civilians. In 1971, his rule resulted in 300 to 500,000 deaths, family, friends, neighbors. In the former Yugoslavia, civilian ownership was heavily regulated, and during the Bosnian War, 1992 to 1995, these are not that old, approximately 100,000 people were killed in the Srebrenica massacre. Myanmar's civilian population has long been subject to strict gun control laws, and then starting in 2016 to 2017, Myanmar military launched a brutal campaign against Rohingya, killing at least 10,000, displacing 700,000 in what the UN labeled as a genocide. Family, friends, neighbors. We can go back to our own history. I mentioned it earlier. 4,743 victims, 3,446 black, 1,297 white. Crime, mostly being Republican. How about the Trail of Tears? Andrew Jackson, progressive Democrat, 60,000 people, 5 civilian tribes between 1830 and 1850, and the additional 1,000 Native Americans and their enslaved African Americans that were ethnically cleansed by the United States government. Family, friends, neighbors. That's usually where you see if the government says you don't need a gun, you need a gun. If the party of political violence says you don't need a gun, you need a gun. Wounded Knee Massacre, 300 Indians, 25 cavalry. Sand Creek Massacre. Under the promise of peace, 150 to 200 people, family, friends, neighbors. Let's look at mass killings involving vehicles. Nice, France, killed 86 and injured 434. Berlin, Germany, killing 12, injuring 56. Charlottesville, North Virginia, killing 32 and injuring 19 others. Toronto, Canada, killed 11, injured 15. Barcelona, Spain, killing 14 and injuring over 100. London, UK, killing 4, injuring 50. New York City, in 2017, killing 8, injuring 11. Are we going to now ban automobiles? This regime has offered to provide licenses for people here illegally to be able to drive. It's clearly the more lethal weapon of choice. Waukesha, Wisconsin, killing 6, injuring 62. Jerusalem, Israel, killing 4, injuring 17. Stockholm, Sweden, killing 5, injuring 14. What's the most deadly? Where do these fall? Well, they fall somewhere between lawnmowers and buckets. That's where ARs fall. ARs fall between lawnmowers and buckets. So next year, I suppose we're going to have...
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
Can I have my other 40 seconds? Are we going to ban gas-powered semi-automatic lawnmowers? What if you have a push lawnmower? Are we going to have robots? What's the limit to the number? I've got a whole list here. Stabbings, machetes, Rwandan genocide, railway station attack. Do you think anybody really thinks that being killed 800,000 to 1 million people keep being killed by machetes? What would have stopped that 800,000 from being killed? Probably if they had a gun. So history is written by the victors, remembered by the vanquished, and erased by those looking to repeat it. Bills like SB 003 ignore history. They erase history in favor of an emotionally manipulated set of statistics in order to erase the history. And the true history is that the genocide, the true danger of these firearms is when the government, when the state has a monopoly on force.
Representative DeGraff, your time has expired.
Vote no.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My last plea to you today, fellow colleagues. House District 51 rises in firm opposition to Senate Bill 25-003, a bill that represents one of the most sweeping restrictions on Second Amendment rights we have ever seen in the state of Colorado. Let's be clear about what this bill does. It bans the manufacture, sale, and transfer of a wide range of commonly owned semi-automatic firearms. Firearms that law-abiding Coloradoans use every day for self-defense, hunting, ranching, sport shooting, and protecting their home and families. This bill targets the tools of lawful citizens, not criminals. Criminals don't care about magazine limits or whether their handgun is gas-operated. They aren't lining up to take state-mandated training courses or apply for a government-issued eligibility card. But responsible, peace-loving Coloradans will be the ones burdened and criminalized. This bill creates a new state permitting system just to take a firearm safety class. It requires Coloradans to apply to their sheriff for an eligibility card, pay new fees, submit to a name-based background check conducted by a private third-party vendor, and attend in-person only trainings with no online option, no flexibility, and strict government-approved curriculum. And that's just to take the class, not to purchase a firearm. That right is still subject to an even longer list of qualifications, exemptions, and restrictions. Let's not ignore the centralized government database this bill creates, tracking every Coloradoan who completes a firearms course. The bill claims it's not a gun registry, but let's call it what it is, a registry of gun owners by proxy. And it opens the door to future abuse, especially when their data lives in the hands of bureaucrats with the power to deny your eligibility card for reasons as vague as a reasonable belief you may be a danger. That's not due process. That's judgment without trial. Colleagues, we're talking about firearms that have been in the hands of responsible citizens for decades. Armalite-style rifles, semi-automatic shotguns, handguns used for self-defense, and we are telling the people of Colorado that they can no longer be trusted to own them. What happens when the next emergency comes? When wildfires sweeping through our state? When law enforcement is stretched thin and help is 45 minutes away? Who do we expect to defend these families, these ranchers, these rural Coloradans? Because of this bill, a single mom in Loveland or a rancher in the Eastern Plains could suddenly be a criminal for buying the same firearm they've owned for 20 years. We should be supporting responsible ownership, not stacking bureaucratic roadblocks in front of it. We should be prosecuting violent offenders, not prosecuting gun owners. This bill does not make Colorado safer. It makes government bigger and law-abiding citizens less free. If we vote yes today, we are not just regulating firearms, we are reshaping the relationship between the people and their government. We are telling them that they must ask permission to exercise a constitutional right. House District 51 will not stand for it. I urge every one of you to stand up today, not just for the Second Amendment, but for basic fairness, for due process, and for the freedom that brought so many of us to this country in the first place. Let us stand for liberty. Let us stand up for the people, and let us stand for what is right for the great state of Colorado. Defend our Constitution, defend our citizens. I urge a no vote today.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. Here we are again, fighting against a bill disguised as a safety measure, when in reality it's nothing more than an attempt to strip away our constitutional rights based on emotions. Let's be clear. This bill is rooted in personal trauma and driven by emotion, not logic. As we've heard Friday, it's all based on emotion. Yes, terrible things happen, but we cannot make laws based solely on feelings while disregarding reason. That benefits no one. In fact, in this case, it will put more people in danger, perhaps even cost lives. Instead of targeting law-abiding citizens, we should be addressing the real issue, the mental health crisis in our state. Mental illness is the true root cause of these acts of violence, not firearms. A gun is simply a tool. If not a gun, then something else. A car, a truck, a knife, a bat, poison would be used instead. Just weeks ago, we saw multiple stabbings right outside this very building. Did we respond by banning knives? No, we did not. Because we recognize the weapon itself is not the issue. The individual wielding it is. This bill solves nothing, while punishing those who follow the law causes them everything. It must be mentioned that Senate Bill 25-003 is yet another example of shifting financial burdens away from the state and onto the local governments, leaving counties to cover the costs without adequate funding, increasing fees, including park fees and registrations. Instead of taking responsibility, lawmakers today in this House have chosen to pass the buck, forcing local communities to absorb the impact of this legislation to the tune of almost $5 million. To make matters worse, this bill could also strip $27 million from Colorado Parks and Wildlife, diverting crucial funds away from conservation efforts, outdoor recreation, park and wildlife management. This move not only weakens the environment, the environmental stewardship, but also places additional strain on rural areas that rely on these resources for tourism and local economies. Understand this. We are not standing here today as gun enthusiasts. We are here as defenders of your fundamental right, one enshrined in the Constitution by people far wiser than us. We all took an oath on day one to uphold that Constitution. And we, the ones fighting against this unconstitutional bill, take that oath very seriously. We fight this bill with every breath because giving up even an inch of our rights today means risking miles tomorrow. What constitutional right will be next? The First Amendment? That attack is already happening. The 13th Amendment? The 19th Amendment? Where does it end? If we allow bills like this to chip away at our unalienable rights, soon we will have none left. We must never allow that to happen. We cannot create laws based on emotion, and yet, here we are. Today is your last chance to prove to the people of Colorado that you are committed to passing meaningful legislation, laws based on reason that address real issues, rather than emotionally charged bills that erode our constitutional rights. Your vote today will define your judgment. Do you have the ability to make a sound, logical decision, or will you allow emotion to dictate policy? Show the people of Colorado that you understand the real problem, mental health, and that you are willing to work with for real solutions instead of dismantling our rights. I was sent here to defend my people, to keep them safe, and to stand for them. That is exactly what I am doing today. My people's rights outweigh your emotions. The way I see it, since Republicans lost control of the House, Colorado has fallen from the 10th safest state in America to the 3rd most dangerous. That is something you should not be proud of. We've watched our state spiral to near bankruptcy, become unaffordable, and suffer the collapse of our education system. These are real crises that we should be addressing. Instead, I watch this body strip away people's rights with dictator-like approach, driving this state further into the ground every day. We are tired of it, and we will never stop fighting. So today, I ask you, vote with logic, not emotion. Stand for what is right. Please reject this bill. On March 1st, 2014, a group of 8 attackers armed with knives and machetes formed the Coming railway station in Yunnan, China. They killed 31 people and injured 141 others. On July 26, 2016, in Satoshi, Uematsu, it was carried out a mass stabbing. They killed 19 residents and injured 26 others. Between 2017 and 2019, members of the MS-13 gang in Los Angeles were responsible for a series of brutal murders involving machetes and knives, at least 7 homicides. On November 16, 2024, a 21-year-old former student of the Wuxi Vocational Institute of Arts and Technology went on a knife rampage, killing 8 people and injuring 17 others. Again, firearms are not the problem. People with mental illness are. Let's focus on what the real problems are. Please vote no on this bill, because it fixes nothing. Thank you.
Representative Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I represent Thornton, mostly South Thornton. It has the highest crime rate in the city of Thornton. Several years ago, we formed the GCBGs, Grandmas Chasing Bad Guys. Some of us completed the Thornton Police Department Citizens Academy. Some of us took self-defense classes. We partnered with the Thornton Police Department to form the Citizens Engagement Team. Some grandmas purchased weapons. Some grandmas learned how to shoot. And this grandma still enjoys planking with an AR-15 shooting targets because it's fun. I don't hunt, but I do like target shooting. I was against this bill in its original form. I've had great conversations with my constituents, and I've learned some things. Then last week, a young man showed up at my house. Private property, multifamily housing, up several flights of stairs to put a flyer with my picture on it and a phone number for me to call myself to oppose the bill. This was not a lit drop. This was targeted. I want to deliver this message clearly. We are not scared. And we don't know what weapons someone has, the kind of person that targets grandma's house. And we don't know what they will buy. But we do know this. Before they buy weapons listed on this bill, we want them to take a class. Thank you.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today in strong opposition to Senate Bill 2503003, a bill that is not just an overreach, but an outright assault on the rights of law-abiding Coloradans. This is not a bill designed to make our communities safer. It is not a bill rooted in data-driven policy. It is a bill that punishes responsible gun owners while doing absolutely nothing to curb crime. I represent House District 19, which includes Erie, Dacono, Frederick, Firestone, parts of East Longmont, and unincorporated areas of Weld and Boulder counties. Communities where personal responsibility, self-reliance, and the protection of our God-given freedoms are not just political talking points, but core values. And yet those values are being trampled by this legislation. This bill would ban the sale, transfer, and purchase of certain semi-automatic firearms, criminalizing people who have done nothing wrong. It would turn law-abiding citizens into criminals overnight for exercising their natural rights. Let us be clear about what this bill does. It punishes responsible gun owners, sportsmen, hunters, and those who want to protect their families. The criminals this bill supposedly targets are not walking into gun stores and going through background checks. They are obtaining firearms illegally. In Weld County and across Colorado, law enforcement officers will tell you that violent crime is driven by criminals who do not follow existing gun laws, who steal firearms, who engage in illegal trafficking, who operate outside of our justice system. But instead of addressing these real threats, this bill focuses on the law-abiding Coloradans who follow the rules. We have seen this before. Look at the so-called large capacity magazine ban passed in Colorado years ago. Criminals did not stop using them. Law-abiding citizens were the ones affected. This bill is just another attempt to strip away the rights of Coloradans while pretending to address crime. As a small business owner, I understand the struggles of entrepreneurs across Colorado. This bill will destroy small businesses that sell firearms legally and responsibly. Many of these family-run businesses, places that have served their communities for decades. SB 003 will force them to close their doors, lay off employees, and strip them of their livelihoods, all while criminals continue to operate outside the law. Colorado's gun industry contributes significantly to our economy. The firearms industry supports thousands of jobs, from manufacturing and retail to outdoor tourism and hunting. But instead of supporting Colorado businesses, this bill treats them like criminals and seeks to shut them down. I served as a trustee for the town of Erie for 7 years. I've worked on local zoning, development, and economic issues. I know firsthand
that rural and suburban communities have different needs than Boulder and Denver. But yet again, we are seeing legislation that ignores rural Colorado, that pretends every community operates the same way. Firearms are part of life in Weld County. They are used for hunting, ranching, and home defense. They are part of our history and our way of life. But this bill does not care about that. It forces a one-size-fits-all mandate on every single community in this state, regardless of their needs. This bill is not about making our communities safer. If public safety were the true concern, we'd be addressing the surge in car thefts, fentanyl trafficking, and violent crime. We have law enforcement agencies across Colorado struggling with staffing shortages and record levels of crime. But instead of funding more officers, increasing penalties for repeat offenders, or giving law enforcement the tools they need, we are wasting time on a bill that will do nothing to stop crime. If we want to keep Coloradans safe, we should be focusing on stopping repeat violent offenders from being released back onto our streets, providing more resources for law enforcement instead of restricting their ability to do their jobs, enforcing the laws we already have instead of punishing law-abiding citizens. This legislation will not survive legal challenges. It directly violates the Second Amendment and goes far beyond what the courts have ruled as permissible under the Constitution. Other states that have attempted similar laws have faced lengthy, costly court battles only to see the restrictions overturned. But here we are about to pass yet another unconstitutional law that will cost taxpayers millions in legal fees while accomplishing nothing. Colorado cannot afford another expensive, ineffective, and legally dubious gun ban. We all want safer communities, but real safety does not come from restricting the rights of law-abiding citizens. It comes from holding criminals accountable and ensuring that our laws target the real threats, not those who follow the rules. If this bill were about stopping illegal gun trafficking, I would listen. If it were about cracking down on criminals who commit violent crimes, I'd be at the table. But that is not what this bill does. It punishes the wrong people, ignores the real causes of crime, and will ultimately be struck down in court. So I urge my colleagues, do not support this bill. Do not vote for something that hurts small businesses, ignores rural communities, weakens public safety, and wastes taxpayer money on legal battles we will lose. Stand up for the people of Colorado. Vote no on SB 003.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, I stand here today in strong support of Senate Bill 3 because, like many of you, I also get to speak for my community. And the children, the families, and my neighbors all deserve to feel safe at school, at work, or in our neighborhoods. No parent in East Denver, or Colorado at large for that matter, should have to send their child to school with a pit in their stomach wondering, is today going to be the worst day of my life? No teacher should have to focus on mapping out an escape plan instead of a lesson plan. And no child should have to practice hiding under their desk, terrified that an active shooter with a weapon of war will walk through a classroom door. Gun violence is tearing through communities and safe spaces, not just in schools, but in grocery stores, places of worship, and our own streets. We've seen the devastation in our community. We have lost too many lives, and we cannot sit back and allow weapons designed for combat to keep ending innocent lives. Let me be clear. Nothing in Senate Bill 3 prevents law-abiding citizens who already own these weapons from doing anything different. If you legally own a weapon covered by SB 3 today, this bill does nothing to change that or take your weapon away. What it does do is ensure anyone seeking to acquire these weapons must first undergo the proper training to operate them safely and responsibly. This is not about taking away rights. This is about making sure those who want to use these powerful weapons understand how to handle them properly, similar to the training we require for other dangerous tools in our society. This bill is not about burdening responsible gun owners. It's about making all of those who would violate our laws to get their hands on these weapons of war. It would to prevent those who get their hands on weapons of war. We all took an oath to the Constitution, and we all respect the Second Amendment. But we must also recognize that our respect for the Second Amendment and our need for public safety can coexist. Senate Bill 3 is a necessary step forward. It's about protecting the most fundamental right that all of us have, to live and feel safe in our homes, in our communities, in our schools, in our places of work, in our places of worship. It's about making sure weapons meant for war don't end up in the hands of those who would turn our schools and streets into places of tragedy. We have a responsibility to the people we serve, and I have a responsibility to the citizens of House District 6 to be their voice. A responsibility to parents in my district who just want their kids to come home at the end of the day. A responsibility to our community who want to walk down the streets without fear. A responsibility to act before it is too late. For that, I urge a yes vote on Senate Bill 3.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today in strong opposition to Senate Bill 25003 because it represents another government intrusion into the lives of law-abiding Coloradians. This legislation does not target criminals. It does not make our communities safer. Instead, it places unnecessary burdens on responsible citizens who are simply trying to exercise their constitutional rights. As someone who spent decades working in education, raising a family, supporting the military community, I understand the importance of safety. But I also understand the importance of freedom and personal responsibility. And this bill does not enhance safety. It erodes trust between the government and the people by assuming responsible Coloradans cannot be trusted to make their own decisions. SB 25003 is not a targeted approach to reducing crime. Instead, it casts a wide net, making it more difficult for law-abiding citizens to protect themselves while doing little to stop criminals who already ignore the law. It creates excessive cost, forcing working families, young single parents, and retirees on fixed incomes to jump through bureaucratic hoops just to exercise a right they already have. This bill ignores the reality of law enforcement challenges in our state. Many police departments may be understaffed, response times are increasing, and too often, violent criminals are released back into the streets with little consequence. Instead of focusing on giving law enforcement the resources they need to keep repeat offenders off our street, this bill focuses on restricting responsible citizens who want to defend themselves when help is too far away. I have heard from Coloradoans who live in rural areas where the nearest law enforcement officer may be 30 minutes away, maybe an hour away. For them, the right to bear arms is not an abstract concept. It is a necessity. They do not have the luxury of waiting for help in a life-threatening situation, and yet, this bill makes it harder for them to obtain the tools they need to protect their homes and families. Moreover, This legislation creates an unfair burden on women who seek to protect themselves. We know that firearms are an equalizer, allowing women to defend themselves against larger, stronger attackers. By making it more difficult to legally purchase and own a firearm, this bill disproportionately impacts those who are the most vulnerable to violent crime. But it is not just women who are impacted. Consider our elderly population, many of whom live alone or in communities with slower emergency response times. They are often targets of crime precisely because they are perceived as vulnerable. Restricting their ability to own and use firearms for self-defense leaves them at even more at risk. This legislation will also hurt small business owners, shopkeepers, gas station clerks, and other small business employees who often work late hours and handle cash, making them prime targets for crime. This bill creates additional obstacles for them to take measures to protect their businesses, their employees, and their livelihoods. Instead of making it easier for law-abiding citizens to protect themselves, this bill makes self-defense a privilege available only to those who can afford the time and afford the money to navigate excessive government requirements. We must also consider how this bill erodes the fundamental values upon which our nation was built. The Second Amendment is not a suggestion. It is a constitutional right. The right to keep and bear arms was enshrined by our founding documents because our forefathers understood that the ability to defend oneself is essential to a free society. Every new restriction on gun ownerships, however well-intended, chips away at that fundamental right. Where does it end? When is enough enough? If we truly are serious about reducing gun violence, we would be addressing the root causes. Mental illness, substance abuse, repeat offenders who continue to cycle through our criminal justice system. Instead, this bill penalizes good people while ignoring real issues. We need to focus on enforcing the laws we already have. We need to focus on criminal being accountable and ensure that violent offenders are kept off the streets. We need to support our law enforcement instead of tying their hands with misguided policies. And we need to protect the rights of responsible citizens rather than assume they are a problem. We already have background checks. We already have waiting periods. And we already have laws that prevent dangerous individuals from legally acquiring firearms. SB 25003 is yet another example of government overreach that does nothing to address the real problems facing our communities. Colleagues, I urge you to stand with the people of Colorado and for the people of Colorado and vote no on this misguided legislation. Thank you.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I didn't speak on Friday. I didn't speak because I was listening and thinking about the weight of this vote. Friday night, I went home, I hugged my kids, And over the weekend, I talked with my husband who grew up hunting antelope, moose, deer, elk, bear, and still hunts every season. In fact, I've gone elk hunting with him on horseback in northwestern Colorado, and we talk all the time about passing on this tradition to our kids in the future. We don't own semi-automatic weapons with detachable magazines. So when I asked my husband, do you need a semi-automatic weapon, a shotgun or gas-operated pistol with a detachable magazine for hunting? His answer was no way. He said hunting big game responsibly means killing an animal with one shot, because anything else is cruel and it's unethical. Anything else stresses the animal and increases adrenaline, which ruins the meat. In the last 2 elections, I've had teachers and parents ask me when I've been on their doorsteps, what are you doing about assault weapons? Now, nobody I spoke to was an expert on semi-automatic weapons with detachable magazines, but they know and intimately understand the costs of people being able to purchase a weapon of war. They know the cost of being a teacher in 2025, the cost of memorizing lockdown protocols instead of lesson plans, of keeping a first aid kit next to crayons, and of wondering if their classroom door will stop a bullet. What most folks don't know about me is that when I was growing up, I moved every couple of years, but the one place that I lived and continued to go home to was a farm outside of Oakland, Kentucky. On the farm, there was a rifle behind every single door. My grandfather taught me how to shoot, and he also taught me to respect guns, but not to worship them. I've never shot a semi-automatic rifle, and I don't believe that I have to be an expert about semi-automatic weapons, with detachable magazines or not, to know the impact and understand the cost. The cost of being a parent and hoping that my child comes home after school. The cost of looking at a backpack and wondering if it's bulletproof enough. The cost of my son bringing inside an orange flyer with my face and phone number on it because a radical group thinks they can intimidate his mom into voting against this bill? Well, good for you. Good for you. You know where I live, but you won't intimidate me. I know the cost of my son's innocence because at 9 years old, he understands how important it is to hide in a bathroom next to his peers and be as quiet as possible. The cost of my daughter's learning time because she'll learn how to do a lockdown drill before she learns multiplication. I know the cost of turning on the news and again seeing another community torn apart by something that we could have prevented. And I don't need to have fired a semi-automatic rifle to know that a classroom full of kids is not a battlefield. I don't need to know the rate of fire to know that parents are burying children, teachers are writing wills, and our communities are traumatized over and over again. I don't need to be an expert to say enough. Enough. Because here's what I'm an expert in. Listening to my community, protecting my kids, and using the vote that I have to do what's right. This bill isn't about taking away anyone else's traditions or punishing responsible gun owners. It is about drawing a line between recreation and devastation. It is about saying that the right to bear arms does not come with the right to shatter lives in seconds. And let's be clear, every time we flinch from action because it's politically hard or technically complex, we are choosing the status quo. And the status quo is killing people. So no, I didn't speak on Friday, but I'm speaking now. And I'll be voting yes, not just as a legislator, but as a mom, as a neighbor, and someone who still believes that public service means doing what's hard when it matters the most. Let this be the moment that we all choose courage over fear, action over excuses, and life over lethality. Let today be the day that we show up not with thoughts and prayers, but with courage and our yes votes. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in all of these hours of deliberation, I don't think once it was quoted what our Constitution states on the Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Free state, the United States of America. Should this bill pass, Colorado shall not be a free state. We will have to beg government and every other agency out there to ensure our safety so that we can protect our other liberties and freedom. The rural-urban divide is ever present. I've heard and I respect all of my urban colleagues when they say this. Guns, firearms are not just for recreation in rural Colorado. They are a means to protect our livestock, our equipment, and our lives. Just last year, I thank goodness that I had a firearm on me because there was a rogue half coyote, half dog on my property terrorizing not just my dogs, but the other neighbors as well. Had I not been armed, I might not be here today, or I would be very much have been in the hospital with other severe injuries. 5 years before that, my mother taking care of our herd of goats out there, a pack of wild dogs once again took out 17 head of our goats, and they were not there for food, they were there for game, leaving those goats to have to suffer while I made sure my mom was okay. If she had not been armed, she might not be here today. She is a disabled, elderly woman that I love with all my heart that cannot run. While she thinks she can fight, unfortunately she could not against a herd of dogs. This is about protecting. In rural Colorado, it could take upwards of 2 hours for law enforcement to get there. It could take upwards of half an hour for a community member, a neighbor, to come and save us. This is about public safety for all of Colorado. SB 25003 reduces firearm safety and violates our Second Amendment. We'll just be blunt about that. There's no sugarcoating it. One, it's constitutionally ignorant on what it means. Our Second Amendment, like all of our amendments in our Constitution, are God-given rights. The reason our founding fathers sought to put ink to paper was to guarantee that government could not, shall not, will not take that away from us. We, the people, have this right. And one of the things that has not been mentioned on this bill, although we have begged, we have asked for this to go back to second readings, to go back to committees, is the safety clause. We are taking a fundamental right away from the people, and we're saying no. We're putting a safety clause on this because we are the government and we are here to help. We don't want you to have a say on this. We don't want you to have 90 days to petition, have your voices heard, to be able to say what you need to do to protect your family, your loved ones, your livestock, your equipment, your neighbors, to feel prosperous and safe in your schools. My district, our teachers carry, and our students, our parents feel safe because we are not victims out in rural Colorado. We understand we are the first responders because help does not come for many, many minutes. And when tragedy hits, be it an animal or a human, every second matters. This is also fiscally discriminatory. We are telling folks that unless you're the elite, you do not have this right anymore should this bill pass. You have to pay to play. When do any of our rights say you get them but you don't? We are telling those who may not have the financial means, women, disabled, livestock owners, veterans, hunters, Coloradans across the state, if you don't have money for this, you don't get it. We want you to have to pay to protect yourself. This is also an unfunded mandate that is going to put a lot of burden onto our business owners, onto our local communities, onto our Colorado Parks and Wildlife, onto our sheriffs, law enforcement. And we instead are going to say, let's pass this through as fast as possible. Guarantee you, this will hit the courts. We'll be back next year saying, oh wait, we wish we would have thought of this. We're going to run yet another amendment bill to fix this one that we could have had time to do if we would have just sat down, slowed down, and thought through all the consequences. This bill does not address what I've heard many come up here saying it should. Public safety, mental health. Colorado is seeing a moral decline and a rise of mental health issues across the state. Yet this bill, all of the pages, all of the amendments, do little to nothing to address any of that. We need to make sure that we are making the stigma on mental health go away. We are making sure that we have resources for behavioral health. We need to make sure that we have moral decisions. And where do those happen? Local control, families, putting it back to the people who sent us here to do their voice, to be their voice of reason, to have common sense in this building. None of this bill in SB 25003 addresses that. I am all on board if anyone wants to look at mental health, behavioral health across the state, not just in rural, but in urban as well. I want to come to the table and help you address those. We are seeing suicide rates increasing, especially in our youth. And guess what? Every tool is used for that, be it medication, a rope, a knife. It's not always a firearm. Yet this bill fails to address any of that. We have a moral decline happening because we forget what the sanctity of life is in our state. Perhaps we should start there, back on the family focus, back on the local communities, the school districts, getting our local elected officials more involved. Instead of saying at the state, we're gonna do a one-size-fits-all for everybody because we know best for all 64 counties. We know best as a one-size-fits-all. We have heard many voices here. I recognize the urban-rural divide very strongly. This bill does not. It will very much disfranchise rural Colorado, our Western way of life, our principles, because a legislative body who has more voice in a population says, no, we know best. We talk about minority all the time. Rural is a minority. We are asking to be heard. We are asking to be addressed so we can protect ourselves, so that way a free state that this Second Amendment protects includes Colorado, not the 49 understates. It includes all 50 states. I strongly urge a no vote on this bill for the people of Colorado. Let's come together with solutions that actually do something for affordability, mental health, behavioral health, youth public safety, for our families across the state where all 64 counties feel like their voices are heard and not shut out. I urge you no vote.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
It is a pleasure to serve with you.
Colleagues, having heard 13 hours plus of testimony in the Judiciary Committee, let me start with one thing. Our colleagues have said that we didn't listen. Our colleagues have said that this bill has grown. Those are contrary issues, because the reality is the reason those amendments were placed on is because we did listen. And we did hear the need to ensure we had judicial review, the need to ensure that the gunsmith who testified in the Judiciary Committee about a problem with the bill had their concerns addressed. So I want to start with that. The reason we have committees and the reason we work through these issues is to listen and to address things, and that's why there were amendments. But I also want to say that nothing in this bill precludes the process or right to obtain or carry weapons for self-protection. As established in the U.S. Supreme Court, that I will speak about in a moment, and as noted by our colleagues, there are whole categories of weapons that are explicitly excluded from coverage in this bill, because those weapons are recognized as the tools that can be used for individuals to protect themselves in self-defense, which is the standard that the Supreme Court has used. Our colleagues have talked about the constitutionality of this bill and the history of rights in the Second Amendment. However, until 2008, the Supreme Court and the law of the land was that the Second Amendment only applied to federal restrictions on guns. States had always had independent authority to regulate guns in the state, and limitations that continue to exist were established at that time. For example, limitations on felons, mentally ill, and laws regarding sensitive places, limitations that continue to exist after Heller and Bruin. However, in 2008, the case of Heller clarified that the Second Amendment does protect the right to possess firearms for self-defense. The court also recognized that the right to bear arms is not absolute and can be subject to reasonable regulations. Justice Scalia in Haller stated, quote, "We do not read the Second Amendment to protect the right of citizens to carry arms for any sort of confrontation, just as we do not read the First Amendment to protect the right of citizens to speak for any purpose." In Bruin, the majority in footnote 9 states, "Because licensing regimes do not require applicants to show an atypical need for armed defense, they do not necessarily prevent law-abiding responsible citizens from exercising the Second Amendment right to public carry." Justice Kavanaugh, citing Justice Alito, stated, "The Second Amendment is neither a regulatory straitjacket nor a regulatory blank check. Properly interpreted, the Second Amendment allows a variety of gun regulations." We also recognize another important limitation on the right to keep and carry arms, as noted in Miller. As Miller has said, and we have explained, that the sorts of weapons protected were those in common use at the time of the adoption of the Constitution. And more recently, the Supreme Court, since Bruin, has not re-entered the fray and has let stand several regulations, several laws in several states that have banned magazines and have banned, more outrightly than this law does, assault rifle weapons. In August of 2024, a 16-member en banc panel issued a 14-2 decision in the Maryland case that upheld the licensing process and timeline for approval of that process. In the case of Ocean State versus State of Rhode Island, a recent case affirmed that a feeding device ban of 2022. The Circuit Court affirmed that decision, and the U.S. Supreme Court in January of this year denied certification on that case. Moreover, 3 federal appellate courts in the 3rd, 4th, and 7th Circuit have all ruled out outright bans in Delaware, Maryland, and Illinois laws. Outright bans on assault weapons are legitimate, and the Supreme Court has not overturned those decisions. They've denied petitions for certiorari. So I would note that what we're talking about in our case is a law that follows the constitutional precedents that the Supreme Court has given us to date. That is, that states have a right to regulate the possession of firearms, that right includes the regulation of magazines and high-capacity magazines, and also includes the right to establish permitting procedures. In this law, we are not precluding people from obtaining weapons in any case. We are not establishing an assault weapons ban. We are saying, before you pull that trigger, there should be some evidence that you've actually pulled it before under the supervision of someone who has taught you how to do that. That is not unreasonable. That is a power of the state, and that is the reason we should be voting for this bill, which is constitutional. And so I urge us to stand with the Constitution and vote for SB 003. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My good colleague and I have similar legal analysis, but once again fall on 2 different sides of the spectrum. Senate Bill 3 defines specified semi-automatic weapons broadly to include any semi-automatic firearm or shotgun with a detachable magazine and gas-operated semi-automatic handguns with detachable magazines. The bill does exclude things like 22 caliber rimfire or manual operated firearms, such as with a bolt action lever or slide. While possession of specified semi-automatic firearms is not directly affected by the bill, it does prohibit future sales or transfers except to FLs, out-of-state recipients, and by operation of law. A first offense is an M2, a second is an F6. The Second Amendment protects the right to bear arms. In D.C. against Heller in 2008, as we just heard, the Supreme Court held that the amendment guarantees an individual right to possess firearms for lawful purposes, such as self-defense, striking down a ban on handguns in the home in Washington, D.C. The Heller Court made several key points. The Second Amendment is individual and not limited to militia service and centered on self-defense. Like most rights, the Second Amendment is not unlimited or absolute, as was just stated. The court did caution that long-standing prohibitions, such as felons in possession of firearms, would likely pass Second Amendment scrutiny. The types of arms protected by the amendment are those in common use, and that's a principle that's been tied to the historic tradition of prohibiting and carrying firearms that are dangerous and unusual, a debate that we've had here today, such as fully automatic weapons is what the court found bombs and landmines. In McDonald against Chicago in 2010, the U.S. Supreme Court incorporated the Second Amendment as applying to the states through the 14th Amendment. Before that, it was up to the states. If you think about it, the First Amendment already had been incorporated, so we all know that yelling fire in a theater, depending on if you're in California, New York, or Colorado, is prohibited. The Second Amendment, that did not apply until 2010 to where it came down to the states. It was the nation's scheme of ordered liberty, personal responsibility, and the nation's deeply rooted history of tradition that it centered on. Thus, state and local firearms laws must comply with the Second Amendment. Chicago's handgun ban was struck down by the court, once again reiterating the self-defense component of the Second Amendment. Citizens must be allowed to use handguns which are commonly in use. Most recently, in New York State Rifle Association against Bruin in 2022, the Supreme Court significantly clarified the framework for the Second Amendment challenges. The court rejected the post-Heller two-step approach, the history analysis plus in-means scrutiny, and adopted by the lower courts. Instead, they adopted a strict textual and historical approach. Courts must ask in this test whether the plain language of the second concurs with the individual's proposed conduct, and if the conduct is within the keeping and bearing of arms, the Second Amendment's text protects the individual's conduct. Remember, in Bruin, carrying a handgun in public was deemed within the text. There's little to doubt that acquiring, possessing, or transferring a common semi-automatic firearm falls within keeping and bearing arms. So Senate Bill 3 implicates the Second Amendment. Once again, the Second Amendment text covers the conduct. The burden shifts to the government to justify the regulation by history and tradition. If no historical tradition supports such sweeping ban on restriction, then the law must be unconstitutional. Bruin forbids interest balancing or deferring to legislative judgment. Thus, the only permissible inquiry is whether the restriction is part of the historical tradition that delimits the outer bounds of the right to bear arms. The court struck down New York's restrictive concealed carry licensing scheme for lack of a sufficiently analogous historical precedent. Semi-automatic firearms listed in Senate Bill 3 are undeniably common in use by by citizens, because millions of such rifles and pistols are lawfully in possession here in Colorado for home defense, for sport shooting, or for hunting. We did hear about Maryland's ban on assault rifles, that had been upheld by a lower court. Likewise, a local ban by the 7th had also been upheld. Both of these in 2017 and 2015 are likely still to come in full force before the court. These are still relatively recent cases and ones that have yet to test the full extent of the Bruin decision. There are no known historical analogies to restricting an entire category of commonly possessed firearms. These are semi-automatic firearms. Even at the founding, citizens were encouraged to own common firearms. While the bill bans purchase of semi-automatic guns, with the exception of a long and onerous and rigorous bureaucratic process, the pathway to ownership that's created here is effectively a licensing scheme for purchasing, very much similar to the licensing scheme that was struck down in Bruin. This bill will highly and likely be found to be unconstitutional on Second Amendment grounds. Therefore, today, I would urge a strong no vote. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleagues, both of my previous colleagues, who have noted that in deciding the D.C. Heller versus Heller case on a 5-4 vote, the U.S. Supreme Court held that the Second Amendment guarantees an individual the right to possess firearms independent of service in a state militia and to use those firearms for traditionally lawful purposes. And I also appreciate their analysis that, like any right, the right of the Second Amendment is not absolute. Unlike the rights of the First Amendment or other parts of the Bill of Rights, the words well-regulated appear in the Second Amendment. The vast majority of Americans would agree that the Second Amendment does not give someone the right to own a machine gun or a bazooka or a tank. Americans know that weapons of war have no place in our communities. The fact that the Second Amendment rights are not absolute is especially true when other rights are potentially in conflict. The unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for victims of mass shootings are certainly not less important than a gun owner's right to bear arms. I believe they are more important. In recognition of the threats that these weapons cause, almost 3 years ago, my city joined with others in our area to ban similar weapons from our community. These regional efforts are important, but they are not enough. Gun violence continues to plague our communities, and we need state action to protect our communities. It is within the state's authority, and indeed our moral duty, to make sure the deadliest of weapons are only available to those who have received proper training. SB 3 will save lives, and I am proud to support it.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I apologize.
No problem.
Yes, so we heard some good arguments up here, and I'd like to speak to some of those arguments as well. I understand this bill is meant to be safer, to make our schools safer, to make our population safer by making law-abiding citizens take a class before they purchase a firearm. But do you really think that a person that really is having bad mental illness is going to follow those rules? They're not. They're not going to follow those rules. They're not going to take the class to purchase a weapon. They're not going to go through the background check. They're not going to go through the fingerprint processing. They're simply going to steal a gun or purchase a gun on the black market. That's where we should be focusing on, the black market. Mental illness. Those are the two areas we need to focus on. This is simply just making law-abiding citizens go through more hoops to purchase their weapons. But when at the same time, the way I see it, this bill is simply going to raise the theft rate of firearms. You're going to have more people with mental illness and that want to do harm to others, break into people's homes, steal the guns, and then do what they need to do. This is the way I see it happening. Because they simply can't go through the process. It's going to refrain them from doing it, but they haven't done it anyway. They get these weapons the illegal way, and they don't follow the rules. To go back to the hunting aspect of this, one-shot hunting, yes, that's great. One-shot hunters are great. I unfortunately can't say that I'm a one-shot hunter. I don't have that great of a aim to do one-shot, drop a buck thing. But people don't use 30-06s to hunt hogs. We use Armalite rifles to hunt hogs because those hogs are tough skin. Need more than one round to get through them to drop them. That's what I use when I go hunting. When I go hunting to Texas every year with my kids and my brothers, we use 300 blackout Armalite rifles. And it takes usually 3 to 4 shots to take out one of the big ones. And I've taken out one of the big ones. I'm glad to do it. Like I said, this is simply going to raise the crime rate and thefts to acquire those guns. Most most law-abiding citizens already have hunter safety class card on them. I've had mine since I was, I believe, 12. Yes, 12. I went through the class. It was an all-day class. We did shooting training, and I passed. First time going through. Most of the time, it's first time going through. I went with my father. He already had his, but he went through the whole process of sitting through mine as well, just to be a support person for me, and that was great. So that's one thing that we law-abiding citizens have in common, is that most of us already have our hunter safety. We've already pulled the trigger on a weapon before we got that safety card, and we bought our first gun, actually, or given our first gun. My first gun was given to me by my father. I don't think any of the criminals that go out and do these mass shootings or want to harm the population actually have their hunter safety classes or card. I can't speak to that to perfect knowledge, but I can make sure, I'm pretty sure that none of them have it. So they haven't pulled the trigger before they went to go do their evil thing. Now, going to where you have to prove that you've pulled the trigger before you buy a firearm, do you really think that if this person that's done harm is caught, taken to court, is it going to really matter if he's pulled the trigger before he did that? No, it's not going to matter. He did it. Or they did it, whatever. Like I said, they didn't go through the legal process of buying a firearm, so why would they have to prove that? It's not going to matter. So another argument that I heard here is that this will not affect people that already have these firearms. That they'll probably be grandfathered in. They don't have to go through anything new. Now, I'm not quite sure what the language says on that in this bill. I have to reread it again. But us that already have our firearms, sometimes we want to upgrade. We want a nicer firearm, with maybe a nice little etching on it that we see in the gun store. Then we have to go through the whole process again. Even though we've already owned these firearms, we've pulled the trigger, we have our hunter safety classes, we know gun safety. Now that we want to buy this nice rifle that we thought has a nice little etching on it, now we have to go through the whole process to purchase that new rifle. So for it to be grandfathered in, I don't think it's the correct thing to say. Yeah, the ones that we currently have, great, we have them, sweet. But sometimes I see one that's a different color that I like. It's, like I said, it's a hobby to some people. It's a collection to some people. They do it safely. They do it honestly. They do it with respect. Going to all these emails that we see, that we've seen, I've gone, I think, while I was sitting here, I think I've gone 35 new ones. I know a lot of you argue that, oh, these are all the same, they're just all a script. But the way I see it, and I've sat on at these talks of people gathering to find out what's going on here at the state capitol, they're being taught this information for the first time, and they want to do something about it. They just don't have the experience to email their representative or representatives in their own way. So these organizations or these people that hold these talks, they present them with a script, like this is the way you should probably word it. You're more than free to change the wording on it to your specifications, but you can use this script. They send the script. It does not mean that they're fake people. It does not mean that they are not really against it. It just means that they don't know how to give the words to say it, so they just want you to know that, hey, I am a citizen of Colorado and I oppose this bill. I don't take those lightly. I do. I receive some that are for other bills that, my district is for this bill, but there's other citizens in Colorado that are against it. I do read them. I do realize that they're scripts, but I in my mind I'm saying, you know what? They probably went to a talk and they probably got this script from that organization. That's great. They're real people. I understand that. but I do not take them lightly. I don't. So to see those emails come through is great, that people are actually trying to get involved. This is what we should be focused on, is getting people involved to be able to know what's going on in their state, to come talk to us, come visit us when they can. I understand a lot of them can't because they're working. Whenever I do see people up in the gallery, I'm happy because, you know, these people took time out of their day, probably their day off, just to come watch us do what we need to do. That's great. That's what we should be doing. And when I see all these emails, it gives me hope that people are actually getting involved. So you see all these emails, you see people are really looking at what's happening here. And they will know, they will find out somehow what happens here. And that's what we want. We want them to know, because we do represent them.
Representative
Yes.
Barone, you have about a minute left.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So in closing, yes, this bill will not just hinder law-abiding citizens, but it will have a domino effect on crime from people that really want to get their hands on these guns to actually steal them from law-abiding citizens. Whether they get them or not is one thing. It's a big risk for them to go into a home that they know that there's guns in there, that they'll probably get shot getting in there, trying to break into the home. But nonetheless, it will cause that chain reaction. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
It is a pleasure to serve with you.
I want to thank the sponsors of this bill for their steadfast commitment and dedication to protecting Coloradans, especially our youth. I was a sophomore at East High School here in Denver when the Columbine shooting occurred. In the aftermath of that tragedy, I never could have imagined what our country would go through over the next 2 decades and how gun violence would result in such a tremendous loss of life. And in the wake of all these tragedies, kids from all over the country have risen up to demand more from their leaders. Parkland, Uvalde, Santa Fe, Aurora, Sandy Hook, and the list goes on. Almost exactly 2 years to the day, students from my former high school experienced 2 horrific shootings in 1 month. After those shootings, the kids at East did the unimaginable thing. They marched. I was so proud when those resilient, courageous kids went from experiencing a deadly shooting to marching to this building to demand that we do something. Those same students have continued to advocate each year at hearing after hearing, making the case for their safety, for their right to go to school without fear of being shot. Our kids are demanding their voices be heard, and I urge the leaders in this chamber to listen. We must pass this bill and honor the bravery and commitment of those students. We must say enough is enough. We hear those students and we will stop this. This bill is a common sense solution. It's logical. And yes, it also is filled with emotion, and it will save lives. And I urge a yes vote today.
Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to state I appreciate the passion from the sponsors, and of course everybody that's gotten up here. On Friday, it was noted how in some of the hearings, parents would come in with clothing from kids that were killed, bloodstains on there. Some people ask, well, do you know what it's like? And I will tell you, yes, I do. Between deployments in Iraq and Afghanistan and having seen the parts of kids and adults blown to pieces by bombs and shells, yes, I know exactly what it feels like, especially when we're the ones at that time that were charged with providing security. But there, as here, everybody talks about gun violence. The only other word we use then is domestic violence. We don't talk about knife violence. We don't talk about car violence. When we talk about fighting, we usually talk about fisticuffs. There's a problem of violence, not only in our society, but worldwide. In the 2 countries I was deployed to, when we got the community involved, the violence changed. because they were the driving factor. The same thing needs to happen here. This building continues to pass legislation that reduces statutes on crimes. We also pass legislation that continues to impact businesses. So what is the net result? What happens when all of those things come together? What's that confluence look like? The power and control of the government starts squeezing people. And then what do people do? They tend to get upset. They tend to get angry. They tend to get frustrated. Sometimes they will react rationally. Sometimes they will react irrationally. It doesn't matter what country you are in. It doesn't matter what community you're in. The more you see any kind of oppression and the blaming of an instrument without looking inward, it's not going to change. The Second Amendment exists for a reason. The First Amendment and everything else out there. And all the arguments, especially when we hear about the gun violence, we have to do something about the gun violence. Get rid of the gun. Deal with violence. Violence exists in domestic violence. It exists in all kinds of ways. The tool that is used is an extension of that violence. And until you address the crimes and the people and the mental health that's dealing with that, you're not going to get to the core root of the issue. Overseas, in the two countries, when we dealt with that, we dealt with the core issues. We got the community involved. The community is the one that made the change. We, with all of our firepower in the United States Army, could not force a change, but the community could. When I walked the streets of the community, at risk to myself and my team, we talked to the business people, we talked to the families. They are the ones that made the change. They are the ones that, and was it painful? Was it costly? Absolutely, to both sides. But they're the ones that made the change. You cannot force change. You cannot legislate and force the change through government power and control like this. This doesn't get to the root cause. The violence that's out there at the community level, we need to engage with. We need to sit down and talk with people. We've lost that ability. I will submit to you that way too much of it is spent on our phones, our computers, whether it's in this building or at home, at schools. When I was a kid in lunch, we used to go out and talk to each other. It doesn't happen very much anymore. The kids are too busy on their phones. We've lost that interaction. We've lost that social connection. You want to change the cycle of violence, then start engaging at the community level. We can pass all the laws we want. That doesn't change things. There's legislation to reduce statutes in crime. Until you get to the root cause, you won't change it. We've had rifles and high-powered things for decades. And it's not until it's a recent issue that the violence is crazy, out of control. On Friday, I talked about the Oklahoma City bombing, the single largest, aside from terrorist attacks and everything else, but the single largest domestic violence attack that killed in an instant 169 people, men, women, and children. 169, with nothing more than ammonium nitrate and diesel. Common ingredients in every farming and ranching community. That violence, that anger out there is what you need to address. And until you change that, you can pass all the bills you want. You have the majority. It will not change the issue. You must engage at the local level. If we keep driving the train from here and the government control, we will make people angry, we will make them resentful, and you will only see things get worse. We are on the wrong track. We need to get back out and engage. and quit thinking that we live in this dome that knows what's best across this entire state. Yes, we listen to our constituents, but far too often up here it becomes a one-way conversation, and things are driven and forced through. And I would submit to you that is a microcosm of what is happening out in the community, and that's not helping. I would urge you to sit down and spend more time talking, not only across the aisle, but out in your communities, and get your community leaders out there talking. I know what it's like to walk a district. I know what it's like to talk to everybody across the party spectrum. I know what it's like to see the body parts. You want that to change? Start engaging. Quit passing legislation that keeps oppressing people. Engage. Get down to the local community level and engage. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, I rise today in support of SB 3 for my husband. On April 20th, 1999, he was one of the lucky ones. 12 of his classmates and a dedicated teacher were not. What happened that day at Columbine High School has sent shockwaves that we still feel today in the state of Colorado and in this country. And I proudly rise in support of this bill today because it shouldn't be so easy to obtain a weapon that can take so many lives so quickly. It just shouldn't be so easy. Thank you.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to echo what the speaker said earlier today about civility and, respecting others' opinions, because this is, in fact, a very passionate and strongly emotional subject. I think we all know that. But I also know I speak on behalf of my district when I say that we do want to be safe. We do want to have safe communities. Crime is, in fact, an issue that was very resoundingly a top priority for not just the voters of this state, but also for the people who cannot vote, right, are most vulnerable. Unfortunately, policies like this just simply don't work. The concern of mine is the enforcement mechanisms in place that will make it hard to implement and be costly for some jurisdictions. You see, a lot of the crime we see in this state is the failure of the enforcement of the laws that we currently have. A pay-to-play policy is not the solution to the violence we have seen in our state. This policy has evolved since its introduction, so the information has been changing in every phase it's been in. Going back to my district, knowing that this is in fact a very important issue, a lot of my constituents voice their concerns as to why this is ever more changing. While I do commend the sponsors for, over 30 amendments and 7 fiscal notes, it does show that you do care, and I commend you for that. Now, in my county, in Weld, they have in fact taken a tough stance against this issue, not just the sheriffs, but also people in my district. We heard in second reading from one of the sponsors that each type of weapon in part used in the examples mentioned were in fact illegally obtained and possessed. Meaning we have already laws in place that outlawed it, and yet it was still obtained. While this has the right intentions, this policy will not be followed by criminals. And I have said time and time again that criminals do not obey the law. And I stand by that. There also seems to be a correlation with the amount of gun-related policies to the amount of gun crimes there are. Meaning the more tighter the gun rules they have, the more likely there are to be gun crimes. This policy also hurts our most vulnerable, as I have previously stated, people with disabilities, and also our women. Of the mass shootings since 1966, over 75% of the perpetrators used handguns. Handguns. Now, over the last month, the #1 type of email and concerns from not only just my district, but also from people all over Colorado, has been to oppose this bill. I've had a few thousand petitions from people in my district delivered to my office, as I know some of you have as well. What you choose to do with it is up to you, right? I believe in freedom, so you can make your own determination as to what you will do with those petitions. But I also have gotten emails, phone calls, messages on social to oppose this from people that I don't even know, and from places even like Denver. I will say it was disheartening to hear some of the remarks about people voicing their own opinion, downplaying it as, people bots, people from out of state. Now, another concern I have with this policy is that it also has broad definitions as rapid fire that was previously mentioned, to where there's little clarity for interpretation, and it's quite vague. We shouldn't make it harder for law-abiding citizens to have their own weapons. We should make it harder for the criminals to do so. This policy, unfortunately, does not accomplish this. Quite frankly, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, the reason why people wish to purchase any weapon is none of our business. It's not yours, it's not mine. It is none of the government's business. This policy also has a funding and revenue structure that concerns me, and I think sets a precedent to open the door for more policies of similar structure to emerge. When I sat in finance, I sat through 4 hours of testimony. And many people sign up to testify, but obviously given the prolonging business here on the floor, some people fell off. But I also know that people from all over the state showed up to voice their concerns on whatever side it was. Yes, there are people who support it, and yes, there are people that oppose it. And I understand that we all have a job to do to represent our districts, our constituents. And this is something that my district, my constituents, do not want. Sadly, a lot of the testimonies seem to fall on ears that already had their minds made up. That was the feedback I was getting from emails, phone calls, people who are watching throughout the process of this bill. Now, yes, we have cameras for a reason. Yes, people have paid attention to what goes on here. But in recent years, we've seen an uptick in increased citizen participation in the process. More and more people are watching. More and more people in real time, and I'm sure my colleagues on the other side also get it when we're discussing such policies about some of their feedback and remarks that they hear from people on the floor. It was also concerning to me to hear when we were talking about our most vulnerable, that it was said that CPW can just make ADA rules for this policy. Rather than we just assume things get done, how about we just ensure it gets done by codifying those provisions into law? I think we all have made up our minds on this policy, but I vote my district, and I vote on a criteria of the constitutional criteria, as well as the cost-benefit factor. And because I believe this does not meet any of this criteria, as well as my district's criteria, I will be a no vote, and I urge my colleagues to vote no as well. Thank you.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I support the Second Amendment, but I also know that making sure people have safety training does not infringe on the Second Amendment. I know that because these measures have been endlessly litigated across our country. Measures that are far more restrictive than the one that we are contemplating today, and they have repeatedly been upheld as constitutional. It is important to me as a parent, and it is important to the people in my district that anyone using a detachable high-capacity magazine has had safety training. I think that we have heard a lot of conversation that, in my opinion, has not been responsive to this bill. This bill does not ban any weapon. I've heard a lot of conversation about folks needing firearms for protection, and I understand that. But I don't see why a 30-round magazine is necessary for protection. When I think of who needs protection, I think about the fact that 1 in 15 people have been present during a mass shooting. When I think about who needs protection, I think about the fact that gun violence is the #1 cause of death in children. I've listened to over 28 hours of testimony and debate on this bill. And we have had students sharing their trauma. We have had people talking about how their loved ones are no longer with us, and they've been begging us to do something. I have 2 kids in school, and I have a toddler, and I will never forget my son's first day of kindergarten. And the way my heart sank when I realized that his classroom door was the first one that somebody would get to. And as a parent, sometimes we wonder if we're being paranoid. But I've had other parents come up to me and say, I'm really worried that they would be the first door that a mass shooter would get to. I have talked with moms at pickup about which bulletproof backpack we should buy for our children. And we have those conversations because there are parents who sent their kids to school and never saw them again. Because there are kids who hid under their desk, texting I love you for what they thought was the last time. My kids have said to me that they know to sit and be quiet for when the bad man comes. It breaks my heart. We have parents and kids in our state living with trauma every single day. And we have a responsibility to do everything in our power to prevent this. And that includes mental and behavioral health services. That includes building community. And it also includes adding a safety class and encouraging the purchase of firearms that have attached magazines. It might make shooting less fun because you have to load each bullet one at a time. But that time it takes to reload could literally be the difference between life and death. We know that semi-automatic firearms paired with high-capacity magazines are an especially fatal combination. And by the way, it is one that everybody here will still be able to purchase if this bill passes. We are simply contemplating requiring a safety course. To me, it is an obvious decision. I am proud to vote yes.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a minority, obviously. I'm a Latina. I'm a Latina Republican. I'm a Latina Republican in public education, in leadership. And I am a minority voice. And I understand that my minority voice doesn't count a whole lot in this body. I'm 1 vote. But I'm compelled to speak to my district, to Suzanne and Chris and Sandy and Keith and Fred and Kate, who are not B-52's band members. They're real people. I stand before you today not just as a legislator, but as someone who lives and works in a district that is removed from the urban corridors that many of you call home. I represent the hardworking families of rural Colorado, those who wake up every day and contribute to the heartbeat of this state. They're farmers, ranchers, teachers, small business owners. They all take great pride in their independence and their ability to care for and protect their own. Today, I stand here concerned, for we are facing a bill that will not only undermine the rights of these people, but will fundamentally change the way they live. Let me begin by saying that I understand the intent behind this bill. The desire to improve safety and reduce violence is something that all Coloradans can agree on. But as we all know, good intentions do not always lead to good policy. SB 3, while well-intended, will have disastrous consequences for rural districts, districts like mine, and will create barriers to law-abiding citizens' fundamental rights that we cannot afford to ignore. Now, many of us in this room live in metro areas where government services are more accessible and resources are plentiful. It's easy to assume that everyone has the same access to the services and conveniences that urban life affords. But that is simply not the reality for Coloradans in rural communities. For us, even basic tasks like registering a vehicle or accessing health care can be difficult due to the distance, limited infrastructure, and lack of immediate resources. And now this bill proposes to impose even more burdens on rural Coloradans. SB 3 requires law-abiding citizens to take a 12-hour course and register their firearms with the state. While this might seem like a reasonable requirement in some parts of the state, it simply isn't feasible for those of us who live in rural Colorado. I can tell you firsthand that in my district, access to training courses or state-run facilities is not as simple as just driving down the street. Rural communities simply do not have the infrastructure to support this kind of program. The state cannot even manage to process tax returns in a timely manner, let alone roll out a complex and cumbersome system of firearm registration. For rural Coloradans, the logistics of SB 3 are not just inconvenient, they are in many cases impossible. Imagine trying to travel hundreds of miles just to take a class. Imagine trying to navigate the labyrinth of bureaucracy to comply with requirements that simply do not consider the unique needs of rural communities. In my district, we simply do not have the luxury of living in a place with easy access to these government services. Our community members already struggle to meet basic needs, and now we're being asked to add even more bureaucratic red tape. But it's not just about the practical challenges of implementing this bill. What troubles me most is the message it sends. It tells rural Coloradans that the government does not trust them to make decisions about their own safety. It tells them that their rights are not guaranteed, but rather subject to the whims of lawmakers who do not understand their lives. As someone who represents these people, I know that this bill is not only an affront to their rights, but also to their dignity and their ability to live freely. The fact is, rural Colorado depends on firearms for many legitimate reasons, whether it's for self-defense against wildlife, protecting livestock from predators, or defending themselves in situations where law enforcement may not be able to respond immediately due to the vast differences between homes and towns. Firearms are a tool of personal security and an essential part of life in many rural areas, and SB 3 threatens to undermine that basic right. Furthermore, this bill adds another layer of government interference in the lives of citizens who have long been responsible and lawful gun owners. These are not people who take the responsibility of gun ownership lightly. They're individuals who take safety courses, undergo background checks, and use firearms for legitimate purposes such as hunting or self-defense. Yet under this bill, they're the ones who will bear the brunt of a cumbersome regulatory system that does nothing to address the real issue of crime. Criminals, by their very nature, do not follow the law. They will not register their firearms, they will not take a 12-hour course, and they certainly will not abide by the restrictions that SB 3 seeks to impose. This bill will only make it harder for law-abiding citizens to defend themselves and their families. What's more, we cannot ignore the broader implications of this bill. This is part of a larger ongoing trend that we've seen across the country, an erosion of Second Amendment rights. More laws, more restrictions, more limitations, each one a step toward greater government control. And while it may seem small in scope today, SB 3 is a part of a larger agenda that seeks to reduce the freedoms we hold dear. We've seen what has happened in other places where gun control measures have been expanded. Crime rates have risen. Law-abiding citizens have been left vulnerable. In places like Chicago and New York, tougher gun laws have not resulted in less crime. Instead, they've left responsible gun owners at a disadvantage while criminals continue to operate without fear of punishment. We have to ask ourselves, what kind of future are we building for the next generation? As someone who works closely with young people in my district, I know how important it is to teach them about personal responsibility and self-reliance. We teach them that they're capable of making decisions that will impact their futures, that they have the power to protect themselves, to safeguard their loved ones, and to make choices that will help them lead fulfilling lives. But SB 3 undermines that message. It tells our children that their rights are conditional, that their freedoms are not something to be cherished, but something to be regulated and controlled by the state. And it's not just the young people in our rural communities who will be affected. All Coloradans will feel the impact of this bill, whether it's the farmer who needs a gun to protect their livestock from predators, or the single mother who relies on her right to self-defense in a community where help may be hours away. SB 3 punishes those who are already doing everything right. It creates unnecessary barriers for people who are trying to live responsibly in safety, and for what? For the illusion of safety, for a false sense of security that does nothing to address the real problem. I want to make one thing clear. I'm not opposed to efforts to improve safety. We all want to live in communities where our families are safe, where we don't have to worry about crime or violence. But this bill does not make us safer. It does not address the root cause of crime. Instead, it targets those who are already following the law and trying to live responsibly. It takes away their ability to protect themselves and their families in the name of safety, even though it will do nothing to stop criminals from committing crimes. I ask you all to consider the real-world consequences of this bill. SB 3 will harm rural Coloradans by imposing unnecessary and burdensome regulations on law-abiding citizens who simply want to exercise their constitutional rights. It will create a bureaucratic nightmare, disrupt livelihoods, and erode the very freedoms that make Colorado and this country great. It will do nothing to reduce crime, and it will make it harder for our families to stay safe. We need to stand up for rural Colorado. We need to protect the rights of law-abiding citizens, and we need to ensure that the government does not overreach into our daily lives. I ask you with the utmost respect to vote against SB 3. Let's protect the freedoms that we hold dear. Let's fight for the right of all Coloradans to live freely and securely. I also want to address the stories that we hear frequently when we're discussing gun legislation. We are still failing to address the root of the issue, which is mental health. Guns, we've heard it too many times, guns don't kill people, people kill people. And until we address the societal issues, the screen time, the bullying, the disconnect with others that has been exacerbated by COVID, the lack of human connections and the lack of value of human life, it's a societal issue, it's a social issue, and until we address that, all of the laws trying to fix the sorrow of losing loved ones, the loss of people because people chose to commit crimes with guns, they're not going to bring those people back. I'm a teacher. I've done the emergency drills since Columbine. And before that, actually, I remembered back when I was in third grade, I had a Cold War teacher who we did bomb drills under the desks. Drills are a fact of life. The genie is out of the bottle. Society has changed, and whether we like it or not, we are going to have drills for all kinds of reasons. Tornado drills, fire drills. And
Representative Garcia Sandra, you have 50 seconds left.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I apologize.
No problem.
The genie's out of the bottle. We need to address the root cause. Mental health, it's a social illness. It's a societal issue. And we really need to be addressing that in this body. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise in support of Senate Bill 3 today. I first want to just start by thanking the representative from Teller County for her opening remarks today. I agree firmly that this is a time where we need to be thinking and listening to each other. I don't believe that the tactics that the minority is engaging in are unwarranted. I believe firmly that if roles were reversed, we would be using every single tool in the book as well to defeat policy we didn't agree with. I hope that that same courtesy is given to our side of the chamber when there's bills that some might find unnecessary. To the bill. We've heard today that this is a pay-to-play. I would argue that gun ownership in general is a pay-to-play. when the average of a typical gun costs between $400 and $800, and if you want to have a concealed carry weapon, it's about $500. We've talked about mental health today, briefly. We've been accused of not addressing mental health. The reality is that because we have so many weapons on the streets, many people on both sides of the aisle, we just heard from the last speaker about going through gun drills. The amount of anxiety that exists in young people today because of active shooter drills is leading to a mental health crisis. Are we supposed to just stop doing active shooter drills? No, absolutely not. So what do we tell young people when they're faced with this anxiety? What do we tell them? Sorry, we're not going to address any access to weapons, so consider coming to school every day and feeling anxious. We heard that this was the most egregious assault on the Second Amendment. I fundamentally disagree because many of us have heard other bills that have gone way further. In fact, this bill today is a very reasonable effort of ensuring safety when individuals who choose to carry the burden of purchasing one of these weapons that have an extreme amount of power, that they take a safety class. That sounds quite reasonable to me. It is true. I agree that we have a violence problem in this country. And when violent offenders are pardoned, it adds to it. Domestic violence. Gun violence occurs in 61% of domestic violence homicides. 72% of domestic violence homicides in the Black community. You cannot separate domestic violence from gun violence. The thought that we are not, in fact, punishing those who commit crimes with guns or steal guns is absolutely false. We have crimes for those, in those red books back there, we have crimes for people who steal weapons. We have crimes for people who commit assault or murder with guns. People who use weapons, who use guns to commit crimes, are held accountable. I want to thank the sponsors for their incredible, vast stakeholding and community engagement in this bill. They have worked so hard, and the fact that we have made it here today demonstrates their commitment to listening. It demonstrates their commitment to ensuring that the perspectives that are brought to them are considered. To claim otherwise is a disservice. I can understand why some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle might feel, and it saddened me to hear this statement, but might feel that their voice doesn't matter as much. Perhaps because they're in the minority. But the reality is that we are 65 members, all duly elected, 1 rep, 1 vote. Each one of your votes matters just as much as mine. And if you happen to not have enough people who believe in what you believe, that's a different story. This bill is rooted in data. Researchers have found that the impact of a variety of state gun laws on homicides in 136 large urban counties from 1984 to 2015, that homicides due to guns have been reduced. After controlling for relevant variables, they found that permit to carry laws were associated with an 11% reduction in firearm homicides. It does lead to safer communities. Purchase to carry laws were associated with a 22% increase. When a purchaser to carry, a permit to carry law was repealed, it was associated with a 22% increase in firearm suicide rates among young adults 19 to 24 in Missouri. States that have permit to purchase have fewer crime guns recovered by the police within the state because there's less. Have fewer crime guns recovered by police in other states. A 2020 national study of mass shootings found that after controlling for relevant variables, including other gun laws, states with handgun purchaser licensing laws that require an in-person application and fingerprinting were associated with 56% fewer mass shootings. 56% fewer mass shootings with a simple permit to purchase law. And a study published in 2023 found that after controlling for demographics and state gun laws, permit to purchase laws were associated with a 28% lower rate of shootings by police. Why? Presumably because fewer police encounters involved armed citizens. This bill is backed by data. We've seen in other states where this has reduced gun violence. If we care about reducing gun violence in this state like we're claiming, then this should be an easy yes. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Assistant Minority Leader Bacon. Just real quick, on one of the, is it? No, she's not Speaker Pro Tem.
Yes, I am, and you
Speaker
have
Pro Tem.
25 seconds. That's okay. To the
I apologize.
To the bill.
Just to go back on some comments that Representative from Adams County said, that it's already a pay to play with guns right now because you have to pay for the gun. Well, you pay for the gun because you're paying for the product itself, not paying for the right to use that product. So there's a difference there, and I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So there's all the stuff that everybody said. I don't see a need to come up and repeat everybody. We know that it's not constitutional, can't afford it, we're going to lose federal funding, it's dangerous to people, all those things. It's a bad bill to tax people, and it's going to make them unsafe. That's the reality of the bill. But let me tell you a story, because what I found is used to be nobody outside this room knew most of what went on inside this room. And that's been that way for a long, long time. But that's been changing the last few years. People are starting to pay attention to what's going on inside this room, and it specifically has changed greatly since January 20, the golden age of our politics. And so what's been happening is people are now knowing what's going on. In all of your districts, they know way more what's going on than they used to. So let me tell you a story. I had a young lady, about mid-20s, come up to me, and it kind of took me off guard. I haven't been asked this question exactly like this before, but she came up to me and said, and this was in my pastor role, and she said, I need a gun. And I wept for a while. I congratulated her. I was deeply moved by her sense of responsibility. And then I asked her, why do you need a gun? She said, I live in a ground floor apartment, and there was a guy messing with my window trying to get in the other day. And I said, let's go get you a gun. So Saturday, we went to a couple gun shops, because why go to one, right? Am I right? Okay, so went to a couple of gun shops, and I'm pretty well known at these gun shops. And so they turned into town halls. And then she was talking with the person looking at different guns. There was somebody else with her helping her do that. And I honestly abandoned her once we got in the gun store. But they're talking with her and didn't buy one at the first place. And the guy came up to her and said, do you have, this the guy was trying to sell the gun to her, do you have any other kind of protection? Like bear spray, pepper spray, something like that. And in her apartment recently, in her complex, a girl was raped while spraying him with bear spray. And I said, we need to get you a gun. It doesn't matter what the people say, and it doesn't matter what anybody in this room says. I care about that girl's safety. I truly do care about her safety. And I said, the only way you're going to stop that dude that's coming through that window is with a gun. No other way. You can put up a gun-free zone sign. You can have all the sprays. You can do whatever you want. But when he's coming through your window, the only thing that is going to protect you is a gun. And nobody in this room can actually honestly argue against that. This bill is going to keep guns out of people's hands like her. It's going to. And then I explained to her, you're going to have to wait 3 days after you purchase the gun. And so I thought I made that very clear. We went to the next gun shop, spent a lot of time there, because I was well known there too, and explained how this is the worst gun grab in American history. And I pointed to the rows and rows of guns on the walls, and I said, all those are illegal. Your business is going to be shut down, and I can give you a list of names. We can get them printed out right here of how the vote goes, of who shut your place down. And then she was looking at a gun and found one that she liked, purchased it, did all the stuff, and then she comes back to me, and she's upset at me. And she said, I have to wait 3 days for this. How am I going to stop that guy coming in my window? And I said, I debated that the last 2 years in a row. The left does not care. Does not care that it's going to take you 3 days, but the dude's standing outside your window tonight. Doesn't matter. Same old speech in this place. We don't actually care about people. We don't actually care about lives. We will put lives in danger for our ideology, and that's what this gun bill is doing. I had already told her in the first gun shop, but apparently didn't register. You're going to have to wait 3 days. I hope you're going to be okay those 3 days, because nobody's going to stand in this place and weep over you. Nobody. I hope you're okay during those 3 days, because they don't care. They've never cared. This is about gun grabbing. This is about attacking the rights of the citizens. This is about tearing down people's lives. And it doesn't matter if their life is at risk. And I just had that conversation Saturday with a girl that is now have to be in her apartment for 3 days, and she can't actually pick the gun up till Wednesday. Yep, that's on our hands. That's on our hands. All the weepy stories, all the stuff, that's on our hands. She's going to have to wait and hope she doesn't have the dude come through her window in the next 2 days. And nobody's going to stand for her.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker Pro Tem. As we have come to the end of our comments and our session, I want to echo I believe it was Representative Zokai who actually pointed out that we had spent almost 20 plus hours just, I know her and myself, between judiciary, between today and Friday on this specific bill. And it made me start thinking about coming to the end and why I am here and why I am voting the way I am regarding this bill. It's also, we're headed towards the end of the school year. And I am continually filled with optimism for my students, for my children, and their growth and their learning. But at the same time, I have to face that painful reality that our students can't thrive at school unless their basic need for safety is met. In my role as a school board member, I saw the unwavering commitment of our educators, our parents, and our students in creating a secure learning environment. But safety goes beyond those walls. It's that shared responsibility that unites our entire community. The scariest and saddest part of the school safety issue is the way my children and my wife have become numb and accepted this as a part of daily life. It was scary to me when the last school shooting happened because I could not look my children and my wife in the eye if they asked if they were going to be safe in school. But that's not the sad part. The sad part was that they never asked. My wife, who's been an educator for 20 years, and my 3 children got up and went to school the next day, which made me reflect on where we are at. Where we are at our approach to school safety. Thank you to my colleagues who have voiced their opinions about this state, but I love this state. And I believe I am fortunate to live here. And there are resources and advocates throughout this whole community regarding the safety of our students and our educators. Grants, social environment, cultural programs, de-escalation programs, bullying prevention programs. But we also have to realize that we don't confine those programs just to the inside of the school because we have to work on the outside of our schools. We have to recognize that there's a significant impact of community violence, and it weighs heavily on those individuals in our schools. With this in mind, I am heartened by Senate Bill 3. Once again, I want to thank the sponsors. I see it as a renewed effort to examine our systematic approach to safety and the states and local levels. I want to talk about, I know the many people that they have reached out to, the diverse individuals, students, teachers, community leaders. I know that they've done their stakeholding. All people that are coming together for the safety of what I hope is our children. I want y'all to remember a couple of things. And I want to thank again my colleague from Denver for reminding me. They literally sent angels from east, and we still would not listen. And those kids sat in front of us and begged us to do something. I was not here last year, but I saw them beg you to do something. They came back to judiciary and begged us to do something. There are 3 things I will not apologize to this body for. My wife, my kids, and my resume, I'm now adding a fourth, my vote. I ask you to vote yes on this bill.
Thank you. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker Pro Tem. Changed up what I was going to say after hearing some testimony. I too have 4 boys in school. I moved here and less than 2 months later, Columbine happened in 1999, and every day I worry about my kids, but not because of guns, let me be very clear, because of the mental health crisis our kids are facing in the state. Bills like this do nothing to address the real problem, and that is mental health. There are great solutions out there that will keep our schools safe. I introduced that legislation. It would target guns being pulled, bombs being pulled, knives being pulled, and even fights happening. And we took school safety funding down from $50 million to $2 million in 5 years. Tell the kids of your districts that. $50 million in school safety to $2 million. Is that how we want to keep kids safe? Because you're not protecting my children by doing that. And you're not protecting the children of Colorado by doing that. But thankfully, in my kids' school, they have the software when a child pulls a gun or a knife or a bomb to eliminate that and get the child to safety that is having a mental health crisis. In fact, we keep children safer at sporting events and other places than we do in schools in Colorado. So I want that to be on the record. Simply a safety course, a representative said. Really? Because I sat up here and said CPW's booked out 120 days. Teller County said it was going to be 3 years. El Paso says it's going to be until August. So tell the sexually assaulted victims and the rape victims and the domestic violence victims in your states or your cities that it's just a simple safety course. You just have to wait 3 years in order to obtain your new firearm. No one said it was about banning guns. We're deterring the purchase and making them unaffordable and regulating them. You have to jump through 8 hoops, and criminals can make them or buy them out of the trunk of a car or off the streets in Colorado. You're making law-abiding citizens take a 12-hour course, single moms, single dads, the elderly, the disabled, people in rural communities that don't have the time to do it, when criminals just go to a trunk and purchase it or make it off their laser printer. That's what's happening in our state. And I'm going to flip the script on the billion-dollar anti-gun lobbyist, because in the state of Colorado, there are 1.2 guns for every resident. In total, there are at least almost 8 million guns in Colorado. So about 4 to 5 firearms, 45% of Colorado households have a gun. So I want to ask a question. If we have 8 million guns in Colorado, wow, we must have a ton of mass shootings. So I did my research. 8 million guns. In 32 years, we've had 61 fatalities due to mass shootings in the state of Colorado. 12 mass shootings, 8 million guns. Guns aren't the problem. If the guns were the problem, the statistics would be through the roof, because gun owners, law-abiding gun owners, aren't going up and shooting up schools and King Soopers. People with mental illnesses are hurting people in our communities because they have not been given the resources. Colorado was ranked 25th in the nation for homicide, but 33rd when it came to firearm deaths. In other words, we already have a lower rate of firearms-related deaths than most states, and yet the majority wants to impose Senate Bill 3 on the public. When compared to most states, our suicide rate is over 1.5 times the national average, yet most suicides do not involve any of the guns that Senate Bill 3 would ban or make harder to get. Perhaps more to the point, the rate of death from mass shootings in Colorado is 1/7 the national average, according to the Colorado Department of Health and Environment. 1/7 the national average. Colorado's gun problem is largely a crime problem. Were guns the issue some people imagine them to be, why would nearly 8 million guns in the state, are there not more deaths? The answer is that guns are frequently used to save lives, but that's not what the Lobby Corps would have you believe. Various studies show that the use of firearms saves tens of thousands of Americans' lives every year. A 1994 survey by the Centers for Disease Control found that citizens protected themselves with a firearm nearly 1.5 million times a year, and some would say that goes up to about 3 million times. A later survey by the CDC, Behavior Risk Factor Surveillance System Surveys, found that the total weighted cases of defensive gun use in 1996 was 5.336 million. 1997, it was 5.836 million. And in 1998, it was 5.87 million. The FBI documented 180 instances where armed civilians stopped a mass shooting in progress between 2014 and 2023. According to their database, only one innocent bystander was hurt during those episodes, while an untold number of lives were saved. Interesting that we always get the flip side of that and not talk to you about the millions of dollars that are saved by stopping crime in our state. There are far more people protected by firearms each year than harmed by them. At various committee hearings, we've heard that gun violence is expensive when medical and legal costs are taken into account. Yet imagine how much more a given family, city, or state would have to spend were people not able to protect themselves. The cost would be astronomical. Can you imagine the mayhem that might be created every year were people not able to defend themselves? In rural Colorado against the wolf depredation. In rural Colorado where police are hours away. We shouldn't kid ourselves. In the aggregate, guns save lives and guns save money. I could wish the world were different, yet the historical pervasiveness of crime and unprovoked violence is a testament to the truthfulness and validity of a worldview that recognizes humanity's inherent tendency to act selfishly with no regard for others. The most vulnerable must be able to protect themselves. The founding generation recognized this and willed us the Second Amendment. So, where have all the new gun bills gotten us? Colorado is the third most dangerous state in the union. Since our governor took office in 2019, state population has increased 3.6%. During that same time, murder has increased 13%, overall violent crime has gone up 21.4%, and motor vehicle theft has gone up 33%. Murders have increased over 3 times the rate of population growth, violent crime has increased over 5 times the rate of population growth, and auto theft has increased over 8 times as fast as population growth. According to the Council of State Governments Justice Center, the crime rate in Colorado is 27% higher than the national average. As the recent shooting in Pueblo by a convicted felon so amply illustrates, criminals don't care about gun laws, and soft on crime policy is not working, and neither is targeting law-abiding gun owners. We don't need the state to regulate our training. If we did, you'd have 8 million gun owners or people that have 8 million guns out there shooting up everywhere. Gun owners train themselves. We heard the representative from Thornton saying in Kentucky she was taught how to be trained on a gun. My children go often, sight in their rifles, and train. We go up to our property in the mountains and we train. That's what responsible gun ownership is. We don't just go get a gun, put it on our hip, and pray. And another thing, I don't think the people, the legislators of Colorado, get to tell me what gun I should own. When you think an AR means an assault rifle, that's a telltale sign that you probably don't own or know a lot about gun ownership. If you knew, you would know most women prefer that type of gun because it's safer, it has less recoil, and the follow-up control shots are better attainable versus a 9mm or a .357. And when you have someone breaking into your house and 4 children sleeping upstairs, you don't want to shoot.
Representative Bradley, you have 45 seconds.
Thank you. The floor. I will finish with, this bill targets the disability community, the elderly, low-income people. It is a poll tax, a literacy test, a licensing scheme. It is a pay for your right to protect yourself and your family. It will do nothing to target criminals, but instead targets law-abiding citizens. And it will do nothing to curb violence in the state and is completely unconstitutional. I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve the people of Colorado.
It is an honor to serve the people of Colorado.
Alrighty. So, colleagues, after listening intently for 13 hours on Friday, today's discussion, I reflected a lot over the weekend on the emails, the petitions we received, talked to folks. While I didn't expect it was possible, I'm even more strongly opposed to 25003 than I was on Friday. And I want to begin where I left off there, and that's talking about the people I represent, the hardworking, law-abiding citizens of Colorado's Eastern Plains. They're people who take pride in their families, their freedoms, their responsibilities. They understand the constitutions and the rights it protects, not just the theory, but the practice, because their lives depend on it. They do oppose this bill, just for the same reasons that any sane, freedom-loving person would oppose a bill that forces free people to ask their government for permission to exercise a right. They don't like it because they live in a reality that this legislature chooses often to ignore. For them, firearms aren't luxury. They're tools, tools for protecting families, tools for defending livestock from predators, tools for maintaining their independence in rural areas where help isn't just 5 minutes away. And when the wolf comes to the door, and that's no longer metaphorical here in this state, they don't have the luxury of waiting for a permit or a bureaucratic process or a training class that might be offered 3 counties over once every few months. This bill throws up artificial and arbitrary barriers that make it harder, if not impossible, for law-abiding Coloradans to protect themselves and their families. Now, we've heard otherwise, but we haven't seen how this works, so I don't know how anyone can see how this works. But it doesn't stop there. It doesn't just violate rights, it comes with serious fiscal consequences. Senate Bill 25003 imposes a massive unfunded mandate on our local sheriffs. Men and women already stretched thin, especially in rural Colorado. Instead of focusing on crime prevention, emergency response, and community safety, they're bogged down with new bureaucracy. They're trying to enforce a confusing and convoluted new regulatory system that this body doesn't even fully understand at this point. We've seen 5 different fiscal notes, each attempting to estimate the cost of implementing this legislation. And still, there's no clear answers. Even our own Joint Budget Committee members have said plainly that the true cost of this bill is unknowable. And rather than fix that, what did we do? We amended the bill to allow for continuous appropriation. Now, for the people of Colorado, for the thousands I'm sure that are watching today, that means perpetual, unlimited funding with no accountability and no consideration for competing state priorities. Those other social safety net programs, the things that we also hold dear, that's reckless. And worse, it raids federal conservation dollars to fund this scheme, jeopardizing nearly $30 million in environmental and conservation support. I want hunters, anglers, outdoorsmen, men and women of Colorado to hear this loud and clear. This bill puts our lands and traditions at risk. And what for? A law that will not prevent a single criminal from committing a crime. Now, talking about the bill itself, it's a logistical nightmare. It's unclear and confusing. What exactly can you buy? What firearms are restricted, which are not? Why are functionally identical firearms treated differently? No one can answer that. Nobody has answered that. How do you even register for a class if the providers aren't certified yet? Even those that are supposed to teach the class probably have to take the class, and who's going to teach them? And after you take the class, pass the test, then what? Who do you notify? How long do you wait? There's no clear answers, and that's a problem. And while the sponsors claim this bill will somehow make us safer, I don't see how that's true either. You know, on Friday, I said there's at least 7.2 million firearms already in the hands of Colorado citizens. Likely far more, and heard just a few moments ago, probably around 8 million. That's a fine number for what we're talking about here. The bill does nothing to address that reality, not that I recommend it. It doesn't remove a single firearm from circulation. And I don't recommend that either. It doesn't restrict the availability of guns that are functionally identical to those that it tries to target. And even for the ones it does, you can still get them after you jump through a whole bunch of hoops. I don't recommend that. I'm actually recommending we vote against that. But after jumping through hoops, paying fees, and hoping the process actually works, you can still get these guns. So even if this bill passes, writ large, it does nothing to limit the number or types of firearms available. And while I don't recommend it, it certainly doesn't take any magazine of any capacity off the streets. So what are we doing here? The bill doesn't combat crime. It doesn't take guns out of the hands of dangerous people. It does manufacture new crimes that'll only apply to people that were previously law-abiding. But perhaps the most concerning are the inequities in this bill. And its sponsors really haven't addressed this, and I don't think it's been addressed by anybody in the chamber, truly. We talked about this yesterday. We heard from my colleagues. The bill creates a system ripe for racial profiling. It creates a financial barrier that'll hit the poor the hardest. It creates significant burdens on people that are already disadvantaged, those with limited education, those with developmental or intellectual disabilities, and those who do not speak English or who speak it as a second language. And let's not forget, the test you're required to take and pass in order to earn your rights hasn't even been developed yet, but we're told it will require very high scores. And for many of the folks I just mentioned, they may have to take the test more than once, costing more time and more money. This test and training is supposed to take place over 2 days. That's 2 days out of work for a single mom, or 2 days of daycare over the weekend. It's 2 additional days where they just have to worry about protecting themselves and their children before this process continues. The bill harms the least among us, those that are most deserving of our care. It's been called a modern-day poll tax, and just like the poll taxes of history, it's a tool for exclusion. It's a way to say to the poor, to the vulnerable, to the voiceless, your rights cost more than you can afford. That's not justice, that's oppression, plain and simple. I will vote no on 25003. I've stood against it from the beginning, and I'll stand against it to the end, because this is a bad bill for my district. It's bad for our sheriffs. It's bad for our budget. It's bad for our conservation efforts. It's bad for our communities. And now, to my colleagues on the other side here, I know there's a lot of desire to do something that for the greater good, for the good of the people, for our children. These are all chameleons of tyranny. They're just reasons to do something because we feel we need to do something, but they impact people's rights. If you're somebody who champions equity and equality, who fights for the poor, the disabled, the underserved, this bill should trouble you deeply. It creates a financial and bureaucratic barrier that'll fall hardest on those with the least. The single mom, as I said, working 2 jobs, the non-English speaker, the Coloradan with a disability. These are the very people that I've heard you fight for every single day at this well. And yet this bill tells them that their right to self-defense now depends on their income, their language skills, or their access to training that may not even exist. It is a modern-day poll tax. It doesn't disarm criminals. It manufactures new crimes for the law-abiding. It doesn't make us any safer. It simply makes it harder for vulnerable people to protect themselves.
Representative Richardson, you have 50 seconds left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, it jeopardizes potentially $30 million in conservation funding. And I think as we look through this, if you go through those, if you look at those issues, it doesn't align with your values. For other reasons, it may not align with our values. but I don't think this aligns with the values of anybody serving in this chamber. So I will urge you to vote no. I'd ask you to stand up for equity, for fiscal sanity, and for real public safety. Show you care about substantial improvements, not just these unfair symbolic gestures. Thank you.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
It is a pleasure to serve with you.
Well, this is it, the third reading, the last chance, and there's no do-over after today. If you vote yes on this bill, you're voting to declare war on the very people you swore to serve. So let me say this plainly. You're not protecting anyone with this bill. You are targeting the good guys. You're punishing the innocent. You're about to turn veterans, ranchers, moms, granddads, law-abiding citizens into criminals with the swing of a gavel. Well, out here in Western Colorado, we don't take that lightly. We don't sit down when our rights are stripped away, and we damn sure don't bow down to a government who thinks they can rule us instead of serve us. This bill is the very definition of tyranny. It is not based on facts, it's based on fear. Fear pushed by anti-gun activists, special interests, and well-funded NGOs, and they don't know a thing about our way of life. Fear fueled by school boards and teachers who stopped teaching respect for firearms and instead have programmed an entire generation to be terrified of them. We teach them to use them safely, responsible, and with respect where I live. That is our American culture. That is Western Colorado culture, and it's being erased intentionally. And now those very same people want to tell us how we are allowed to live. No, not now, not ever. If you pass this bill, you are lighting a match to the fabric of this state. You're driving a wedge so deep that I don't know if Colorado will ever recover, and that is not a threat, it is a reality, because the people in HD 58 and across Colorado, they will not comply. They will not be disarmed, and they will not be ruled. You see, you're not just passing a bill, you're picking a fight. You are forcing law-abiding citizens to choose between obedience and freedom. And I can promise you this, they will choose freedom every single time. You are creating criminals out of veterans, out of active duty military, out of teenage boys who have never broken a law, out of mothers who carry to protect their children, or our grandfathers who passed down a rifle as part of a family legacy. These are the most law-abiding citizens we have, and you are treating them like criminals for refusing to give up their rights. That is tyranny, plain and simple, and when government makes it a crime to be a patriot, then the government is the one breaking the law. You see, you don't get to strip rights, call it public safety. You don't get to shame liberty and call it compassion. And you sure as the hell don't get to walk into this chamber, raise your hands, and vote to destroy the very Constitution that you swore to uphold. This is your last chance to get it right. This is your last chance to do what is right for Colorado. Not just for the loudest voices, but all voices. If you vote yes today, you're telling every freedom-loving Coloradan to sit down and take it. But I'll tell you this, they won't sit and they won't take it. They sure won't forget who put them in this position. So I'm telling you right now, from this microphone with everything I've got, vote no, stand up. This is your last chance. And if you will not stand for your people, then by God, they will not stand with you. And they will stand against you. And if that happens, just know that you created this by passing this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As stated over and over again, if this bill were to pass, this would be one of the most restrictive gun control laws in the nation. It is antithetical to the Western way of life here in Colorado, a state that has millions of residents living outside of major urban areas and rely on firearms as a way of life. The bill sponsors tout that it can be upheld in court, and that the other states like New Jersey, Connecticut, Maryland have passed similar laws. Too often in this body we ask, can we do this? Instead of asking the more appropriate question, should we do this? Pro-Second Amendment advocates constantly talk about the slippery slope of gun control. This is what we're talking about. This body has passed dozens of gun laws over the last decade. And each year we come back here and we say that gun violence is a problem and we need to do more. We have magazine capacity limits, universal background checks, safe storage laws, age restrictions, 3-day waiting period, state and federal permitting, a state excise tax, gun show restrictions, among other laws. And before we even stop to measure whether they've had any effect, here we are. Something I've been trying to make sense of this entire time is the firearm safety piece. Gun safety courses are intended to teach proper handling of firearms, not the prevention of committing gun violence. Firearm safety courses and hunting safety courses do not mention gun violence at all. Rather, it teaches you how to responsibly handle your firearm. If this state had a rash of accidental discharges, maybe I could understand why you'd be trying to force people to receive training first. But that's not what the bill's intention is. The intention of the bill is to address gun violence and prevent mass shootings. The people committing these mass shootings are deranged individuals who misuse guns, and it's not because they didn't have enough gun safety training. Based on evidence from the trial of the Aurora Theater shooting, the shooter planned his attack very carefully over a 2 to 3 month period. In essence, he had months of training. So why didn't that stop him? It's because there's no logical correlation between the intentions of a madman and gun safety training. We heard in committee that we need time between purchasing a firearm and possessing it in order to give a speed bump in purchases. We already have a 3-day waiting period. CPW is currently averaging 120 days to complete this safety training course. Imagine how backlogged this course will be when it's mandated to the millions of gun owners in Colorado. In committee, we heard about the increasing lethality of firearms. As I pointed out in testimony during the Judiciary Committee, the AR-15 has been sold to the public since 1964. This is at a time when you can order firearms out of a Sears catalog and have it delivered to your house. No background checks, safety classes, or even identification verification required. So what's changed? I'd argue the way our society values life, respect for others, and the rule of law. This bill doesn't change that. To the exempted firearms list added by the Senate, the word I, my colleagues, and many witnesses used was arbitrary. That's because many of us have a lot of experience with firearms. And when we look at this list, we see that firearms are functionally no different than the typical AR-15 this bill targets. An example we talked about during the committee hearing is the Springfield Armory M1A standard issue rifle, exempted on page 5. Functionally, this firearm is semi-automatic and accepts a detachable magazine, just like an AR-15. It is also the civilian version of the military-issued version, just like the AR-15 is the civilian version of the military-issued M4. The main difference between the two is the bullet size of the M1A is a .308, which is significantly larger and more lethal than the AR-15's .223 caliber. There's a simple word to describe exempting an M1A but including an AR-15, arbitrary. The public servants who are actually tasked with enforcing safety, such as our sheriffs and chiefs of police, are the ones who showed up in committee to oppose this bill. They've stated unequivocally that this will not do what it is intended to do, nor will it stop horrific mass shootings or gun violence it's aimed at preventing. It will not stop school shootings. It will not stop gang violence. It will not stop those who intend to do harm to the innocent. Our law enforcement officials who testified against Senate Bill 3 understand that making the process for legally purchasing a firearm has no bearing on those committing the crimes. Just as we saw last week in Pueblo, where 3 Pueblo police officers were shot by a 14-time convicted felon out on 3 felony bonds, the criminals do not obtain their firearms legally. Members, you can go back to your districts and tell them you're doing something about gun violence. You can point to the recent bill we passed that increases the penalties for firearm theft. This was great bipartisan legislation that passed overwhelmingly in this chamber. Unlike Senate Bill 3, the firearms theft bill specifically targets those committing illegal acts and holds them more accountable. Senate Bill 3 seeks to make it even more difficult for those following the legal process of purchasing a firearm. Why would we honestly think that we would lower gun violence by making it more difficult for the law-abiding citizens to exercise their rights? We are not the ones committing the horrible atrocities or crimes we see in the news, just like the recent police shooting in Pueblo. This is the third iteration of a controversial law in the last 3 years, and arguably worse than the others. It's okay to say you want to do something, but this isn't the bill. Since its introduction in the Senate, it's been amended 35 times. Ask yourselves, are we doing justice to our citizens' rights by passing a bill that was so bad when introduced, we've had to amend it that many times? It's okay to say that we can look again next year. I've received thousands of emails, calls, and messages from not just my House District 20 constituents, but many from your districts and constituents as well, asking me to be a no vote. I cannot and will not cast a vote in favor of a bill that targets the constitutional rights of the law-abiding citizens of my district, while doing nothing to address the criminals who misuse their freedoms to hurt the innocent. On behalf of House District 20 and millions of Coloradans outside of my district, I am a no and ask you to do the same. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not coming up with anything prepared. See how this goes. I had a conversation a couple weeks ago. It's not like this is a surprise, right? We've known this was coming the entire time. I was able to have a conversation with a colleague, Democrat, and was asking, what their thoughts were on this bill. They admitted to me, we'll see that I use gender-neutral language through all of this, that they did not feel that this was the most elegant solution. They admitted that. Well, they asked me a question. They said, but what do we do to address gun violence? What do we do? Yeah, I've been thinking about that question since. It's a fair question. I'm going to tell you that I don't know. I don't know. I'm also going to tell you that I do not believe that this is it. I believe this is a mirage. I am an instructor for a nationally recognized, a national-based firearms organization, which I'm obviously avoiding speaking the letters because I don't want to necessarily say exactly who, it doesn't matter, but I'm an instructor. But it's not for a firearms course. Even though this is a firearms organization, this is not a firearms course that I instruct. I'm an instructor for a course that they offer that addresses how not to be a victim. The basis of it is about circle of awareness. The basis of it is about a concept called living in the yellow. Living in the green is the land of puppy dogs and roses. That doesn't exist. We don't live in the land of puppy dogs and roses. There is evil in the world. We know that. Living in the green is the belief that there is no evil. Living in the green is what ends up happening. You end up being surprised by things around you and not being ready to react to things around you and the evil in the world because you're kind of living with your head in the clouds. The idea is not to live in the red. Living in the red is living in a world of paranoia. That's destructive. It's not good. The idea is to live in the yellow, to understand that there is evil in the world, and to understand that you need to make sure that you have an awareness of your surroundings. Senate Bill 003 does not revert us to the land of puppy dogs and roses. That doesn't come back. We don't get to live back in the green again. Senate Bill 003 does not eliminate school shootings, gun violence. It doesn't do that. And to think that we can assuage ourselves of those fears by wrapping ourselves in this legislation is a mirage. And foolish, honestly. This is not going to fix anything. And I understand it's the best thing that you've got this legislative session. It is what was brought forward. And so you're kind of stuck to it at this point. You're kind of stuck to saying, well, this is the best thing that we've got, so let's go ahead and roll with it, even though that it is a completely different swamp creature from when it left its original form. It's completely different. We don't even know what this is at this point. We don't know how it's going to be, the mechanisms that will put this into place. We don't know how much it's going to cost either. This is not going to fix the things that I keep hearing stories about being able to send our kids off to school and not be afraid. This doesn't fix that. As parents, we should always be in the yellow. This doesn't fix the potentiality of cowards doing what cowards like to do, and that is victimize the most vulnerable in our society. They're going to continue doing that, irrespective of this, irrespective of anything. Because you know what the cowards don't do? Cowards don't pay any attention to what we're doing here. The cowards don't pay any attention to legislation, to our best efforts, to our intent, to our emotions, to what we care about. Cowards are going to do what they do. I know you're kind of stuck to this, thinking that this is the closest thing that you've got to trying to get there. But thinking that this is going to fix it, you're fooling yourself. We're fooling ourselves in thinking that this is going to actually fix something or stop something bad from happening. There is a very uncertain fiscal element to this. We shouldn't be legislating on ish. Oh, this is close-ish. This is close enough. It's what we've got. It's been amended a bit, not exactly sure how it's going to be carried out, but, it's the ish. We shouldn't legislate to ish. We shouldn't legislate to it's close enough. We need to legislate with particular intent and to know exactly what it's going to do. And we don't right now. We don't know how much it's going to cost. We don't know how this is going to be carried out. We don't know how it's going to be executed. Well, yeah, here we are. My previous colleague mentioned it. Why don't we try again next year? Why don't we bring something else back that actually gets to what you want a little bit better than the uncertainty that Senate Bill 003 brings? I ask for a no vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We spent several hours here today talking about policy and our differences on how we would approach this policy. We also need, and we have a responsibility, to look at bills and policy surrounding the fiscal responsibility and the fiscal accounting for that bill. We are faced as a General Assembly this year when you have to go over the long bill with bills that have not been fiscally responsible and accounted for properly, and it's causing for real nightmares balancing our budget at this particular point. I won't speak on this about the unfounded mandate that this places on our sheriffs in all 64 counties, because I have no idea what that's going to cost. but this bill does not touch on that unfunded mandate whatsoever. What I will speak about is the fiscal note. In the fiscal note, it identifies $363,000 and 3 people within DNR to manage this program. And I'll read you what it says. CPW requires 3 full-time employees starting in 2025-2026. Staff will oversee the course record and verification system, conduct outreach with sheriffs and members of the public, and continue to manage the program in the future. Let me identify some things that it doesn't touch on, and I don't believe for a moment that 3 people can do this. Crafting a certification program that is consistent and uniform across all 64 counties of this state. Crafting an exam and the method for taking that exam, along with grading the exam, and then a process for retesting, which is not addressed in this bill as well. Training the many instructors across the state for not only the basic hunting course, but also the extended firearms safety course, which takes place potentially over 2 days. Those are very significant responsibilities, and to think for a moment that 3 individuals at a state level can in fact do that is just not possible. But it looks good in the fiscal note. Then let's move on to the complexity of the system, the software that is critical to a success of this program. To start with, that's $1 million in 25-26, 100,000 of this that goes to OIT. So $900,000 is left to develop the system. Going on to 26-27, that system has to be maintained on an ongoing basis at a rate of $200,000 a year, of which $50,000 of that $200,000 goes to OIT again. So here's some things that system has to do. It has to track both the eligibility card as well as the recording fee. It has to track the certification of instructors and the companies that may hire those instructors, that in the end provide the service. It has to track the completed qualification of our citizens, including the dates of that qualification, because it's only good for 5 years. It also, on a continual basis, has to keep the status of our citizens up to date. In addition to that, it's an integrated communications platform. As an integrated communications platform, there are different populations that have to be communicated with. Citizens that may want to go for this qualification, the sheriffs that have to know the status at all times, the certified instructors that want to know the results of what they've passed in and what they may need to be doing on their certification. And let's not forget the federally licensed firearms dealers that have to know as well. If anybody thinks that interface and those tasks can be done for $900,000, you haven't been around software. We'll be lucky if we can do that in the range of $6 to $9 million and keep it updated. But yet, there's $1 million in this bill, and that's it. Then, to finish, I would encourage everybody to read pages 18 to 20 in the revision that we got this morning. And I'll just call out one section. And it's the last section on this subject of a continuous appropriation. And it says, must be equal to the total amount transferred from the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Cash Fund pursuant to subsection and so and so. And what it's referring to is the Firearms Training and Safety Course Cash Fund. And the key words are, must be equal. With a continuous appropriation, that means if there's too much, it doesn't flow into that. It stays in that cash fund. But what happens when it's not enough? Which is a very, very real possibility. We just signed off on a bill that says continuous appropriation out of our general fund. Let me say that again. Continuous appropriation out of our general fund that we are struggling to balance. This bill is not ready under any circumstances. I ask that it go back to appropriations. I respect the vote. Others, back to judicial. I respect that vote. But we're pushing forward a bill that the policy is not developed, and from a fiscal standpoint, it is going to be an absolute nightmare for all of us. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for a 5-minute recess.
Oh, do you? Representative Luck, thank you for that. I think we can still proceed. I don't know that we need to take a recess.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, then I guess I will withdraw that motion since it is a proper motion. I was just hopeful that after many hours here, we could all see green, seeing as there's a lot of red and green being discussed, right? That there would be some means by which we could all come together and agree that 5 minutes of stretching our legs it was in order.
Representative Luck, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity for a recess. I do believe members have been availing themselves of slight breaks as necessary. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just trying to make sure everybody's taken care of. Must be the mom in me. I want to thank you all for engaging today from both sides of this aisle. Genuinely, I appreciate that. I believe this is a place where we should vigorously debate, where we should sharpen each other and help each other understand the different ways of being and of living that go on in Colorado. And so I want to thank you. I want to thank you for helping me to better appreciate where your hearts are at and to help me to have challenges to some of my assumptions and some of my data. And while, as the bill sponsor noted earlier, it may not lead me to a different conclusion, I may still disagree with what is said, I do appreciate the conversation. So thank you to all who came down. I rise in opposition to this bill not only on behalf of my constituents, but on behalf of a dear friend of mine who used to sit where the representative from Mesa County is now sitting. He used to sit right next to me. He was a former minority leader, and he also was a student at Columbine in 1999. And he would often come down on bills such as this, and he would argue vigorously against them, despite his experience in those halls. And I think what's relevant about that today is that we have heard from others who have reached the opposite conclusion of what he reached in having that experience. We each receive information differently. We each process it almost as like a kaleidoscope, such that the same inputs might result in different results. And I think that's important for us to recognize as we move towards the end of this conversation. We can look at the same situation and say, you know what, we need less of this or more of that. And we can find stats and experts to back up our claims. We can find legal cases and dicta to substantiate our arguments. But really what I think and have thought for many years now in this chamber is not as relates to all of that supporting evidence, that our division is not about that. Where we're really divided is on the underlying assumptions, the underlying culture pieces. You heard from a representative who passionately expressed what my constituents would want said. I couldn't do it better. You also passionately heard what it looks like in downtown Denver when someone wants to drop off their kids at school and walk away believing that they are safe. As I mentioned at the outset, I do believe that everyone in this room wants to pick the policy that will best lead to life. I genuinely believe that. The reason that I stand in opposition of this is because I believe there are more protective reasons, protective instances of firearm possession and use, purchase, all of these things, than detriment. In fact, did you know that there are 180 instances between 2014 and 2023 where armed civilians stopped a mass shooting, according to the FBI? I don't want to deter that behavior. I want to incentivize that behavior. I want to incentivize the behavior of those who have a love of life and a love of community to want to go out and be protective of that community. Now, we've heard this is a reasonable measure. And again, that's something I've heard for a number of years now. And it reminds me of if you've ever played a game with a little kid who's like, I have this cool game, and you don't know the rules to it. And you're like, okay, well, teach it to me. And they tell you the first rule, and you start to play according to that rule, but then you start to win. And the little kid's like, no, there's another rule too. And then, okay, so you adopt that rule, and you start to play, and then you start to win, and they're like, no, there's another rule. And they just keep adding rules, and before you know it, you realize the game is rigged against you. You'll never win because they're the determiner of the rules. And that's kind of how I feel this body has been over the last 4.5 years. My first year, it was, I don't even remember which gun bill was the very first gun bill, but I've heard dozens now. And this is just one reasonable step, just one reasonable thing. We're not really impacting the Second Amendment, just this one thing. Yeah, but that one thing added with the next thing, added with the next thing, added with the next thing has grown into a pretty big thing. And now we've basically created an environment where we have no incentive to have people manufacture or sell. We have more and more hindrances to them legally purchasing. And we just continue to deter people from believing and understanding that they have primary responsibility for their own protection. I was a teacher. I had to figure out, how am I going to protect my kids? And I will tell you, I would much rather have been in a situation where I could have carried than had to worry about what kind of equipment in the room I could use as offensively against someone who was trying to harm the kids behind me. Oklahoma just passed a bill to grant funding so that teachers can actually be trained to protect. It's a whole different way of looking at this. Now, we've heard that crime continues to increase. And the Minority Caucus met with the Denver PD today, and we're told that some crime, at least in this district, is going down. But through the conversation, it became clear that it might not be actually going down. It might be because people are less inclined to report because they don't think anything's going to change. There are significant issues we have to solve, and we've talked a lot about the protective barriers that we could introduce in terms of mental health, fatherlessness and the impact that that has on antisocial behavior, and the fact that many mass shooters are fatherless men. There's a lot of other policy areas we could look at, but yet we continue to just want to play in this one space, and we continue to put up rules in this one space, like that little kid. And it's not getting us anywhere. If we were scientists doing an experiment, we should learn that maybe our hypothesis is wrong and we need to adjust and go in a different direction. But we keep doubling down. Does this ban guns? No. No, it doesn't ban them. Will it minimize lawful ownership? Yeah, I do believe it will. Will it increase the black market? Yeah, I actually think it will. Will it cause more problems, especially as you put it together with all of these other reasonable measures? Yeah, I do. I do believe with all that I am that the people who will use these tools, that will use these weapons to cause harm, will continue to be able to access them and readily. The ones who would use them in order to defend, in order to protect community, perhaps even you all, they will be deterred from doing it. Because we are sending a message. We're sending a message that those people who carry guns are bad people, even if they're not bad people. That's what these kinds of things communicate. I love going on planes and seeing guys in military. I graduated shortly after 9/11 and went to school abroad, and I was on a plane a lot. And I was really comforted when I saw active duty military because I thought this plane will be safe.
Representative Luck, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the same way, when I go to the county fair in my district and I see people open carrying, I feel safer. I do. I feel safer because I know that those individuals are poised to protect in the event that someone comes in with nefarious purposes. And yet bills like this and all of their progeny to come, as well as all of their ancestors over the last decade, all they do is deter people from being that protective force. We should value life. I don't believe, genuinely do not believe, that this bill will do so. With that, I am a no.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I think some points that have come up are both in the motions to move this back to other committees and second readings and things of the sort. I think one thing that should have been mentioned is business. This didn't go through Business Committee, and as the ranking member of business, I see the impact that this is going to have on business and many other anti-gun bills that come through here that impact businesses. This particularly is killing business, killing firearms businesses in Colorado. My friend in particular in Berthoud, where I teach my firearms classes, will be moving to Wyoming. I know to some that might be celebratory, to others that might be like it is to me. To me, it's more than disappointing because I'm losing a good friend moving out of state. But to others, it can at least be seen as something that is a hindrance to the revenue, the livelihood of him and his family, and otherwise just the ability for somebody to live the American dream here in Colorado by owning and maintaining a business. So that's one that we missed. I think this should have been moved back to business, and it wasn't. It didn't go through business at all, but it is still doing that impact negatively, very negatively, detrimentally to businesses around Colorado. This started as an all-out, just a gun ban. But here we are at the end of this, and granted, it still has to go back to the Senate, and who knows what's going to happen from there, but this is still a gun ban. However you see it, it's still a gun ban. How is it still a gun ban? We've created this emphasis on training and creating a new training. We've already talked about the backlog. That's been spoken of many times up here. But that backlog of training is not only the backlog, we're talking about having instructors formulate a new kind of training that is specific to this bill. When we're just now getting people to get verified for a bill that came across last year for concealed carry training. So training wait time is not able to be determined. I don't know when that'll be able to be determined or even implemented. The wait time that people are going to have is not only something that's a hindrance, this is something that is not going to be able to be maintained. People are not going to be willing to wait the time that they need to obtain a card that says they're allowed to purchase a firearm. The cost is another thing. When you have people that are pulling out everything they have just to be able to purchase a firearm for their self-defense, let's add 100 or a few hundred, who knows, we don't even know what the cost is going to be. Let's add that onto it and just tell people it's okay because you're already buying a gun. And people with disabilities, we're requiring another written test, another shooting test, another thing just for people to be able to purchase a firearm, not to carry concealed. That's already something different. But we're requiring all these things, and none of that even affected manufacturers. We don't even know what this does to manufacturers in Colorado, or even outside of Colorado, especially those outside of Colorado. They don't produce things that fall into this bill with fixed magazines. They don't produce them, they can't produce them. To ask for those things to be produced in an Armalite platform is not even feasible. But we're requiring all these things of people just to be able to get a card that says you're allowed to purchase a firearm. That puts the hindrance, all of those together, for people that are just unable to complete any one of those, let alone all of those. They're basically banned from getting a gun. So this still, in the end, ends up being a gun ban. Some of the things I've heard throughout the day today and over the last couple of years in all of these hearings of these bills is weapons of war. As a combat veteran, I've been deployed twice in a combat zone. I can tell you what my weapons of war were, one of which was an M249 squad automatic weapon. That's something that isn't sold on the civilian market. Another was an M4. That's another thing that isn't sold on the civilian market. Both of those are NFA regulated items. What other weapons of war? A handgun. Handgun was something I had as a weapon of war. I carried OC spray as a weapon of war. Extendable baton as a weapon of war. Lots of things. A knife, a fixed blade or a folding knife as a weapon of war. Are we going to ban those things and call them weapons of war? Or simply everyday carry for somebody to use and carry in the case they need it for utility or for self-defense? The partisanship is something I just can't get past on this bill and other bills like it, but especially this bill. This bill I see as the most egregious that we've seen and hopefully we'll ever see. Both in the lobby behind the bill and the people that came to testify in different lobbies, one of which made a snarky comment to me when I mentioned the fact that handguns are predominantly used in crimes where firearms are part of the crime. Handguns, and the predominant amount of those are stolen handguns. Why aren't we focusing on that? And this lobbyist said she would be happy to work with me next year to ban handguns. That to me is scary. When those are the people supporting this bill, showing up in support of this bill in the lobby that are actively trying to seek out people to find legislation that would ban handguns, that's scary. And that's what we're up against right now. That's what we're debating right now. When we're talking about crime, address crime, not the law-abiding citizens that are trying to do the right thing and legally purchase firearms. Having to now jump through such an incredible bureaucracy just to be able to get permission from the state to purchase a firearm, we're letting the criminals do what criminals do, get firearms illegally. We're not addressing that. There are bills addressing that, and those bills, that bill died last year and is creeping along this year. Who knows what the outcome is going to be on that? I'm scared to find out, especially with stuff like this taking the forefront. Many of you know about the two-way caucus. That is something where we've had to do a lot of work on informing people on this bill and bills like it. This is something we formulated simply to provide safety and education on firearms. Nobody behind this has spoken to us to try and find out anything or learn anything on the safety and education front of firearms. And this, I've heard this bill being about a safety course. This is not about a safety course. This is about an unattainable goal, unattainable carrot at the end of a stick for you to just simply get permission from our state to purchase a firearm. It's simply about making the purchase of a firearm unattainable to law-abiding citizens. Making citizens that are law-abiding out to be criminals and essentially making them get firearms either criminally or in a way that is going around the law. I just ask everyone in here, if you're going to make legislation about firearms, just because you don't like firearms, don't hold the rest of us to that same standard. For those of us that choose firearms in our life, I hate hearing words like gun culture and things like that. For those of us that are choosing firearms in our life, we use firearms for hunting, for sport, for recreation, for self-defense. Don't hold us to the same standard that you hold yourself or people that you believe should follow the same thing you do, simply because you don't agree with firearms. You don't like firearms, you don't have firearms. That goes the same way with the idea that just because you don't want to exercise your Second Amendment, don't hold the rest of us to that. For those of us that do want to exercise our Second Amendment. If you don't
Representative
agree with it-
Armagost, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you don't agree with it, it does not mean everyone should follow suit. It means that you can bring that voice to the table and we can have a good discussion, a good debate. But it shouldn't mean that you get to bulldog your way through a legislature with bills like this. I think it sends a bad message to those that we represent, and to our colleagues as well. We are the minority over here, but we don't represent the minority. We represent our entire districts that elected us, and we represent the state of Colorado. We should all hold ourselves to that same standard. Vote no on this bill.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
When police officers in Uvalde, Texas, learned that the man inside the school had an AR-15, they refused to confront the gunman. One officer said when he knew it was an AR-15, this is quotes, "There was no way of going in. We had no choice but to wait and try to get something that had better coverage so that we could actually stand up to him." This was even though some of those officers were equipped with the same weapon. Even though children were inside the building, they were unwilling to confront a weapon that was designed to destroy human life. They refused to confront the weapon of choice for mass shootings. School shootings are 57 times more likely to happen in the United States than in any other developed nation. Since 2015, over 19,000 people have been shot or injured or killed in a mass shooting. And 85% of mass shootings were caused by weapons like this. They have mental health issues in South Korea, in Spain, in France, in the UK. They don't have readily available assault weapons. That's why they don't have mass shooting drills in those countries. They don't have mass stabbing drills in those countries either. Children in countries that have made it harder to access weapons like this are safer in schools. That's what this is about. We cannot take our kids to school, go to the grocery store, or go to the movies without thinking that we or they could be next. That is the reality we face in this country. And today we get to take a step towards changing that reality. It's a meaningful step. It's not enough. I liked this bill as introduced. I liked the bill we had last year. And we need national action to address this as well. This is a step that aligns with the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Second Amendment and its limitations. Because even after the court's decision in Bruin, there are still limitations on the Second Amendment. Justice Kavanaugh, in his concurrence, which was joined by the Chief Justice, Justice Roberts, emphasized that Heller's restriction on dangerous and unusual weapons remains good law. The Seventh Circuit recently found that the challenge to Illinois' assault weapons ban did not demonstrate that the law was likely to be unconstitutional. That case, they were considering a ban. This is not a ban. The court highlighted the exceptional danger posed by these weapons and states that the state's regulation accords with the history and tradition of our gun laws. One judge noted, in an opinion by the court, children are even more vulnerable because the surface area of their organs and arteries are smaller. That was in conducting an analysis of the unique danger that these weapons pose. Let's talk about specifically what this bill looks like now. Specifically, this bill is a permit-to-purchase system. There's no indication that permit-to-purchase systems are vulnerable to constitutional challenge. Many states have permit-to-purchase systems. Connecticut, Hawaii, New Jersey, Oregon, Maryland, Delaware, Michigan, Maine, Nebraska, Washington. Nebraska's is more narrow than the one we're proposing here. I'll recognize that. But states with stricter gun laws have less gun violence. 9 states and DC have outright bans on the acquisition of semi-automatic military-style firearms. All of the state restrictions on these firearms remain in full force and effect. Federal district courts in California, Connecticut, Delaware, the District of Columbia, Illinois, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Oregon, Rhode Island, Vermont, Washington have upheld prohibitions on military-style semi-automatic firearms or high-capacity magazines. 3 federal appellate courts, the 3rd, the 4th, and the 7th Circuit, have ruled that prohibitions on semi-automatic military-style firearms are lawful. That is since Bruin, rejecting challenges to the state laws at issue. In August of 2024, the 4th Circuit Court of Appeal upheld Maryland's assault weapons style ban. I highlight this because we've heard a lot of talk about the constitutionality and respect for the Constitution. I have respect for the Constitution. I think it's clear that courts have interpreted how the Second Amendment applies to laws that have gone beyond this, and has said that they're constitutional. The bottom line on the legal analysis here is there's no reason to believe that there are constitutional concerns about a permit-to-purchase system, even if it applied to all guns or to handguns, because it does in some states. This doesn't. The system is constructed for a class of firearms that the federal courts have made clear that it will uphold a ban. We are simply trying to regulate uniquely dangerous weapons. We are the only country in the world with active shooter drills in our schools. I want to thank the Angels from East, the students who come here year after year after year to tell us about what it's like to grow up with these drills and with this fear. Thank you for being unwilling to accept that there's nothing that we can do in this building. I also want to highlight that the desire to own these specific kinds of weapons does not outweigh the freedom of children to feel safe to go to school. If it can shoot up a theater, if it can shoot up a classroom, if one person can have the ability to blow apart dozens of people in 30 seconds, it should be well regulated. I will proudly be voting yes on Senate Bill 3. Thank you.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard today that this bill is a declaration of war. And I have not experienced this bill as a declaration of war. I have not experienced this bill as something other than a bill that is appropriate to be discussed in this chamber. I have not seen this bill go through any special rigmarole, be assigned to any unique committees, go through any different process than any other piece of legislation that we will hear this year. All of them. The only thing that's quite unique to this bill is that we will spend so much time on this bill and this issue. Another thing that is impressive to me is the amount of misinformation and the amount of impugned motives that get added to this legislation. Many of our colleagues have talked about the constitutionality of this law. I too agree with them. During the process of looking at the ins and outs of this bill, I have read every word of every Supreme Court decision in the last 234 years related to 2A arguments. I do not find, even in the dissenting arguments, any point in time that people have been given an individual right to rise up against the United States government or the government of the state of Colorado. And I'm surprised that those are the types of things that I have been engaged in telephone calls with constituents about, when what we are talking about is a bill that requires training in order to own detachable magazines. There's nothing in this bill that says you can't buy an AR-15. There's nothing in this bill that says you can't buy any firearm whatsoever. The onus and the nexus of this bill is whether or not you get to load it unlimitedly. You know, when the bill first came out, I had safety concerns. I immediately went to the sponsors. I said, I've got problems with this. I went online and purchased fixable magazine, available commercially. They sent it to me. I fixed it to my AR. Not yesterday, last weekend, the weekend before, I took it to the range with other people. And I was no slower and getting the same number of rounds downrange as they were. The difference was that they loaded 15, 15, 15, 15, and replaced their magazines. And after the 16th shot every time I reloaded, and we still accomplished the same amount in the same amount of time. The only difference for me was that I had to stop shooting after 16 rounds. I don't have safety concerns about this bill. I do not have constitutional concerns about this bill. I certainly do not think that this is war, and I've mostly been upset with the political conjecture that that's what this is. This should have been a very easy conversation. This didn't require 2 full days of debate. It didn't require 14 hours. It didn't require some of the lies that I've heard told over and over and over and over. This was a debate about safety.
Representative Clifford, be careful not to impugn colleagues.
Doing the very thing that I have a problem with. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Representative.
Nowhere in this bill is there a gun grab. We have not asked you to turn them in. Nowhere has this even been remotely the most egregious gun bill that has ever been run in the history of this chamber. In fact, in this very chamber just last year, we passed a full assault weapons ban. This is not that. This is, we want you to have training if you are going to be able to unlimitedly reload your weapons quickly. Most of the people that I talk to on the phone don't have an issue requiring training. Most of the people that I know don't mind taking it. I am a law enforcement officer who has been trained with AR-15s and trained with AR-15s and trained with AR-15s, and the day that I am no longer under that protection of being a peace officer, I will have to go and get this training just like everyone else if I'd like to own detachable magazines. And that's just fact. And that doesn't bother me a bit. And I don't think that most of the people that have called me about concerns about their personal protection are fully aware that all we're talking about are magazines. You can still have your AR. If you choose your AR as your personal protection device and you're unwilling to get training, can't pass the training, for some reason live in a rural area and just can't manage it, then the only limitation that this bill puts on you at all is stopping after the 16th round. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I sat on committee for this bill, and I'm not going to get into all the intricacies. My colleagues have, I think, done a fair job of speaking about many issues, but I just want to get on the record what I heard in committee. We heard from all races, colors, and creeds that gun rights are civil rights. I think that was an important message that was put out to the committee. We heard concerns about testing, and those with learning disabilities. One person who testified said he wasn't the best test taker, and to start with a 90% threshold to obtain basically a FOID card, he thought that that would be a huge limitation for him. Another thing that I think that was said in its own way is the phrase, "You are putting a paywall in front of my Second Amendment rights." We heard from someone who grew up in a community full of gang activity, and he said this bill will put financial barriers in front of the poorest, creating classes where those with more money and that are wealthier have better access to protection for them and their families and their larger community. We talked about source causes, lack of morality, and family values. Mental health was a huge issue, and I think that no matter what side of the aisle you're on this, we all know that mental health is an issue that we face, not only in the state, but in the nation. We heard from sheriffs that were 100% against the bill. They explained that this law will be an unfunded mandate, which will force them to levy another fee on law-abiding gun owners. They also said it was unenforceable, that using resources for this instead of being out on the streets actually fighting crime was a disservice to their communities. We heard concerns with this legislation being housed in CPW. Will this bill create backlogs, which in turn delaying processing on necessary paperwork? Will it divert the resources from CPW's original mission? Will we have federal funds pulled from us for passing unconstitutional laws? Others that testified felt that the stacking of gun laws in Colorado was meant to be a death by 1,000 cuts, making it to where no one has the time, money, or wants to make the effort to buy a firearm. Almost like a war of attrition. We talked about the spirit of the Second Amendment. One of the people testifying just, he's like, I want to remind you when the Second Amendment was written, that it was written by a bunch of crazy kids that just freed a nation. And it's to keep people free and government in check. He also talked about repelling foreign armies, because America has the largest standing army in the world with its citizenry, and even brought up Ukraine as a point, how the Ukrainian citizens had banded together to try to push off aggressors. I have gun shops in Pueblo, from Pueblo West to Lamar. Actually, a friend of mine in Walsh, Colorado, a tiny little town, he just picked up his family and his gun store and he moved into Kansas, which is unfortunate. It's unfortunate for the southeast corner. It's unfortunate for him and his family that were generational, but that's how he makes his living. So now he's separated from his mom and his dad and the rest of his family, having to move that way he can keep food on the table for his family without going against what he believes is right. I won't disagree that a lot of our districts have similarities, but I'd be remiss to say that a lot of our districts, even though they have similarities, have vast differences. In House District 47, we embrace the Western way of life. In this chamber and in this building, we are constantly being reminded that we're a minority, which is confusing to me. I thought that's what many folks in this building were here to stand up for and fight for, was the minority. We talk about safety, but it's only one-sided. You talk about school shootings, that's a problem that you face. One of the schools my kid went to, it was a 50-minute drive for the sheriff to get there. That's a vast difference. Gun violence must be stopped, but we shoot down tough on crime legislation, and we also pass laws that are softening penalties on criminals. And that sends a mixed message to the people in my community. And I think that's why a lot of times you hear in this building is you're going after law-abiding citizens, because these are people that do follow the laws, and they are safe with their firearms. But then they look on the news, like we saw in Pueblo. I can't remember how many felonies, wanted for murder. Those are the real criminals. We have to have consistency. We can't blow whichever the way the wind blows day to day on whatever argument we have at the time. And in this building, a lot of times we're willing to take from some to give to others, except for fees on gun owners. I haven't once heard of anybody saying, well, since we're going to pass this law, then we should take from some and give to those. That way they may exercise their rights as they try to maneuver the testing and the fees. The problem I have is when the wants and needs of your constituents override the wants and needs of my constituents. Like it was said earlier, I'd really like to hear the arguments if the shoe were on the other foot. I bet you we'd be hearing words like local control, my constituents want this, based on where we live, allow us to do this even if you don't want to. I truly believe that those arguments would be the same. I think that bringing up the Joint Special Committee was common sense and in good faith. There is no doubt that this bill is morphed, and it's hard to keep up with it even as a legislator, and I think by having this committee, we could have brought everybody to the table again, the sheriffs, the gun community, people from rural Colorado, school teachers, and at the end of the day, you all are going to do what you're going to do, but I think at least it would have made people felt like the effort was a little bit larger than what was put into it, and they would have been bargained with at least in good faith. I'm not very young, but I'm 46 years old, and one thing that I've learned is you can't legislate morality, and I know that sounds like a buzzword, but it's the truth. Unfortunately, people have been killing each other since Cain slayed Abel, and I don't think it'll ever stop. I'd be remiss to say that I think the thoughts of living in a utopia, even though we would all like that to happen, isn't a reality. How will history judge these actions? We'll find out someday. I mean, we're all judged by our actions here on earth and after. But I do want to get it on the record. I want to know how history will judge us all one day. Another thing that I learned from history is many times what those are fighting for, when they get power, they become what they were fighting against. And for some in this chamber, I hope that isn't the history that's written for you. With that, I urge a no vote.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, thank you for the debate today. I debated if I would come down, but there are a few things that I want to explain in regards to why I'm supporting and voting for this bill. I've been here going on 5 years, and I do believe that Senate Bill 3 is a compromise. I feel like we have been talking about this issue since 1999, since 2013, since 2021. I feel like we have been doing what we are supposed to do in this building with debate, with 30 amendments, 100 hours, and 3 years of this bill. We are doing what we are supposed to be doing as legislators. And at the end of the day, what this bill does is require some sort of verification of knowing how to use this weapon, just as we do with other requirements on licenses and permits around concealed carry, hunting. I don't even think you can actually carry a knife with more than 3 inches, and that's not a crime. And so this is a compromise. But I'm voting for this bill today after listening to the debate because I want to take some things back. I want to take my voice back. I want to take my country back. I want to take history back. I asked myself if I hear the term about slaves wouldn't be slaves if they had guns, but nobody talked about the very people who enslaved them as the founders of this country through that document. I thought about if I heard it more than once, I would come up here. I said, if I hear about poll taxes, one more time, I'm gonna come up here. And poll taxes that we keep referencing were a part of an assault on people of color when they were shot at, their churches were bombed, and they were targeted specifically for the color of their skin. And yet, when I talk about words like white power structure, I get yelled at. I am voting for this to take back my agency over industry. $100 billion has been made off the sale of guns in the last 15 years alone, which is twice as much as the 20 years before. And there are more guns than people in this state. But this is an industry that would arm the people to go take away freedoms and rights and land, and then come back to the same people whose rights and land were stolen and say, let me sell you something to equal that out. That industry has no fiduciary or financial interest in peace. That industry has no interest in us trusting each other or trying to build a safe community. And we are at this place. There are more guns than people, and we have had more shootings in schools and across the country than we ever had. So I am fighting to take back my agency on that industry. I am fighting to take back common sense. If you want to support addressing mental health, vote for the bills that say maybe you shouldn't have an access to a gun if you're having a mental health episode. Vote for the bills that fund co-responder programs. Vote for the bills, fill in the blank. And if, again, the number of guns equals safety, then we should be the safest country in the world. I am taking back common sense. I am taking back the Constitution The Second Amendment does not get to outweigh the First, and I mean the right to assemble. I mean the right to assemble to worship. I should be able to do that without fearing that I'm going to die. And you know what? Our Constitution allows for that. It is called compelling state interest. That is in the Constitution too. I am fighting for the legislative branch. I am taking it back. Fill in the blank on how many hours over 3 years being here. I am not ashamed to be a legislator. I am not ashamed of 30 amendments. That's what we're supposed to do. We are supposed to debate and change things. I am taking it back that the executive branch's job is to uphold the law and enforce it. They do not get to choose which ones. I am taking it back. And lastly, I am taking this notion of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness back when 1,000 children tell me that they are scarred to their bones on the trauma of having to do drills. I don't know where the pursuit of happiness is in that. And when they tell us what we need to do because their lives are fundamentally changed, we have lost 2 generations of children to this trauma. I want to talk about law-abiding citizens. And I want to talk about crime prevention. I want us to recognize that we can prevent the crime of mass murder by gun. Mary Sherlock died, Sandy Hook, law-abiding citizen of the crime of mass shooting. Denny Stong, law-abiding citizen, died of the crime of mass shooting. Suzanne Fountain, law-abiding citizen, died of the crime of mass shooting. Lynn Murray, law-abiding citizen, died of the crime that could be prevented of a mass shooting. Jonathan Blunk, law-abiding citizen, died of the preventable crime of that mass shooting. John Larimer, law-abiding citizen, who died of the preventable crime of that mass shooting. Rebecca Wingo. That is not all who died. The people who committed that crime legally bought weapons. And so I am supporting this bill. Again, because it is a compromise. But in supporting this bill, I am taking it back. I am taking back the Constitution. I am taking back law-abiding citizen. And I am taking back the strength that is this legislature. Thank you, sponsors, for giving me the chance to do that today.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I did not want to inflict any more pain on our colleagues and have stayed quiet, but after 19 hours nonstop between 65 people, that means about more than 17 and a half minutes per person. So taking 4 minutes at the end, I think, is appropriate. If we had kept it lower, I wouldn't take any kind of time. But I was getting hammered over the weekend by my core supporters. Supporters who see a D by my name and automatically assume I'm going to vote for every gun bill. I've had to explain this many times before locally and even had to write an op-ed to the paper once to explain the position, but I still think I need to explain it for the constituents I have. I took a pledge when the Democratic Party came and asked me if I'd run in Highlands Ranch. They were very concerned what was my position going to be on firearms and what was the position going to be on abortion. And on both accounts, my response was no matter what my personal opinions may be, as the representative for Highlands Ranch and HD 43, I would not support any further restrictions on individual gun rights and gun owners, but I would fight any rollback of those restrictions. At the time when my opponent was a gun dealer who wanted to get rid of every single gun law in the state, I looked pretty darn good to the party. But, of course, once I got down here and people wanted to expand, it became a different issue. I still was able to vote for things like the manufacturer's liability, vote for the red flag law expansion, because those were not impacting individual gun owner rights. This one does, however. And I've had many constituents push on me, and say, listen to your constituents. And I have to remind them, I actually get about 100 emails for every one on the other side. But I don't just vote on how many people are contacting me. I'm also in a unique situation because my core supporters are suburban women with kids, the ones who actually knock on the doors, who do the grunt work and help me. And this is the core issue for them. But they only make up, the Democrats in my district, 21% of the registered voters. I represent a GOP district, and I do represent everyone in my district. And I am very blessed by the people in my district, because whether they're very progressive or very conservative, they've been very angry with me at times, but they are very reasonable people, and when I explain how I get to positions, they've always been very good about saying, you know, I still think you should have gone the other way, but I appreciate having someone who looks through these. What kind of concerned me, and I probably shouldn't go further, because like I said, my position was very firm, and the integrity of keeping to that position is far more important to me than any single little policy we may do. And people who've asked me to go back on that word, saying, well, those people would never vote for you anyway. That is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. They're never going to vote for me, the two-way absolutists. But that doesn't mean you go back on your word to anyone. So I'm keeping my word on that. And when I was campaigning the first time, and we had a lot of gun discussions and firearm discussions at events, I made the point that if anyone was really serious, about going after firearms to reduce the problem, it would be semi-automatic weapons with detachable magazines. If you were really serious, that's what you'd have to go after. All these other little bills here, little bills there, and not to disparage any, but you know, it's nipping around the edge. If the real concern was the firearms, it would be a ban on semi-automatic weapons with detachable magazines. And here we are when it was introduced. But it was a little disturbing because I think some of the people here that know me know process is very important to me, extremely important, because the trust in the system is also far more important than any single policy. And I was approached before the session and said, Bob, would you like to sign up on this gun bill? I'm like, well, you know, I can't do most gun bills. Well, this one is going to be a ban on bump stocks, trigger activators, and getting rid of the magazine capacity loophole. I said, sign me up, I can do that. That's an easy one. But then when I read through the bill, the way we were going to close the magazine capacity loophole was to get rid of every semi-automatic weapon with a magazine. That just seemed even more excessive than the assault weapons ban bill. So I've watched this move through more as in a sporting capacity because I knew the commitment I made and the commitment I'd keep. But the concerns are there of how much we have warped it from its original purpose. And the concerns of our colleague on the other side of the aisle in the JBC, I think, are also very valid. So I did want to put that forward, and I did think I needed to come down here because I am going to have very difficult conversations again. The most difficult conversations I've ever had in this building are the moms in my district that worked for me that never heard the position I had. They just saw a D by my name and expect me to vote for every single gun bill. The people who knew and attacked me, I have not a lot of respect for. But those people, it is very, very difficult, and I felt like I needed to come down here to explain it once again because I'll need to explain it again. But thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. This was mainly for my constituents and not for you all.
Representative Weinberg, this is your second time to speak. You have 5 minutes, 37 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fellow colleagues, for those who know me, and for those who don't, I never come into this world twice in a third reading, but there is a lot to unpack in the past couple speakers, and I'm going to unpack it. Again, we get to learn each other in this building, and for those who don't know me, I am a Jewish immigrant with Holocaust-surviving grandparents. I come from a war-torn country filled with violence and the most aggressive gun laws in the world, including the pathway you're putting on us right now. Act 60 that was passed in South Africa is following down this exact road. And if you look at the crime rates in the country I was born and raised in, they are no better off for not having a firearm. I heard Uvalde while I was up here. This would not have stopped Uvalde. It's all fair and good to mention that. If it did something, it would not have prevented it. I have 2 children in school. My city couldn't afford to have Loveland Police have officers in that school because of our shortfall. What did the school do? They purchased private security. And on every window and door surrounding my school is armed personnel. You tell me right now if anybody will have the guts to show up to that school and harm my children. Because they will not. Being painted against children in schools is awful. We are down here because bullets both ways. You train and you arm our teachers. There will not be a school shooting ever again. My colleague, who was born and raised in Mexico, who ran out of time to speak, informed me that Mexico does armed shooter drills. Don't come in this well and tell me nobody else does it. Sweden, the strictest gun laws in the bloody world, just faced a shooting. Laws do not work against criminals. This is a gun grab. This is a chip away at our rights, the Constitution, at every essence of itself. This is my 3rd year now, and there's not one time I have not seen something involving guns in this chamber. You have no metrics from what you've passed already. And violence is still happening. So when you come down to this well and start yelling at us and accusing us that we don't care about the children, we're going to push back. This was not a compromise. Criminals will find a way to gather firearms every time. We're not debating knives and cars because knives and cars are not in our Constitution as a constitutional right. If my grandmother, who was 6 years old in Germany, when she got dragged out of the house with her mother and her
Representative
father.
Weinberg, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If they were to have had a firearm, they wouldn't have been shot in the face, dead, straight in Germany.
and her sent off to Auschwitz, and her brother thrown into an oven. If you ever find yourself outside of this building and something goes down, I am the safest person you will be next to. So help me God. Vote no on this bill.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my caucus for your vigorous debate. And thank you for my friends on the other side of the aisle. Today was really helpful to me. I had a whole page and I had been taking notes all day as to what I was going to say, and that the notepad sits on my desk because what you all said is really what I want to talk a little bit about today in my comments. I think it's interesting to me, and I'm sure I understand a little bit why, but that we heard from you all on thirds and not on seconds. Because I think it would have been an interesting debate. We could have had some more fuller conversations if some of this was on seconds. I had intended to talk about the fiscal note and how all the JBC members voted for an amendment that we brought forward, as I understood it, because of that continuous appropriation. I had intended to talk about how this is unconstitutional. I had intended to do all of the things that my caucus did so well. And as Minority Leader, I'm incredibly proud to serve with every single one of you, and I just want you to know that. And the last thing I'm going to say as the Minority Leader is, because I say this pretty much on every gun bill that we have in this building, is my people, my constituents, keep asking me this question that I cannot answer, and I know you all don't see it the same way, but why are they making law-abiding citizens into criminals? And I still cannot, for the life of me, answer it. And I understand we see this issue differently. Clearly, that is true. And I've always said, I think our goals are the same. Our goals are to protect children, to protect families. We want to be able to protect our children and our families, too. So the goal is the same. We just have different paths to get there. And I do want to give credit to the sponsors. Although I see amendments maybe a little bit differently, I do appreciate you took some of our amendments, and thank you for working with us. But I also see that if we were able in 13 hours to come up, or however many hours, I don't know, we've all lost count, 30 amendments, I bet with more time we could have came up with another 30, because more stakeholding, to me, seems like maybe in order. But that is all I want to say as the Minority Leader. I am now in front of you as a mother who has this conversation in my house almost every day. I barely see my children. I kiss them good morning in the morning, and they're still asleep, and then I go out on the road to come and hang out with all of you and do my job. And this conversation came up in my head a little bit today as I was listening to the representative from Adams County. I'm scared too. And the representative from Fort Collins, and many of the representatives from Jefferson who talked about this. And the representative from Adams, you talk about anxiety. We live anxiety in my house. I mean, my 13-year-old is just full of anxiety. And some of it is around being scared in school. That's real. Some of it's around bullies, and some of it's around she thinks she weighs too much at 90 pounds. There's a lot that goes on in these schools, and I think we need to recognize that anxiety as well. And I do want to say social media is a huge issue. So there's a lot to unpack for kids these days that I will say we didn't have. I was anxious as a kid too, but about very different things. But we do talk about drills and being scared in school. We do. I'm sure the good representative from Douglas County talks to her kids about it too. And there was a bill that was on the floor that we all voted on, and I'll just ask for a minute of latitude, Madam Speaker, that one of my members was on. And it's probably a really good bill. It was around cell phone usage in schools. And I was a no vote. And I really struggled to come up here to talk about why I was a no vote on that bill. And I didn't, because as the Minority Leader, I take in my mind, my duty to protect my caucus very seriously. and speaking out against a member's bill is just wrong in my heart. So I did not. But the reason I voted no on that bill is because of my 13-year-old, my 10-year-old too, but mostly my 13-year-old, because if something were to happen in school, I want to make sure that she can call me to say that I love you, that she can tell me that she's in danger. And it's interesting to me, and I struggle, and I'm going to impart some of my mommy guilt on all of you right now. My daughter and I had this conversation the other day about cell phones, and I'm scared about there being a cell phone policy because I'm afraid they're going to take her phone and put it in a plastic bag, and God forbid something were to happen that day, that I am not going to hear her little voice. That's real. I feel that too. And we talk about that. We talk about that in my house. When I get to see her, not an every day, but when I get to see her, we talk about things like that. And so we're against cell phone policy in the Puglisi house because my kids know that mommy needs to know you're okay. And my daughter the other day, this is the mommy guilt part, she said to me, we had this conversation because there was a kid acting weird in her class, and she was a little bit scared. And I said, you can't be scared of your classmates. And she goes, but mommy, sometimes there's just, you feel it. And I was like, trust your gut, honey. You got to trust your gut. Make sure you talk to teachers. Make sure if you feel like somebody's in crisis, they get help. I mean, all of the things that you're supposed to say as a mom. And then I say, make sure you're their friend. Because maybe if you're nice to them and something were to happen, they won't pick you. And that's real. That's a real mom feeling every day. So we were talking about the cell phone, and she said the other day, she was in I had my daughter on the campaign trail of my very first campaign, and so she's grown up in this world. And so she also knows what buttons to push because she's 13. And she said, well, Mommy, what happens when I call you and you're on the house floor and you can't pick up the phone? And I didn't know what to say. And my phone was ringing, and I was sitting on the bench, and thank God they're on spring break, so I wasn't worried about it. But what would happen? That guilt that you feel, it's real because you want to protect your kids. I want to protect your kids too. I want to protect every kid in Colorado. I don't want to have those conversations. But I am more worried about kids making sure they're supporting each other and that they're getting the help in school. And yes, I will support mental health bills because we have to do more of that. But I have seen, and the good representative from Aurora, I hear you about the kids that come every year. We're here and talk about gun violence and how we need to do more and do more and do more. Our very first debate when I was here, my first year, many of us, our first year was 17 hours, if I remember correctly, about gun control. And you just always hear it. Well, if we do this, if kids under 21 can't purchase guns, if kids 21 can't purchase ammo, if this happens, these laws, the 3-day, if we do all of these things, we will feel safer. And I'll be honest with you, as a mom who stresses out every single day about 100 different things, including the safety of my children, because I don't get to see them every day, I would love to say, you know what, this bill is gonna do it. I feel safer now. My kids will be safer in school because we passed this bill. But they're not. They're not safer. And I know you all believe that, and I don't fault you for believing that. I'm just telling you, they're not safer. And I wish there was just this magic pill that would make all of our kids safe in Colorado so that they could go to school and be kids again. And if there were that bill, I wish we could all sign on to it, bipartisan, because our goal is the same. To protect and love our children, to come home to them every single day. It's just not the reality of the world we live in. And that's sad. And I pray for all of our children as I drive in every morning because I want them all to be safe. So again, if I thought this bill was the answer, I might be in a different position. But you all might pass this. It may or may not pass, but if this bill passes today, I will not wake up tomorrow feeling like my kids are safer in school. And I won't the next day, and when the governor signs this into law, I will not feel like my kids are safer in school. And I do think we need to get to the root of the problem that will make us feel like our kids are safer in schools. And I welcome that conversation on both sides of the aisle, because I think we all have great ideas on how we can do that. But it's not
Minority
this
Leader
bill.
Puglisi, you have 35 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a no on this bill for a lot of reasons. But it's not because I don't want to protect children, especially my own. Thank you.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's almost hard to fathom. How are we at this moment? 57 mass shootings in the United States so far this year. We're at the end of March. 45 dead and over 300 injured. Are we even able to process each event at this point? I attended the Million Moms March in 2000 on Mother's Day. The DC March had 500,000, mostly women. Some people said 750,000 people. A counter event by the Second Amendment sisters drew 2,500 folks. Does anyone remember which mass shooting that march was in response to? It was the Los Angeles Jewish Community Center, by the way, in 1999. Since 1966, when they began keeping statistics, mass shootings have occurred at work 29% of the time, at school 24% of the time. 95% of the shooters were male, averaging 33 years old. A worldwide phenomena, to be sure, but with 5% of the world's population, the United States has experienced 31% of global mass shootings. If we count only the countries where mass shootings have occurred, we account for 76% of public mass shootings and 70% of victim fatalities. Canada has a higher per capita gun ownership rate than we do. And to the specifics of this bill, Brigham and Women's Hospital analyzed FBI data for more than 200 active shooter incidents. And can you even believe we have an N of 200 that can be studied? 200 active shooter incidents in the United States, and found that the number of wounded or killed victims doubled when a semi-automatic rifle was used instead of all other types of guns. And that is only analyzing shooting incidents. The average number of killed and wounded goes from 2.49 killed and 3.02 wounded to 4.25 killed and 5.48 wounded when a semi-automatic is used. A generation after Columbine of active shooter drills, of lived experience of mass shootings. You bet I have emotions. I'm heartbroken, but I'm also determined. 1 in 15 people have been at the scene of a mass shooting. That is being at the scene, not know somebody, not at a school near you, not at a town near you, been at the scene. Columbine survivors repeatedly asked Colorado legislature to act on gun violence prevention. One father whose son was murdered at Columbine wears his son's shoes and has been coming here for 2 decades, and Daniel's shoes are worn out. Across the nation, school shootings, church shootings, grocery stores, concerts, children over and over again hearing the news, put on lockdown, texting friends, parents lined up to pick up their children. The summer of 2012, Aurora Theater, where our colleague's son was murdered along with 12 other people. 58 others were injured by gunfire. The gunman obtained his gun legally and had a 100-round drum, several 35-round ones, and over 400 rounds. 2012, that same year, later in December, Sandy Hook. The victims were 20 children between 6 and 7 years old, and 6 adult staff members. That murderer had a semi-automatic weapon with 10 magazines with 30 rounds each. The sister of a heroin teacher, school counselor who died trying to stop the shooter, has been coming to the Capitol, asking, begging for us to do something for over a decade, bringing her sister's clothing from that day to show what a semi-automatic does to a human body. Do you remember what was said after Sandy Hook? This has to move people to action. This has to be the last time we allow this to happen. This has to be the last time we wake up to the news of dead children. How can you not be shaken to your core? And so, a decade ago, in the wake of Aurora Theater and Sandy Hook, Colorado passed significant gun violence legislation, including a 15-round high-capacity magazine limit. The legislators who led that effort, particularly the women legislators, endured incredible personal attacks. One of our colleagues, herself a gun violence survivor whose son was killed before he could testify, prevailed against a man who blanketed her with racial and sexist threats, and she obtained a restraining order against him. We must enforce the magazine limit in honor of their endurance. It is long overdue. And I want to thank my colleagues for remaining engaged on this bill despite the hateful, plentiful emails, toxic voicemails, and even the delivery of flyers to legislator homes. I can tell you that the messages to bill sponsors are specific to our families, referencing our children, and in the case of our Senate sponsor, his only living child and his grandchild. It is fitting that we are taking this important vote today and that our debate was Friday, since Saturday was, of course, the anniversary of the Boulder shooting in 2021. That was committed with a legally obtained gun, and the shooter fired off 47 rounds, killing 10 of our neighbors, including a police officer responding to the scene. In 2022, Colorado made the news again with the Club Q shooting, another legally obtained gun that was modified to hold a 60-round drum. 5 people dead in a matter of moments. The gun industry has had over a decade to manufacture weapons that complied with our 2013 magazine limit. Instead, the Boulder and Club Q shooters were able to easily pair semi-automatic weapons with high-capacity magazines, and the consequences were and continue to be deadly. We must acknowledge that what these events do to our community, to our state, and to our children. How many more incidents need to occur? For my family, it's been the neighboring school district. Oh, then my school district, but not our school. The neighboring town, but not my town. The club was in Colorado Springs, not the club where I've gone dancing. And let's remember, this bill is incredibly specific. It only contemplates semi-automatic weapons with detachable magazines that allow for larger magazine capacity than 15. The semi-automatic guns that Colorado currently own and are not touched by this bill. And there is a path to purchase for sportsmen and hunters. And this policy is in place in 13 states and the District of Columbia, having withstood multiple legal challenges. What is the cost of inaction? Beyond the suffering of survivors and loved ones, we, community members, employers, and taxpayers, suffer the economic consequences of $557 billion annually for a set of key costs and losses related to the aftermath of gun violence. These costs, both immediate and long-term, include such items as medical bills, ambulance and patient transport, police response, investigations, criminal justice costs, work loss, and loss of quality of life resulting from fatal and non-fatal firearm injuries by state. It works out to $11.2 billion for Colorado annually, $2,000 per person, and we're in the top 10 of the country.
Representative Froelich, you have 1 minute remaining.
What?
You have 1 minute remaining.
You're kidding. Oh, no. Okay. What about the cost of the path to purchase? Well, the cost of the path to purchase a firearm. What about the cost to purchase a firearm in the first place? The largest gun manufacturers made $280 million in profits, and similarly, Smith & Wesson made $450 million last year. In committee, we rose in opposition, stating, "It's every man for themselves, and we must be armed." Is that your vision for Colorado? Do we want more guns? And to the specifics of this bill, you are saying it has to be armed with a semi-automatic with more than 15 rounds. Let's honor the survivors who have asked us to act. Let's honor the students who are envisioning a better future. Let's enforce our existing magazine limit. Let's finally take action on the deadliest weapons on sale in Colorado today.
Representative Froelich, your time has expired. Thank you. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Members, I want to first start out by acknowledging something the minority leader said that I think rings true for all of us. I have never doubted for a second our shared commitment to keeping our children safe. I also recognize that we deeply disagree on this issue. Those two things need to, in this place, live in tension with one another. I was asked why this bill. I started to share some of that, and I found the chamber curiously empty due to a miscommunication on Friday. So I wanted to restate that for the good of this body. Gun violence continues to devastate communities across our state. Colorado needs to address the state's existing high-capacity magazine ban by ensuring that individuals seeking to purchase semi-automatic military-style weapons with detachable magazines receive a permit and safety training to do so. That is it. Some safety training. I heard it said this morning that we need to distinguish between fact and fear, and I want to dive into that a little bit. Because there is a fear that our sheriffs will face an unfunded mandate. The fact of the bill is this: they have the statutory authority to raise a fee necessary for implementation of the program so that this does not negatively impact their ability to enforce the laws in our community. That is a fact. There's another fact with that. There has not been an iteration of this bill since it came to us from the Senate that has exempted the sheriffs from that responsibility. They have been in this bill since the Senate. The other fact is simply this: that fee needs to have a direct nexus with implementing the program. It cannot be a moneymaker for any entity, CPW included. To do otherwise would place this bill in legal jeopardy. And so we trust that our sheriffs will be able to implement this well, just as they have done for the concealed carry program. Fear over fact, mental health in the United States. At a committee hearing about 2 years ago, I asked a group that purports themselves to be no compromise when it comes to this issue. We keep talking about, and I keep hearing that mental health is the #1 driver of these problems. Please tell me, what are the bills you have supported as an organization that seek to improve access to mental and behavioral health services in our community? The answer was clear: not a one. Colleagues, I fear, and I would caution us against using a population that exists elsewhere in the world as a foil against taking meaningful action when it comes to gun violence prevention in the United States. People with mental and behavioral health issues exist worldwide. The United States is a leader in gun violence, not because of that issue, but because we refuse to, nationally, and until today, I hope, statewide, pass some measure of meaningful regulation when it comes to semi-automatic military-style firearms. Folks with mental and behavioral health issues are far more likely to be harmed by others than they ever would harm someone else with a firearm. That is a fact. I also heard some questions about whether this was the right thing and this is the right time to do it. As somebody else mentioned, gun violence is the #1 killer of children in the United States. We have had students from area high schools come. I've had students from my high schools show up and say, enough is enough. They're not just saying do something. They're saying regulate the style of firearm that puts us at risk of being killed where we come to learn. They are specific. They are smart. They know what it takes to get this done. They just ask us to do it. It is not a matter of constitutionality, colleagues. For me, personally, it is a matter of constitution. Do I have it in me to do this when I know that it will make a difference? For me, that answer is yes. I can't answer that question for you. I will say this, though. When will our teachers and our students and our shoppers and our moviegoers and our concert goers, when will their words saying enough is enough have an impact on this body, so much so that they don't have to pay the price with their own bodies? I'm a former teacher, taught in a Title I school, proudly. I was a sophomore in college when Columbine happened. I didn't know that kind of thing could happen here. My kids don't know a world any different. We've got 3 kids in our public schools. Not a day goes by that I don't worry, and I know that's shared. My daughter has said to me, "Daddy, I know why they make us hide, and it's not because of bears. It's because someone could come in and shoot us." They know. They know why we have to do what we have to do, and they expect us to do something about it. I've been told that that's emotional manipulation. Friends, the manipulation has happened by a firearm industry that refuses to take meaningful action to enforce our high-capacity magazine ban for over 12 years. That is the manipulation. That is the lie we've been sold. I reject that we don't have something to do about that here, and that it is beyond us to take action. This bill does not regulate 90% of the handguns sold for self-defense. This bill does not regulate shotguns commonly used for self-defense and hunting. This bill does not regulate firearms you currently own. This bill simply contemplates your next firearm purchase. This bill does not restrict you from possessing a firearm. It simply says that our firearm dealers need to verify that you've gone through some training prior to selling you that firearm. At least 8 out of the 10 highest casualty mass shooting events involve these types of firearms. Semi-automatics that are easily paired with a high-capacity magazine. I'll close with this. I know what I swore when I took my oath of office. This is the 3rd time I've done it. I know the Constitution of these United States and this state of Colorado. I also know, and this is not directed at a member here, that I will not be intimidated from doing what I believe upholds that oath of office. Members, since I have been on this bill, I have received specific information from folks who engage differently than the folks here, telling me they know where I'll be with my kids, telling me that I deserve every measure of violence that comes to me in the night, and that they hope my kids feel that pain and suffering too. That is real. So, if that's what this means, that I take those threats, that I understand them to be so far divorced from who we are as a people, and yet at the same time, the very reason why legislation like this is important, fine, I will take them. My family will take them as well. My wife cries when she hears those voicemails. But if it means passing this bill, I would ask you this: what does it really mean in relation to those who have lost someone to gun violence, who will never be able to see them grow up or watch their children grow old? That is fine. If it means passing this bill, if it means having a conversation and taking a meaningful step forward as a state to regulate these types of firearms in a way that I believe will indeed save lives, so be it. I ask
Speaker
for
Pro
your yes
Tem.
vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 003 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Camacho, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Camacho votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Smith, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Smith votes yes. Please close the machine. With 36 aye, 28 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 003 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Camacho, Lindsay, Smith, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till Tuesday, March 25th, 2025.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Announcements and introductions. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, House Appropriations will meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in the Old State Library to hear the bills listed in your calendar.
Thank you. Seeing no other announcements or introductions, members, we do have some business to attend to, and then we will be adjourning for the day. You are free to leave. Mr. Schiebel, signing of bills, resolutions, and memorials.
The Speaker has signed
Signing of bills, resolutions, and memorials will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker,
Message
the
from
Senate
the
has
Senate
passed.
will be printed in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit.
Message from the reviser will be printed in the journal. Introduction of resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 8 by Senators Bridges and Amabile, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning designating March 3rd, 2025 as Buy Colorado Day and March 3rd through 10th, 2025 as Buy Colorado Week in Colorado, and in connection therewith acknowledging the significant global contributions of homegrown Colorado brands and businesses.
Senate Joint Resolution 008 will be laid over one day under House rules. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in adjournment until Tuesday, March 25th at 9 a.m.
The House is adjourned until tomorrow, March 25th at 9 a.m.